This is gonna suck.
Yeah, no, that was actually really nice.
Live from Charlian.
Live from Charlian.
いいぞ。
皆さんおはようございます。
おはようございます。
Good morning, everyone. 第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブのお時間です。Thank you very much for tuning in and welcome to the Final Fantasy
He's wearing a
XIV
perfect Alexander
Live number 66。皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
Thank you for watching. My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director
What is
of Final
Yoshi's shirt
Fantasy
name?
14. 皆さんおはようございます。
Nothing?
Final Fantasy 14 プ
Morning.
ロデューサー兼
Well, I
ディレクターの
don't
吉田です。
think I don't think it means fuck off. I think it's hand
はい、
off.
そして今日はゲストにあゆみさんがいらっしゃいます。あゆみさんお願いします。
Hi, hello, my name is Aimi. I'll be helping with translation support for today's broadcast. 今回の通訳サポートを務めさせていただきます。徳竹あゆみです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
And lastly, my name is Toshio Morochi, also known as a Fox Clone. You're a global community producer here. 信号を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルことムローチです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、
はい、
よろしくお願いします。
ということで、まず最初に
いやまあちょっと押したのはさ。
I mean, once he runs out of fingers, I'm gonna start having him to get
僕
earrings and nose rings and stuff.
Why do you think they expanded the ring slot?
いかにうまくいくかっていうのをギリギリまで測ったんで。
I'm sure I'm not the first person
So
who
we
fucking said
started
that.
just a little bit late to this time. Of course, Yoshida had to step out to smoke a cigarette, but that's beside the point. We were trying to show off that opening
Yeah, no, that opening
sequence there
was really
on
nice.
that screen, and we wanted to
I didn't
time it
say
just right. We were
It'll be
struggling
posted
in
on.
We'll
the
put a
last
clip
minute
of it,
there, so
yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a hot debate here. ケンケンガクガクやっておりました。無事出てきてよかった。いや、グッドでしょ。かっこよかったです。It was very cool.
So Yoshi P's to rings, what Nomura is to belts. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
I wouldn't want to be punched by Yoshi P. That many
Wait.
rings.
14って可
Wait,
変フレー
there's
ム
no
レ
more
ート
belts.
な
No
の
more. I
で
can't come back to the game.
ちょっとやっぱり微妙にその秒が
I mean,
ちょっと落ちたり
If they don't put Lulu's dress on the mock station after they remove belts, I'm gonna be very mad because that's free meme material.
Yeah, all the belts went.
ご迷惑をおかけしました。
Literally top tier meme.
Thank you so much. It was quite a struggle, a big undertaking to
Well,
make
we
the
already have
adjustments
squalls closed,
when
so
we're trying
there's
to
some of the
move,
belts.
Large objects
We've
on
had that
screen.
for-
Of course, with the fluctuating
we've
frame
had
rate, it
squalls
is a very
closed for ages, though.
challenging
It's like ARR, yeah.
element to kind of render.
Yeah, provided you
and
were subbed
depending
for like
on
2
the
years, but
quality
anyway.
of the
Oh,
rendering, it's-
That was
it's
ridiculous
quite
before they
difficult to get the
changed
timing
it.
just right.
He's
So
wearing the job
we
that
did
looks
struggle
like
on
Reaper
that.
and Sage.
I'm afraid it did
Mhm.
delay us in handing over the animation over to the sound.
はい。で、今日はなんですけど、今日の PLL はちょっと特殊な回なので、まず最初に
I mean,
今日
those
は
are
何
kind
で
of
どういう
easy to
段取りな
make,
のかちょっ
so
と説明させていただきます。
はい。
So this letter live is kind of special one, so let me explain what is the setup for today. まず、今日は通訳、あゆみさんに通訳に入っていただいて、
I still really
日本語
don't
と英
know
語
why
と
they
2
had
回
to
の
have
放送で
one new list
行
piercing
い
another
ます。
one
So
though.
first
That
and
I mean,
foremost,
like,
this
why?
letter live is the bilingual in
They could have
both
just
Japanese
not.
and English. So we have Aimi-san here, and she can help translating Yoshida-san's speech. And then during the letter live, how it works is Yoshida-san basically speaks in Japanese, and then Aimi-san translate his comments into English. So まず吉田さんが原則日本語で、もろもろ説明していきます。で、それを、あゆみさんが、随時訳していってくれるというスタイルで進みます。で、私ですけれども、毎回これも言うんですけど、私は自分は自分で訳していくんですが、今日南部化構成なんですけ
He has
ど、
too many rings to
最後の
care.
最後のお知らせ
Tony
コーナー
can't
が
catch
来る
a
ので
break.
私からは
He's suffering
重
from
要なこと
success.
が
Doesn't
申しません
matter.
ので、あれ今モルボールなんか通訳し忘れてるじゃんとかあっても気にしないで特に「あは」って言ってるだけだなって思っといていただければいいかなと思いますので、そういうご理解でよろしくお願いいたします。So, then I will translate myself
We
by
have to
myself.
save time.
But Tony's not a big booty girl, so why would Yokotaro be interested?
But Tony has to be saved at all costs.
Information is coming from my mouth anyway, so until very end at the announcement call section, I mean, I am just.
I want to
nodding
see if
and
Yoko
then
Taro
saying,
had
"Wow,
Here you go.
wow, it
the
is- oh
Tales
my
of Arise
job
development
is so
team. I just want to
Yeah.
talk. I have
And
like
then
2 questions.
today's Letter Life has
He just said for sections job
3
abilities.
major sections. The first part is all about the new jobs. I mean, job changes, adjustments, followed by the battle-related updates. And then we
Oh, yeah,
have
Persona.
some other
And Danganronpa too, I think.
So there are 3 major sections for today. 今日は
My body is not ready for the job action trailer.
最初は皆さんお待ちかね、ジョブ関連、全部お待ちかねなんですけど、最初はジョブ関連調整のお話をします。続いて、バトル関連、バトル関連の調整のお話。
I was interested, and then I saw the price tag, and I was like,
賞味時間ぐらいですね。
$3,000.
わかんないな。
I mean, it's not
今日
3,000.
私こちらに
The watches are like what, 500 odd at the,
Twitch と YouTube とコ
Fanciest?
メントが全部あるんで、
はい
大概こっちに行って
and I think like the regular one was like 200 or 300.
So just to let you know, Yoshida-san has the monitors for Nico Nico, Twitch, and YouTube broadcasts, and he's following along with some of the comments. So don't mind him if he kind of drifts
Yeah,
off
I
to
was
the side of
like,
the screen. He's
this
just checking the
highly
comments.
exceeds what my car payment used to be, so I'm like, I kind of don't want to shell out for that much.
Looking at here, this direction.
Music and-
はい、皆さんのコメント、私の方は画面こっちにありますので、私がこっちを見てるときは、なるほど、なんかコメント読んでる
And
なと思
they're
っていただけれ
playing
ばと思いますので、よ
Steam
ろ
in
し
the
くお願いします。
background.
結構ね、見てるか吉田とかね、寝てるかとかね、書かれてるんですけどね。あと眠そうって結構ありますね。
We were seeing comments like, "Oh, Yoshida's actually looking at our comments. Oh, he looks
Oh,
kind of sleepy.
Oh, don't joke about
Is
that.
he
You guys
asleep?
need to
Please
sleep.
don't.
Etc.
You guys need to
ね、
sleep.
寝てたらね、発売できないんだよ。
There's no time for sleep. We won't be able to release the game if we're taking time to sleep.
だって14のほら巨大さ
Like
はさ、
Yoshi P was
皆さんもよく
surfing on that
言ってるじゃないです
couch
か
for the last 9
遊びいただいてるんで、あれを全部見るんですよ。もう何から何まで、サブクエストの端からね、ありとあらゆるものを見てってるんで、寝てられないんですよ。
And 16.
I mean, you understand.
But he's not
how
directing
large
16, he's just the
14
producer.
is. You all play the game,
Yeah.
and we have to check every single aspect of it, from not just the main parts of it, but even the nooks and crannies of the subquests as well. So there's no time for sleep.
まあなので、
はい
今日は今モルゴルが言ってくれたように、まあ今日と次回の PLL で 6.0 をドーンとご紹介するんですけど、今日は主に PVE、
はい、
それからバトル関係のシステム
PVP
周りだったりとか
doesn't exist.
の
PVP doesn't
詳
exist.
細というより、まあジョブに関してはコンセプトをお伝えしていく回になってます。で、例えば
The main
PVP
issue
の
with
新しい
PVP
コンテンツ
is
とか
not-
夜桜とかっていうのは次回の PLL
is not like a lack of
そこは
thought or
ぜひ
innovation.
ご視聴ください
It's they really need to add a rank decay for the
Of course,
feast.
as Fox
That's
Point
really
just
the main
mentioned,
problem.
We will be covering the different elements.
Because people win trade
this
for the top
PLL,
100
we will
spots
have
and then they
another
never queue
follow-up,
again, and people
immediately
can't
before the
participate.
release of Endwalker, but we will be covering the different elements of the new expansion. So for this PLL, it's going to be primarily about the PvE items, the battle system updates, and the job changes. We won't delve too far into detail for each individual jobs, but we would like to go over the different concept that went into the different updates.
It's a
that
live
we'll be
letter in like
making.
2 weeks anyway.
Unfortunately, PvP and Disciples of the Land in Hand information will be next PLL, so I'm afraid we will not be covering it during today's broadcast, so apologies in advance.
であと特筆すべきなのは、まあやっぱりジョブのその例えば 6.0 の、例えばナイトがもうここがこうなってここがこうなりこのアクションがこうでこれの強さはこうですみたいなのは、まあ当然ちょっと言ってたら終わんないっていうのもあるし明日からいよいよメディアツアーがスタートします、でメディアの皆さんには一足早くですね特定のエリアと、全ジョブレベル90でプレイをしていただいてですねメディアの皆さんとかインフルエンサーの皆さんが、全世界一斉に情報解禁して、インプレッション上がると思うので、まあぜひそちらをですね詳細はね見ていただければなと思っております。はい。はい。
And of course, we also wanted to make note that with the different job updates, I'm afraid we won't go into detail, so we won't be like, oh, Paladin's going to do this, and the action's going to be like that, and potencies is this and this and that. Well, one thing, if we said everything, you would take forever for the broadcast. But we will be doing a media tour where we invite members of the media as well as influencers to get a glimpse of the new content, some of the new areas, and all of the jobs available at the upcoming level cap of level 90. So they will be creating information and content to share with you, and they will go live after an embargo lifts. So I hope that people will tune into that information.
まあ結構ね今回メディアツアーで楽しみなのは海外のインフルエンサーの方も結構お呼びしてるので、まあどっちかっていうとなんか久しぶりに MMO 談義ができそうでちょっと楽しみだなみたいなのもねいくつかあるんで、まあその辺をね気力にしながら頑張っていこうかなと思います。
And the one thing that I'm really excited about is that we do have a lot of Western influencers joining us this time for this media tour. And so I am so excited to talk MMO shop with them in my interviews. So that's going to be kind of like what I'm going to be looking forward to throughout this media event.
はい、でこのメディアツアーの、記事とかレビューとかはですね全世界一斉に10月中旬頃に公開される予定になっておりますのでそちらをぜひお待ちいただければと思います。So the review and the articles from this media tours will be available globally at the timing of the middle October. So please look forward to it.
じゃあ早速始めていこうとは思うんですけど2点だけすいませんあと2つ確認させてください。まず1つ目今日お伝えしていく情報はやっぱりエンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレまだ開発中です。最後の最後本当にギリギリまでバランス調整やってるので今日お伝えした内容が変わる可能性があるっていうのは、まずご理解ください。
So before we jump into the main part of the show, we would like to bring up two additional points. First of which is, of course, we'll be talking about Endwalker today, but we are still making final adjustments. It is still in development, and so please understand that some of these elements are subject to change.
そしてですねもう一つ大事なことなんですけど確かに私疲れております、疲れているのは事実なんですが怒ってるのとかそういうのはないです。顔がねそういう顔なんです。怒ってたりとかは決してしてないので真面目に話すとなぜかね怒ってるって言われるんでねそこはご理解をいただきたいのとまあちょっとやっぱ疲れば確かに疲れてるんで言い間違いとかちょっとどもったりとかする可能性があるんですけど今日はちょっとすいませんご容赦いただけると助かります。はい。
I get it, Yoshi P. People tell me the same thing all the time.
I am tired.
Amber, are you mad?
I'm sorry.
No, it's just my face.
Asked, Yoshida, are you angry? And I'm not. I'm just. This is the way I look. This is my face. So whenever I'm talking about something serious, I apparently
someone
give
put this man down for a nap.
Angry, but please understand, I am not. I
works 3 jobs.
Am tired, so I might my
He's at
speech
4
might not
actually.
catch up with me quite.
He's
I
on
might
the board
skip
of
sections,
directors.
but please understand.
Like 4 jobs, they're all the same building.
Yeah, that's a good disclaimer.
Yep.
Jeez.
YouTube comments saying, but you're
Man, it's almost
always
like being in the military.
いつも疲れてる。Yeah, he must be always tired.
さあじゃあ始めていきましょうか。まあ一応後ろ制限はないんでね、ゆっくりやるところはゆっくりやっていけたらなと思ってます。
Job adjustments. Come on, give us the job
Okay,
extra
I
trailer.
think
Please
we
tell
are
me
ready
see
to
it.
jump into the content here. I believe there isn't a strict sort of end time that we
Did
have
they
to
say
adhere
they
to,
were gonna
so
do
we're
that
just gonna
today?
Go into
But
it.
they said the
this
tune
time
in at the
and
beginning.
Explain as needed.
I mean, that doesn't mean they're gonna show the jobs immediately. If they do show the jobs, it might be a
ま
while.
ずまあもちろん大事なのは
That's true.
関連調整だと思いますので、ここから
I
行
don't
こ
think
うと
they're
思い
about
ま
to
す
show
が、
as much because
ま
like
ず
they did mention that
各
media
条
tour
とか
doing
ロ
a
ール
bit
と
more
か行く
certain
前
stuff
Yeah.
like this.
そう全ジョブに対する基本方針をざっと説明しちゃおうかなと思っております。
So of course, we are going to be discussing about the different job updates and adjustments. But before we jump into talking about jobs or even roles, actually,
Like
I
Monk,
do
for
want to
example.
cover something that encompasses all of the different jobs in general.
まず最初、ベースの方針なんですけど、こちらはシャドーブリンガーズ 5.0 の、方針をそのまま引き継いでおります。
So just as a baseline, we are sort of building upon what we have adjusted
appreciate
in
they're playing,
Shadowbringers 5.0.
まあもちろん
Who brings the
その
shadow
新たなアクションとかは
background?
あるんですけど、
はい
まあその新システムとかをね、
うん
各ジョブにこうゴテゴテつけたりして、もうそのさらにシステムを各ジョブ複雑化させるようなことはしてません。
And of course, with the new level cap, we do add some more actions, but we haven't incorporated any sort of brand new system tacked on there or made anything too complicated.
まあもちろんベーシックのコンセプトはまあ5.0を引き継いでってるんですけど、まあ、新しいアクションっていうのは当然たくさんありますし、変わってるところっていうのも各ジョブね、それぞれ大小ではありますけど結構あるので、まあ、その辺の方針は今日お伝えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And of course, with the basic thought being building upon Shadowbringers 5.0, of course, there are new elements that are added leading up to Endwalker and different elements that we have changed, may it be small or big. So we would like to go over some of the concepts or the directions that we've taken for these different updates.
でこう一部ねちょっと複雑にしてほしいなって、
はいはいはい
3.x シリーズみたいなのっておっしゃる方もね最近ちらほらは見るんですけど、やらないですよ。以前やって大変なことになったんでジョブの扱いは難しいわ、コンテンツは難しいわになってしまってやっぱり、ちょっとやりづらいと思うんで、今が一番安定してるかなと思うので、
はい、
この方針を、継続していく予定です。
And of course, there are a small group of you that desire for that complexity of what we've done in the 3.x series.
Fucking
But
Heaven's Word
I'm afraid
Machinist
we won't go in
flashbacks.
that direction. It's quite a struggle because not only does the job actions become complicated, the content themselves make it kind of compoundedly worse. So I think we are at
Not
a
to mention
sort of stable
overly
place,
complex like rotations like we had in
post-Shadowbringers. So I
Heaven's
think we
Word
would
just
like
fuck
to
over
continue
people
in
that have
direction.
latency.
まあもちろんね、
Yep.
個人個人
And
ね
not because they choose
0時代
to.
が良かった
Like
40
players
時代が
in-
良かった。いやいや
players
今
in
いいんだって
India
いう分野だ
like
と思うんですけど、
are really shafted,
実態を
for
ずっと
example.
長くね、こうやって見てきた
I still
自分からして
understand why
5.0の方針が
we're not allowed to have like an
一番多くの人に
accessibility
フィットするだろう
mode
という
where
すいませ
like
ん判断をさせていただいており
your
ます
traditional combo for
And of course,
DPS
I'm
and
sure
such is on
different
a single
players
button.
have different tastes. Some people might say, "Oh, I love the 3.0
Kinda
series,
like what they did
4.0
with
series,
PvP.
or etc." But
Yeah, I don't
think looking
actually
at
know.
it
You
from
think
a
they would think
general
about
sort of
something like that for
perspective and from
players
Yoshida's
with
point
disabilities.
of view,
Yeah, I'm not saying
looking
that
at
it has to be
14
the
throughout
norm
these
of like
years,
this
we
is
do
what the
feel
game is
that
like
5.0
for
seems
everyone,
to fit as many
but it
people
should at
as
least be a
possible.
toggle.
So apologies, but
Yeah,
this is kind of the direction we're taking.
Accessibility mode
そう
would
そ
be
して
good.
もう一個
Yeah, like
全
it's
ジョ
already
ブ
a
に
thing
と
of
主に攻
PvP.
撃
Oh.
This is
に
a
関わ
cooperative
るとこ
game.
ろなんですけど、
Well,
I would
主要な
prefer them
攻撃に関わるような
implement an actual colorblind mode first, because that's a bigger issue.
おおむね60秒
of course.
120秒の間隔に
That's
各ジョブに
They
設定
they
ます
have the adjustment window, but
And,
like a lot of
another thing
colorblind
that
players have
encompasses
said like
all
it
of the
doesn't really help
jobs
them that
is
much.
regarding their attacks and some of the like
All
primary
abilities would be 60
and
or
their
120
recast
second
timing. I
timers.
think we've kind of equalized it.
Good God,
to
finally,
lean
presence of
towards that
mind won't
60
be in
second
that
or
weird ass
120
window anymore.
まあこの
That'll
あたり
make
は
lighting
で
up
すね
abilities a lot
高
easier.
難易度コンテンツをやるときにこうバースト薬をのみ
I don't know why it
各
was like that from the
ジョブアビリ
start.
ティ全開放して
Yeah, I
バースト
don't
する
know.
ぞ
Like, I
みたいな
noticed
時
this a
にまあ
lot
バーストが
during this
一定周期
expansion
で
and
合いやすい
Stormblood, where some
よう
things
に合わせ
just
やすい
weren't
ようにもちろ
aligning
ん
with
それだったり
with
し
like
てるんです
the
けど
60 or 120 or 90
要は
timers.
各ジョブこう別のジョブをやった時にも
Also, this also kind of dashes my hopes that Ninja will ever be free from trick
は
attack.
揃ってくるかなと思うので、まあその辺を踏まえてこうしてあります。
I just think that like because everyone
And
was always
this
focused on burst
takes
window,
into
burst
play
window,
when
burst
you go
window,
into
you
the
have
high
to like
difficulty dungeons
align
and
everything
raids, where
according
you
to the
have
burst
that sort of
window.
burst timing that
Why
you can
isn't
match,
everything
with
aligned
taking your different medicines
concerning
and
the
then
timers to begin
doing
with?
your different
Yeah, I don't know. I do remember. I
abilities,
can't remember if
and
this
you
was in
have that sort
Stormblood
of
or this expansion,
relatively
but I remember
similar
some people
cycle,
saying they
but
were having
depending,
issues getting Summoner
regardless
to
of what
align,
job
say,
you do. So even
Devotion.
if you kind of go into your alt job, you'd still have that kind of similar tempo or that cycle
LMAO,
On all
the
abilities.
keep up with.
So what were you
F
saying,
in
Amber?
chat for
ただしで
presence
す
of
ね、
mind.
最大の
What were
注意
you
点でございます。
saying?
こちら
F in chat for devotion.
Yeah. So that means
Of course, there is
no,
a
that
caveat to
that
that.
means roll ability is probably one d six.
当然ですね、全てをせ切るわけにもいかないので、全部が全部60と120になってるわけではございません。ここは忘れずにぜひご注意ください。
そりゃそう。
F and
That
chat for
being
Life
said,
of the Dragon.
Of course, we were not able to align everything. That's exactly 60 seconds or 120 seconds. So please understand that not
F
all
in
the
chat if you
abilities
sneeze
might
during,
match up perfectly or exactly.
You're no
Perfect
mercy.
おい、このまま60秒になってねえじゃねえかよって
They at least adjust some things to 30
あったり
seconds
するわけ
then?
ですよ。
F in chat if you sneeze during your blood filler window.
リキャストのままなんですよね。
F in chat if you
It's like the ley lines.
F
oh, no,
in
they're-
chat
it's
if
not
you
60
sneeze during
seconds.
Firebird.
No.
F in
that
chat
one
if you sneeze
still
F
remains to
fucking
be 90
all
seconds.
playing this game.
Apologies.
悲しみですね。
Never
F in
sneeze.
chat if you
Pleb.
sneeze when you put your ninja ley lines down.
They
Oh,
played luck
God.
with me. I'm not aligned
Fucking
to
F in
it.
chat when you activate ninja mudras.
ね、主力アクション。
Oh, look at that!
そう
Black Mage
なん
is
か寄
getting
せていく
time
対象に
adjustment.
入ってなかったっていう。
F in chat if you sneeze when your
Their main
astral
job
fire
as a
was about to
producer
fall off.
missed out on having his
I
ability.
feel that
His
in my
main
soul.
one of the main abilities kind of aligned to that kind of cycle.
公平にね、公平に取り扱われてる。
フェアですよ。
そう、フェア。The battle team treat every job fairly.
Oh, F in chat if you sneeze during wildfire
その
window.
30秒後に次の魔王を私開いたりして。
I would say F in chat if you sneeze during your big dance, but like
なるほど。
it's flexible enough that I don't think it's a real
So like
issue.
everybody else is doing their
You
abilities
could actually
and
mess
their
up your
nice
dance
cycle
buttons
timing, and then
way,
30
and they'll
seconds
still
later I
get
come
full
in with my
potency
ley
if you do
lines.
the right thing.
Everybody's kind of looking at me weird, like what is he doing? Off timing.
では、
It was a bit of a learning curve to do the big dance
全女
during
に共通
mechanics.
する、まあベースは
You get used to it pretty quickly.
そのまま準拠してますよ。で、いろん
Because
な
you can't button mash the dance steps like you can the buttons.
アクション、アビリティのリキャストが60、120にこう、寄ってますよっていうことによって結構変わるものってあるんですよ。まあそれを頭の中にまず入れた状態で、見ていただきたいものがあるので、皆さん頭の中に入ってます？大丈夫ですか？
So again, our base concept is kind of building upon that 5.0 Shadowbringers, and then a lot of the primary abilities have been aligned to kind of fall in place between 60 or 120 second cast timing. So with
Oh, the
that
job action
in
trailer?
mind, there will be abilities that
Is this
kind
it?
of change in accordance to those updates. So if you could keep that in mind, and there's something that I want to watch, I want you to watch.
Yeah, it's the job
as you
action
think
trailer,
about
isn't it?
that.
So are you ready? 皆さん大丈夫ですか？
Yay!
では約20分ありますので、
はい
私のコメントはすいません。
Yep.
Well, if you could sit down a second, because we're not there yet.
Footage, and then he has more to say.
さあ、それでは、6.0 エンドウォーカーのジョブアクショントレーラーとなっております。
My body is ready.
6.0
I
job
tried refreshing
action
it, but
trailer.
I don't think I've gotten
どうぞ。
any better.
I mean, I have Comcast, so
Job action trailer.
Oh,
this is pretty.
This is
Ooh.
nice.
Oh. What are we getting first?
Probably Paladin.
What are we getting first?
I
Ooh,
guess
I
it's,
Oh yeah, Paladin.
I thought Paladin would be last. Paladin should be last. Oh, Dragoon.
All that merch for the job icon paid off.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like the mood.
Okay. Mirage dives.
Still got the AoE
Ooh,
combo.
that's cool.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
is that new?
They had a 4-part AoE combo.
I think
Oh my
that-
god.
I think the blue lights are new, which isn't really all that descriptive because
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Dragoon is already blue lights.
They just got Nidhogg's Tank Buster when he's Estinian.
I think the Cherry Blossoms is an upgrade for
What?
Bell.
This is breakdancing on the land?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
people have been saying they wanted pole dancing back.
There's
Okay,
Starnet
that's an
timer.
Astron. Ooh,
Oh.
that's new.
Okay, I like
That
that.
is
Very
really
nice.
I like that.
Oh, that was the new Nastron. That was the new Nastron.
Alright, where's my new belt cleave?
Where's your feller cleave?
Where's world cleave?
Super cleave.
World cleave.
World
Oh, that was
cleave.
cool.
Mithril Tempest.
Alright, so
There's your
punches.
punch.
There's the punching move.
Ooh, that's
okay,
different.
that's nice.
Ooh, your nascent flashes do more stuff.
Yeah.
IDK what? But it's something.
Yeah.
Like you're just gonna become a black
Ooh.
mage with an axe.
Upheaval.
Okay, there's
Oh,
no
here we
release.
go. Fell cleave. Fell cleave. Fell cleave.
Hey!
Ooh. There you go, your feller cleave.
There you go.
There's world
Mill.
cleave. I like that. I like that.
Red
Cleave the
mage.
world.
Alright,
Hey,
Red Mage,
it's
how
a
are you gonna
title,
shaman
man.
me this time?
World cleave is the title. I'm happy with that.
Oh, ooh, that's
Moulinet. Does Moulinet get a finisher?
Maybe.
Ooh, there's
Yeah, maybe.
charges on the bottom of the gauge.
Ooh.
Oh, for
Ooh.
melee, yeah, you're right.
Oh.
We get a healing bubble?
Yeah.
Cue the
Like-
healing salt.
Oh, there's the new, that's a new jolt. That's a new jolt. That's what that does.
Oh, so you build charges with your. Ooh. Oh, so
Yeah,
it's all
it
your
gives you-
enchanted stuff. Very nice.
That was the
You
new
get
for holy.
upgrades.
And then the new
Ooh.
Scorch.
Oh.
Give me that.
And
I want that.
And that's a follower to Scorch. So they got a new Scorch, they got a new for holy. They're obviously gonna have a new flare.
Okay, let's see what some of this does. What did that some of the
That's
scholar?
Whispering
Oh,
Dawn.
the Scholar.
That's Recitation. That's a crit shield. That's a deployment. That's Fey Blessing. That's Chain Strat. That's Biolesis.
That's Shainer's. Yeah, that's Biolesis.
That's your new. Okay, we did something.
Okay,
Ooh.
that's new.
Okay, that's our new AoE. That's
Yeah, that
it?
was the new Art of War.
Alright.
That's it?
Alright.
That's it,
What
I
we
guess.
got? What we got?
The bigger, blackest night. Oh,
Oh?
that was new.
Yeah.
The new Salted Earth?
So, am I meant to understand that we're building something off of
Ooh.
using deployment?
I think
I'm
so.
guessing so.
Because that's what seemed to be the implication,
there's the
because
Blackest
otherwise
Night.
I'm just like, didn't really get anything new.
That's
Okay,
right.
what does Prey
Okay.
do?
Come on.
Prey is gonna do something new. Is he gonna get like a finisher, maybe?
Looks like he's copying your big moves.
Carving spit.
Oh, that was
Wait,
it.
why was a white mage there?
Oh, for
For shield.
Blackest. Or the new Blackest.
Hmm. Okay, that's your big dance. Oh.
That's the new dance. Oh, it's a follow-up. Combo.
Okay, there's Flourish. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Dancer saw Phoenix and was like, I want that.
That's
Yeah.
illegal.
Ooh.
They can't have that.
Oh, that was.
Wait, that's illegal.
Oh, that was a blade dance. That was a new type of blade dance.
It was.
Maybe.
Wait, what? That
Very
bongos
nice.
at the end there? Did I really get danger bongos?
Alright, chain
Yeah,
salt.
that
You
was
have danger bongos? Alright, chain
Okay,
salt time.
Steve's chainsaw. Let's see it.
Okay, flamethrower's still
Okay, we
there.
still got
Clear.
flamethrower.
Flamethrower's still there, unfortunately.
Reassemble. Shotgun.
There's the shotgun.
Shotgun?
There's the wedding. There's
Heated
the wedding.
shot.
Force wedding gun.
Maker.
More
Okay.
heated
Maker.
shots. Another reassemble. So,
Oh,
what was
it
that?
looks like
Chainsaw.
you get another reassemble.
I guess that's chainsaw.
That was
You can
Chainsaw.
use that
That
to
was
upgrade.
Yeah, it was buzzsaws.
Wildfire.
Auto crossbow. Yeah, pile driver.
Drill.
Oh,
Oh.
there's a new finisher for the bot. But yeah, chainsaw was there. It was buzzsaws.
Okay.
Alright,
okay.
show me army of one. Raw.
Oh, it has 3 charges there too.
Yep. Okay, blasting zone. Part of stone.
My power went out!
F in chat.
Oh, what did I miss
As
for
your dot.
Not anything much yet. That was
A
new.
new Gunbreaker finisher.
Oh,
Okay, okay.
No Army of One.
Nah.
Sad.
it didn't look like Lionheart either.
Nah, unfortunately.
Alright. Okay,
Okay.
Bard has
New UI.
some stuff on the right side of the song gauge.
Yeah.
Not sure what they do though. Maybe you get a stacking buildup depending on what kind of song it is, because there's a purple
was
one
that
and a
new?
green one. Was what new?
Like the black arrows.
I don't
No,
think
that was
so.
probably Shadow Bite. Okay, that's
new,
new. Ooh, it looks like you do get some kind of buff for playing all your songs.
Oh, that's neat.
So there was a yellow one. They all match the songs. Ooh, that's new.
I think
Oh.
they finally, Amber, I think they finally put a UI to like the whole chain in the song system thing. That's always been
Oh,
there, but
okay.
they didn't actually let you know.
Why do we have a Moon Geo dude?
I was thinking
Okay, so
it.
they added Lord of Crowns on the UI. New space spells. What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
What job are they showing now?
It used both the cards.
Oh, Astrologian?
So can
Yeah.
you feed your cards for spells now? That's what it looks like. They use Minor Arcana for that.
Oh.
Okay,
That's
bigger
new.
gravity. Ooh,
Oh.
meteor shower.
Oh.
Oh, they got Star Shower?
They
Yeah,
may
they got
have.
some kind of meteor shower.
Yeah, it's probably Star Shower.
Ooh, looks like there's something to do with like Earthly Star too.
All right, triple Madari. Let me see it.
Oh, damn
Oh,
it.
poor
The internet's
tiger.
not back yet.
Also, I'm
Nothing
loving
new.
the song.
That's new.
new.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yuki Kaze got an upgrade. And
I'm
that's-
pretty sure
those
we
are
saw
AoEs.
that during the
Not different.
benchmark.
That's go 10. Ooh, no, that's just double Yaijutsu. There's your eyeball.
Okay.
Did I see that right? You could. Oh wait, no, it's just Shinten. Never mind. They just
Yeah.
decided to put Shinten right there. Not Shinten, fucking Sene. All these
Alright, here we
words
go,
blend
here we
together.
go.
One,
One,
two.
two.
Ah.
No triple Madari.
No triple Madare.
Wait. Wait.
Titan.
Wait.
There is a
There is,
big
there is.
hook off Madare.
There is, Ben. I got one
Oh my
flavor, you
God.
got second, third Madari.
Oh, that
Well,
poor
it's bigger
Pegasus.
Madari.
Okay, that's
It was
Divine
like-
Venison.
Okay, I'm back.
Confession.
Welcome back.
No, Thin Air.
Alright, that
That
was
was
cool.
the worst time to lose
Your new
power.
filler
I
spell.
missed out on a job, too.
Misery. What the fuck
What's
is that?
Oh, a settled
You get
belly?
a totem?
What is
Yeah,
that?
it's a lily totem.
It looks like a totem.
It is a totem.
It's a fucking healing well.
Oh, yeah, it's healing well. That's
Did they need that?
New misery.
This is
yeah.
bull. They
that's
didn't need
good.
that.
Oh, that was interesting.
Okay, White Mage, keep stepping on Scholar's toes. It's not like we have a pet or anything.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they need a whole nother reason
Oh,
to
yeah.
heal through Live Intent.
So, Dare, Samurai got bigger Madare, like we predicted.
It's not just a bigger Madari, it's a big fuck off Madari.
It's a
Yeah,
double
that's huge.
fuck off Madare. So you have 4 Madaris actually.
Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the Shadow Clone.
Okay.
You already
It
know
looks
about
like
this
more
one.
stuff just builds leader for and refreshes you.
Yeah.
Ooh, very nice.
Oh, that was new. What's it called?
Oh,
Their
Thingamajig.
okay,
Ooh,
I like
lightning.
that.
We can
Oh.
pretend to be Sasuke now, guys.
Shut
Oh
up.
god, that was Chidori. Oh my
Shut
god.
up.
that was Blitz. That was Blitz from Edge. Probably.
Probably.
Okay, standard black mage stuff. Ley lines does look bigger. Or that could be that's because it's a lava fell, but I think the ley lines are bigger.
What's the
it's
UI? Why is
bigger.
it red and blue?
Oh, that's
Oh.
cool.
The fire ice move! Chris, you called it!
That looks like an upgrade to Despair.
Yeah.
There's
Chris,
an
you
indicator
called
for
it.
fire and ice.
What's that called?
You called fire ice moves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's freeze. Ooh!
Oh yeah, that's a new despair. It's fire and ice.
But it looks like
There's
you also have
Meltdown.
regular Despair too, so it looks like something that gets upgraded.
Yeah,
You
fire
get-
5 or meltdown?
It looks too small to be Meltdown. It could just be Fire 5.
Yeah, it's probably fire 5. Flare, what's gonna be the finisher?
Foul.
Yeah, foul.
Xenoglossy.
Xenoglossy got an upgrade. That's a new Xenoglossy.
Xenoglossy is exactly the same.
It looks like it was a little bit bigger though.
No, it looks the same.
Yeah, but fire ice moves, just you called it. Wow.
Alright, we don't know
That's
anything about Sage, so this is gonna be a little bit harder to parse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a totally new
They got
job.
a triple gauge.
Okay, you get lasers.
They've got a counter built into something.
You get a debuff. Or a dot.
Probably their dot. Oh,
If I'm understanding this right, it looks like you build charges and then use them for your... Kinda like Lily.
yeah, it's like a battery gauge.
You build charges for your laser.
Oh, I
Oh
like
my
that.
God.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, I like that too. They have glide or gap
Oh.
closer.
Okay.
So, I need to get this job for Silencer, I see.
Yeah, wing blades, bump. This is the one people are really anticipating, except for Summoner, which we haven't seen
Brotherhood.
yet. Brotherhood.
Why is there two of these?
That's different. That's new.
Oh.
Yeah. Gap closer.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That was the job.
That's your
the
AoE.
job actually. Oh, look, they have a gauge
Ooh.
at the bottom. They have under
Yeah,
the
they do. It looks like you're building light and dark chakras, which tracks with the story.
Yeah, and then you spend it on a big spender. That's actually oh, you can build either
okay.
one.
You get
Three
enters.
darts.
Very nice.
Yeah,
That's
3 darts.
interesting.
Yeah, he did 3 dark and he got a single target. He did 3 light and he had an AoE. Summoner. Okay. Oh, there's a new gauge.
Alright, you can't possibly disappoint me more than Scholar has, so let's go.
Meg, don't
There's
lose
a
your
new
connection
gauge.
this time, please.
On Bahamut. I know, I don't
They're
want to
chained.
disconnect here.
Why are they chained?
I was gonna ask you the same question.
Oh my god, are we getting... Oh! Or Titan, Ifrit, and Gruda. They're colored.
I mean, yeah,
With
the
a different
colors
egg.
match, but like, what is it? Oh, here we go.
Oh!
Wish granted.
Yes! Summoner is Summoner!
Oh, I like this a lot.
Oh, I see. I think I understand. Depending on which one you summon,
Yeah,
you
we're
get
using,
abilities
we're
based
using
off
wind
them.
spells.
yeah.
I guess
So
this
like,
is why you
looks
get
like
back
they
to
upgrade
Carbuncle.
from your Eggy abilities.
Yeah. Titan. Will Titan actually get some use here? Ooh. That was an
Hey,
impact.
This is nice. I
Wow,
like this
Summoner
rework.
is summoning now.
This is really cool.
I
Yeah.
can't wait for Summoner to
Oh
hit
look,
like a
Titan's
wet
actually
noodle
useful
because of
again.
this,
Oh my god, Titan's ghost thing. It's ARR.
Oh, and
though. Hey,
notice
you
Garvey
guys,
is-
you guys, I can throw rocks again.
Yes.
Yeah, and Garvey has stayed up the entire time, by the way.
Yeah,
I
I
can play
said.
tactics again.
And
Jack-
Ifrit. Yeah,
Jack, I
Ifrit
was
gets
saying,
Hellfire. Oh my god. I am so happy right now.
I was saying they made Carbuncle important again.
Yeah, they did.
Carbuncle's just supervising.
Oh yeah, and there's the Ifrit charge.
Okay.
Ooh. And how's Phoenix picked?
Looks like Phoenix playing
This is a lot more engaging than just waiting for Fireball.
Oh, and using Ruin all the time. I'm guessing Ruin is gone.
I think this is
I
why
don't
they told
think
us to wait.
I don't think Ruin's gone.
Oh! Dreadward Trance is gone.
Reaper.
Because as soon as Phoenix ended, Bahamut's back.
I mean, I doubt Dreadworm is gonna be removed entirely. I think we'll still have it for like
charge.
the Heavensward
It
levels.
seems so.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
It's probably Bahamut.
Whoa!
That
You
was
gotta
cool.
get a flash step.
Yeah, Flash Step. That's cool.
And
You're, oh my god, you're an actual Reaper. Oh,
Oh, cool shit.
this looks a lot like a Demon Hunter and a Warlock.
yeah.
You're not
Okay,
wrong.
we attack. Oh, it's
The
a
little
buff.
I've seen.
That's a buff.
Oh, that was
This actually
drain.
kind
That
of
was
reminds
drain.
me of how Demonology Warlock plays right now, actually.
Oh, it's a combo sneak.
Yo,
Oh,
what?
what is this? Is that an Aether
Oh,
Spear?
dude, that looks like the monk ability in WoW, where you leave your spear behind and then you can teleport.
And now we get to see the Reaper abilities. There's the Reaper combo. They have a 5-point gauge.
It looks like depending on the move, maybe?
I think you have to build
Ooh.
up the charges by taking the orbs from your enemy.
That was
Very
really,
nice,
actually
very
really
nice.
cool.
Did they fucking
Oh,
tailor-made that
job.
job just for me?
For all of us.
Yep.
To be fair, it's not hard to cater to the edgy crowd. It's really
Yeah.
not.
I'm very
That's how
simple
you
to
get
please.
Ichigo in the fight.
Like, Ben, a lot of that stuff was...
Whoa.
Ben, a lot of that stuff was what I was
Sheltron
talking about
got
when I
an
wanted to put
upgrade.
Beastmaster.
Requisite.
Okay, let's see. Versus Cat
Clemency.
Heal. Holy Spirit.
Holy Circle.
Holier Spirit.
Meteor.
Meteor.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
AoE Confeteor. No,
AoE
wait.
second
combo.
Confeteor. AoE third
Oh,
Confeteor.
Meteor combo.
Fuck
Meteor
yeah!
combo.
That's cool as shit.
That was based off the Warrior of Light fight, too. That was a lot of its similar animation. Okay.
Okay.
Some of the jobs were slightly underwhelming.
Time to get Paladin for Soldier too.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Scholar may have been the only one I'm just not really feeling.
We'll have to see what
That
abilities
might
you
be
described
because
as.
there's just stuff that we can't quite understand from not having all the UI up.
You may have said that
Yeah.
the last time
But
too,
first of all,
so
yeah, it's the
possibly.
Because,
20-minute trial, so to speak. How did
I mean,
did
Seraph
everyone
was pretty
do?
easy to understand, but like, I'm
Yeah.
not sure what the point of showing off the recited deployment is, because we've had that for a
ま
while.
あ
Oh my god, I
やっぱり
can't believe
最
they
初
did
にお伝え
something
した
for
通
like
り
full
まあ
on
冒
true
険
summer.
上順居
I'm so
でま
happy
あ
now.
So guys, about those fucking eggy glamours, huh?
He did
Don't
seem
need them
impressed by
anymore.
anything.
120人寄ってたりするので
Adam,
Don't
you
need them
see
anymore.
me when I was talking about Warrior earlier. That surprised me, as the Dragoon. And Reaper as well.
The fact that the Warrior got a somersault like Sonic.
So of course, as mentioned earlier,
Look, man, the
our
upgraded
basis
punches was
is,
enough.
5.0 and building a punch out
I'm
of
happy I got
Glad
World
we have-
Cleaver.
evolved the different
And I
actions
like what they're
don't
doing with
think-
Sage.
and with the
I don't think
primary
they know what
abilities
they
and
want to
cast
do for
timing
Scholar.
can be aligned towards either
I think that's the
60
main
seconds or
issue here. They
120.
just don't know what they
You
want
might
Scholar to be
notice
like.
that
Yeah.
The skill rotations and the
I mean, I'll still play
intervals
Scholar.
between them may feel a
I'll
little
have
I
shorter.
highly doubt they can
So,
do anything to
we'd like
make
to
me
go
dislike
into
Scholar,
jobs
but like
now
everyone else
to
has a
kind of
clearer
explain
idea of
some
what they
of
want the
the
job to
concepts
do,
and
but like
ideas.
it just seems like they
Yeah.
just don't know what they want to do for Scholar.
Oh, and Adam, I
Yeah.
was curious about Astrologian because they changed it from being a half and half to just purely a regen healer.
I feel like I see a lot of comments that are saying, "Oh, the summoner."
I'll
is
have to
now a
rewatch the
summoner."
job action trailer
And
later for what I
summoning.
missed.
And that goes for both the Japanese and English comments that I
I
see.
don't get it though. There are so many things they could have done with Scholar that would have been really easy, like deploy a weaker X-Cog or bring back quickened ether flow. Granted, not that we could see quickened ether
召喚だけ
flow
尺
from
上げやすいって
UI.
いうコメントもあったんですけどまあ見せないと
I
全
am.
部わかんない
Oh,
かな
so the summoners were
一応
true.
ね一通り全部
But
the
what
way.
I did gather from the Scholar
Of course, some
trailer
some of you may
was
have
it
noticed
looks
that
like there's
the
more stuff that
length
uses
that
fairy gauge
Summoner
was
is
another
featured
big
is a little longer than
criticism
everybody else, and they were
of
like,
Scholar.
not fair. But I
that
mean,
we
it's
had all this
quite a
fairy gauge and only
significant
like
change,
2
so we
things
wanted
suspended
to show
on.
off all that we can.
Yeah.
さあじゃあ皆さん頭の中に
If one
それぞ
of
れ
those
ご
stuff
自
that I
身
was
のメイン
impressed
ジョ
by
ブ
Adam,
映
it
像
was
をある程度
probably
頭に入って
Machinist.
たと思うのでここから、
Yeah, Machinist still looks pretty,
それぞれのジョブの話って
samey.
いうので、続けて全ジョブ
I
お
mean,
話ししていこうかな
the
と思い
turret
ます。
did get a new attack.
Okay, so,
So
now
that's
if I'm
cool.
looking at the job action trailer and
Well, I
having
mean,
that
yeah,
sort of
getting a new
mental
attack
image
is,
of
like,
the primary
the least
job,
that can be expected
and
from a
what
new
actions that
expansion.
you saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd like to dive in. We'll start
just
from
not
the
enough
different
for
roles
me.
and then go into the different jobs.
Yeah. I mean,
I
some
mean,
roles, but-
shotgun, though.
Shotgun is nice.
Yeah, shotgun.
You ever just get so mad you bust out a shotgun?
And then a chainsaw.
I would have liked if flamethrower was now part of the multi-tool
Okay, so tanks
instead of
will
coming
be-
Yeah,
out of the
that
gun.
would be.
Because they made such a big deal about the multi-tool last time, and
I hope the power.
I mean, like, I think that's more a problem from flamethrower coming before the multi-tool.
Hey,
Optimal time
Fed.
for greater benefit.
Fed.
We get
Use
buffed for
them.
using our cooldowns correctly.
Use them.
Oh,
Holy shit!
Mitigation's getting a
Is
buff.
this incentive to use mitigation?
Yeah. It's probably damage buffs. Mitigation.
I sure hope so, because the amount of times people will just not press Rampart.
So
I have to
certain
press buttons other than Blackest Night now? Okay.
sorry, the certain defensive buffs. Sorry,
I'm joking.
You're a
I do,
bad tank.
You
I'm
only
joking.
you
I'm
can
joking, I
only
do
get
press
away with
cooldowns.
that because I heal you.
Benefits
I'm
to
joking,
it.
I do press
So
cooldowns. You
not
know I
just
press cooldowns.
simply, like protecting yourself from, say, a tank buster or something like that. But we want
Like,
to
if
make
I
it
wasn't
so
healing
that
you,
if you
you're
are,
damn sure you're pressing
using
Shadow
it in
Wall and Rampart.
conjunction with different
I
abilities,
am-
kind of using them in
I am very
combination,
happy with the summoner
it
changes.
allows
Not gonna
for
lie.
greater benefits.
Black
and
Magic
so we
is
can
really
take
cool,
advantage
too.
I don't even
to
play
some
that
of these
job.
defensive buffs.
Summer looks
Well,
awful.
yeah, Summoner's
I
fine.
feel like they kind of
サーバークライアント型のゲーム
forgot
でね、さすがにそれは無
They
謀
for
なの
Summoner
で
this time.
Yeah.
they did tell us, like,
すごい効果の
just wait
例えばですけど効果の
for the
短い追加
summoner
効果が
rework
あるんで
because we have
こう
some stuff
敵の
here,
炎症の
and we heard about it for
とりあえず
months,
打っときゃい
and
いや
I think they
だと
delivered.
まあ
They
まあ
literally
一応
changed the entire job. Like,
働くんですけど
It's not really a rework though. They just made the Eggy commands more interactive.
そこは効果を見て
yeah, they did.
Because we're still pressing the Eggy assault buttons. The big fuck up attacks when they first
Because
show
we're
up
not
is our
talking
Kindle,
about something
but
very
bigger.
exact, like a guard just at the right
And
And then we
not
get
on
some
a
stuff
TV
added on to
Um,
what the
we-
Eggies would
that's
normally do
quite
on their
difficult
own. They're
for
just
something
from us and they're
that's a
stronger.
client-based MMORPG online.
Yeah.
So
But
it's more
still,
along the lines
it's-
of
it's a lot better
some
than it
additional
was.
benefit for
Yeah.
a short amount of time after
I
utilizing
have to
certain
Well, there's
actually
new
abilities.
silver
play
stuff.
Astral Ocean to know
Before
if I
you might
like
be
it or
thinking,
not.
oh, okay, enemy is casting.
It looks like we
I'll just go
feed
ahead and
the minor
activate
arcanas
this,
into something.
ability.
I'll have to
at
take a
when
look at
it's
that later. You
casting.
said there was a bigger
And
gravity?
of course, you'll still
Yeah.
Yeah,
get
there's
the
a
benefit
bigger
of, say,
gravity,
it's like a 10%
and there's a
damage
star
mitigation, but
shower.
There is
I
a
don't know if
balance,
that's an attack or a
and so
heal though, because like
by
it's golden,
combining it
it's golden
with,
stars falling down.
optimal, Like,
It
Yeah,
looked like
that's
it was
an
an
attack
attack.
offense.
You can
That's an
reap the
attack
further
Final
benefits.
Fantasy 4.
であとですね
It could be a heal though. It could do both like Earthly Star.
自身もしくは
Maybe.
メンバー一人に付与できる防御バフを各
Because like as we've
各
seen,
ジョブ
like
持っている
attacks
よう
in
にな
this
っている
game
の
don't
で
necessarily one-to-one translate from whatever their source material was.
And of course, these different effects
I kinda wish
do
that,
allow
like,
for different sort of
Single target regen
effects that are being
abilities
added
didn't
to
look
you.
so much
Some
like
of these
shields.
are a defense buff where it.
I mean,
applies to
Astrologian
yourself
is the
and party
only
members.
one
So I
where
think
it has
does
this
come in
problem,
handy, regardless of you
Um,
main tanking.
Did
or
White
off-tanking.
Mage get a couple this time around?
で
Where it's
で
just
は
like these
次
big
の項目なんで
circles?
すけどこれはねちょっと近接物理 DPS
I mean, we don't know what they do
共通
yet.
なんですけど
Hmm.
今
Oh,
まで
One of them is
God.
Divine
コンボ中
Venison.
にですね
Thank God.
トマホークとか
How did they not do this
核攻撃を
sooner?
途中に挟むとねコンボが中断されてたんですけどそれをなくしました素晴らしい
Next item was
Oh,
and
thank
this kind
you.
of applies to
I know, right?
Melee DPS as well, but whenever you are activating a
Oh,
weapon skill
that's
combo
nice.
and you insert
Hopefully that
like,
applies for
like a
the
tomahawk
melee
to your
DPS.
warrior
They
as
said it
well,
did, yeah.
as a
They
ranged
said it.
attack. That would kind of break
Oh,
your combo
good.
chain, but we've adjusted it so that that chain is not broken.
まあ各アクションのそのアビリティのリキャストが60秒サイクルとかになっていくと今までのロ
Yeah,
ーテ
I
ーション
got
の
someone in here once that was like, why are you using Tomahawk?
まあ全体が
LMAO.
Yes, and I'm like, because I can't do anything else right now. But you broke your combo, and it would be a better use of your DPS if you just waited.
感覚は結構強くなってるんじゃないかなと。
You mean I'm not gonna keep my GCD rolling? Fuck you.
Actions kind of being adjusted so the
Here to
recast
press
timing
buttons,
leans closer
goddammit.
to that 60-second intervals.
So did the Star Shower
your
look like
rotations
that?
will start to feel a little bit shorter in their terms. So I think it's best to explain it as the number of
Just in
times that
3D?
you
Well,
are attacking and the different skills
Jank,
being
you remember
activated, kind of
what
goes up
Estelle's
in your rotations,
Star Shower
and
looked
plus
like?
with
vaguely?
without those interruptions.
Yeah, it looked like
does
that.
give
Like
you
it was
that
like
feeling
golden
of
golden
you
stars
are
falling
making an
down.
attack.
So I haven't looked at what you posted, but I don't know if it looks like that.
攻撃があるので、一回大きく距離を取らなきゃいけないみたいな時に、やっぱりちょっとコンボが途切れるのを嫌がって遠隔を使わないみたいな
Yeah, they haven't
と
posted
ころが
the
あったと思うんですけど、
job
そこは
action trailer
グ
yet.
ローバルクールダウンが無駄にならないのであれ
Well,
ば、
it literally just went live,
使
so
う
it's
局面
gonna
っていう
be
の
a
もまあ出てくる
second.
だろうし、むしろね、グローバルクールダウン中にあえて避けて即戻るみたいな方がいい時もあるし、まあそこら
Oh,
辺
I can
は
rewind
タ
the.
ンクを使うプレイヤースキルが少しずつ差が出てくるんじゃないかなとは思います。
I'll just do that. It's where I missed.
And so, for
Gunbreaker.
example, say a boss kind of has this ranged, not ranged, I'm sorry, an AoE attack that starts from the boss and kind of goes outward, and everybody has to kind of disperse away from the boss. Some people don't want to break their weapon skill combo and include that sort of range.
Okay, it's similar insofar as
but
golden stars are
with
concerned,
the
but
sort of
like that still
adjustment
doesn't mean it's
here,
only an attack. It could
now
be
we don't have to
both.
worry
It could be
about,
via
like,
heal.
wasting our
It
cooldown
could change
time,
what it
global
does
cooldown
depending
time,
on what you do
or
with the
in
cards.
some
We are
strategies,
using
you might
cards to
have to
beat
kind
stuff.
of decide when you deliberately need to
Oh yeah, I see it. Oh, that's
time
neat.
your GCD.
Amber, I'm
so
not
that
sure
you
what the
can
boss
avoid
was,
some of
but
those
I
attacks. So I
think
think this will
it
kind of
was
give
either
the tank
Titan
sort of strategy
or
a little
it was
bit of
Ramu.
range.
Like the Eden ones.
Yeah.
Where that person said
Gravity.
that.
なんですけど、
Because I'm like thinking back,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah. Well, like for Leviathan, you have to spread apart when you get onto the smaller platforms because, like, if you get greedy and everybody stacks on you, well, you
And then
die
the third
because you get
item,
targeted with
and
AOE.
this doesn't apply just to tanks, but
And for
anybody who is
Titan,
making some
when he
kind
does
of,
the
physical
rotor
attack.
stuff, like you really can't stay on him. You have to
そうですね、
move.
生仮面にしてもらっていいですか。
And some damage is better
Oh.
than no damage
え
if
ー
you
とで
can
すね、
swing
今ま
it.
でファイナルファンタジー
Huh.
14
They said there's gonna be
ベースの
physical
バトル
and
計算式
magical
っていう
DPS on
ものの
tank
中
weapons.
に、まあ皆さん
And
ステージ
other-
とかやってて
and other jobs that have physical and
物理か魔
magical.
法かみたいなよくあると思うんですけど、まあ当然物理
So, red
攻撃の計算式と
Yeah,
魔法
red
攻撃の
mage.
計算式っていうのが
That
それ
makes
ぞれ
sense.
一つずつね存在
I
して
mean,
ま
that
す。
only
Stop
applies
that
to
power.
Paladin and
So of course,
Dark
with
Knight, so-
Final Fantasy XIV, we have this sort of calculations.
I'm so excited
of,
for a Confiteor
the
combo.
damage
Holy
that is
shit!
being dealt, and there's like a
it just kept going.
base or like a
It
fundamental
yeah!
formula that is applied.
Like,
And
okay,
I'm
yeah,
sure those
second
of you
Confiteor,
raiders,
yeah. Yeah,
know
sure, third
to
Confiteor. Okay,
What about
stop
second
now.
Confiteor?
attack is a physical
What about
attack
second Confiteor?
or a
What about
magical
third
attack.
Confiteor?
And each of these have their own sort of formula to calculate.
I feel like
the damage
people
that is being
might need to
dealt.
be mildly concerned about how much smiting Aylin's been doing when they see her whip that out.
作ったものなんですけど、まあ当時ね、
I
あ
feel
さらにこうバトルをアップデ
They
ー
were
トしてい
like,
くかってい
okay,
うのがい
people
ろんな
keep
可能
saying
性が
that
取れるよう
Paladin
に
looks
するため
boring.
に
Let's just flash it up
物理
and
攻撃っていう
it's
ベース
overkill
基
now.
礎計算数字と、まあ魔法
Here's
I mean,
Bard.
I thought it was
計算式って
plenty
いうのをまあそれ
plenty
ぞれ
flashy
設定
this
してたんです
expansion with Holy Circle and Meteor
で
imagine how many buttons
and
you have to press now.
Atonement.
魔法攻撃
Well, it looked like some stuff was like woven into your combos. Like,
I know, I'm
you get
joking.
something for Atonement, it looks like.
Or
Or Royal Authority, it's one of those. I think it's a Royal Authority upgrade. First one we
Oh,
saw.
okay. So Bard gets a follow-up to
And so,
Apollo's arrow.
With
英語はあなた
Final Fantasy
You mean
14,
Apex Arrow?
Or Apex Arrow,
Or
whatever it
Refulgent
is.
Arrow? Because, like, the new arrows are the same shape as the Refulgent Arrow.
When Final Fantasy XIV was being relaunched as A Realm Reborn, we tried to make
God,
sure that the
power keeps
programming
slipping
is
a little bit.
it allows for future updates in the battles.
So,
and
correct
we
me if
try to
I'm
leave
wrong.
the different
From what we've
possibilities open.
seen, Sage is the only healer with the gap closer.
fundamental Sort of physical damage.
Looks like it.
Seems so.
calculations,
LMAO!
We're set up so that we have two separate formulas going on. So we have the
You would
magic
think
Four
that,
ways
like-
for Alpha Nova to charge into
um,
danger.
damage,
Ooh, that
attack,
new Madare is huge. Holy shit.
calculation, and then we got the physical.
Yeah, that's why I
attacks.
said it's
And
not
when
just
we were
another
initially
Madare,
thinking
it's a
about these
big
two
fuck
separate
off
ones so that we can
Madare.
adjust them
Amber,
separately.
you would think that like
The team
Scholar would
did
get like
determine that
titanium
with
wings
the magic
and just
attacks,
fly
it does
away
tend
from
to be
danger.
a bit more complicated in
I
the
mean,
different
that's
calculations. The base,
I don't really
like
know
the
about that
fundamental,
because
value
Scholar
is
fairies
set
and
just a little bit
Ilmic fairies
higher
literally
than
have
the
nothing to do with
physical,
one another.
base
Yeah, but I mean like
fundamental
giant
numbers.
wings in general.
で、
But
まあ、レ
like,
ベル80になってもこの差っていうのは縮
we
ま
do
らない
use fairy gauge for more stuff, but that's really all I can gather because I'm really not sure why they would show shield deployment because we've had that. I'm just not sure what they were trying to show us.
まあ本当同じ値まで引き上げました。完全に同じ数字になるようにしました。はい。
And so, with the characters now leveling
I think
up
there was something
to
else that
level
may have been
80,
going on with the
this
fairy, but like I'm not
fundamental
sure. I have to
number did
rewatch
not
it.
change as we
Yeah,
Because this
the-
expansion, we
rewatched
can't target the
values,
fairy
and
for
so
anything, and
with this
it might look
update,
like
yeah.
you can
in
do
order
that
for
again.
us
I don't know. I have
make
to watch
sure
it
these are
again.
balanced. Sorry.
Yeah,
let's
I'm
see.
rewatching the Black
We
Mage just
kind
kinda
of pulled up the physical
re-experience
base
it.
numbers so that it,
It seems
matches
like
the
that
magical
new
damage it has.
despair is just
で、じゃあそれ
Not
はどうなる
exactly
かっていう
replacement.
と、まあ物理攻
You
撃
still
が
use regular
全体的に
despair.
強くなるんですよ。
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
で
Like you still have regular fire despair, so it looks like
上がるので
you get the ice
当然その
build up,
でかくなると思うので
and then it just gets added
今ま
onto
で
despair.
使ってたそのベースが高くなった分各
Which is a pretty neat idea, actually. I don't think they've been doing stuff like that before.
が総じて下がってます。
I wonder what
なるほどね。
I wonder if Fire
そう
5
ないと
straight up
揃えるために威
replaces
力の数字が落ち
It
た
looks like
Fire.
the one Yashola did in that
Yeah.
cutscene.
What that means is that with
I wonder if it
the
replaces
base
Fire
numbers
4 or if it's
being
just supplemental.
equalized, the physical
Did you
attacks
see
would
regular
naturally
Fire
become
4?
stronger by
Yeah,
default because of course
looking
the
again.
Like,
fundamental
I can't
number has been
remember if we
raised
saw regular
to
Fire
match
4.
so that both of these are balanced. But that being said, we needed to calculate down so that the potency that is listed out as a number goes down.
Because if we still have regular
Yeah.
Fire 4 and it's not an
Now,
upgrade, then it looks
this
like
concept
that's something we build up and it just becomes Fire 5 or whatever it is for the last bits.
Yeah, it looks like it's something built up and then Fire 4 turns into Fire 5.
メディアの皆さんからスキルの
So when are we gonna get Ardor? When are we gonna get the blue fire?
その時にあれも弱体化されてる。
Oh,
これも
no.
弱体化されて
Probably
る。
next
あの数字も下が
expansion.
ったこの数字も下がった。吉田は何？近接に何か恨みでもあんのかみたいになるのを避けたいんですよ。
なるほど。
なんで
I mean, we get Fire Ice though, which is really freaking cool.
その分掛け算した
Pun
ら高くなり
intended.
すぎちゃうんで数字は全部一律下げてるんでそこはご了承くださいねっていう。はい。
People are saying Yoshida looks like a cat, but that's beside the point. So with the adjustment of the fundamental numbers going up, of course, we have to adjust the potency numbers so that even if it's raised, it stays the same. So the numbers themselves look like they're low. So I wanted to bring this up because now that we're going into the media tour and we're going to have members of the media and influencers kind of play the game and see the potency, and they would take photos or screen captures of the game screen, and people might wonder, oh my gosh, have they nerfed some of these potencies? Oh no, this one has gone down too. What happened to all of these physical melee
Fire
attacks?
3.
What the heck? But just
We
please
get Blizzard
understand
We-
the
we're
potency
getting a
is
stat
noted as,
squish. Of
like, a
course
lower
potencies
number,
are gonna
but
be
that's
different.
only because our fundamental physical numbers have gone up, and it's to make it even out. So it's across the board. You might notice that difference.
はいという説明でした。これはまあタンクだけではなく物理攻撃を行う、例えば近接命令 DPS もそうだし、遠隔命令 DPS もそうです。同じことが起きるので、それはそれぞれの項目でもまた軽くは触れますけど、ご承知おきください。
But of course, again, this is not just for the tanks, but anybody who is dealing physical attacks. So that means melee, like close range DPS, as well as ranged physical DPS will be affected by these numbers.
なんか俺をヨシニャンって呼ぶのはやめろ。
Stop calling me Yoshinyan.
Yoshinyan.
That's gonna be a
I'm
meme.
48 years old.
Aw, you can be a cat at any age,
声だけ
Yoshi.
だとね。
Yes,
家の
I
人
agree.
ってなるんで確かに。まあ大丈夫です。
Yoshinian.
And then people start to comment, oh, Yoshida sounds angry. Don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm just joking.
はい。じゃあ続けて1ジョブ目ナイトいきましょうか。はい。
Okay, moving on to the Paladin.
はい。じゃあ1行目どうぞ。
Oh, I just realized that new fire new. So I was looking at that new new. It has lightning effects.
Breakfast Scat will now be equally effective regardless of remaining MP. Woo!
Thank God.
That was dumb.
I know.
You didn't even play Paladin, shush.
I mean, I did.
You played for 2 seconds.
Meteor
Of course,
combo.
As you know,
But I was looking at that
you see on the
black
screen,
mage spell
Breakfast
that's
Cat will
fire.
now be
It's a mix of
equally
fire and
effective
lightning.
regardless of remaining MP.
So
and
it's got
then
lightning.
3 attack combos starting
Okay.
with Confiteor
I mean,
will be added.
Black Mage has
You
thunder,
may have
so that's
seen
not all
in
that weird.
The job action trailer earlier,
Yeah, so I'm
but,
thinking
yeah,
that's their new
this really
black mage
neat
spell
sort of
concept. It's the
combo that
mixing of
happens
the elements.
after you launch Confiteor. So, yeah, those are some of the major updates. Of course, there are other multiple different adjustments that were made to the tank, but those are the main ones that we want to pick up here.
まあ、ナイトはいわゆる正当進化で、まあ、何かがめちゃくちゃ変わるっていうことはない感じ
Man,
です。
that's really
で
good
この
for
ローテーション
Breakfast
はた
Scat.
だちょっとあまりにも脳死にならない
That
よう
was
に
such a dumb
工夫
mechanic.
というか考える余地みたいなのを
Hey
今回
Trist,
入れ
did
て
the
あり
new
ます。
monk finisher remind you of anything?
So with Paladin, it's just a straight evolution, kind of
it
keeping in the trend
kinda
with the
looked like
Shadowbringers
something
going into
Rajiv
end
does.
offer. So it's not.
Besides
a
that,
drastic
I was thinking it looks
difference,
sort of
per
like
se, but of
something
course we don't want y'all to
Ivan
be,
Pearlfist
brain
does.
dead as you're
I haven't been
doing your
there
rotation. So there
in
are
like
some
a year,
aspects that will
unlike you.
require some strategy, require some thinking.
I had to carry some
イン
noobs.
タービーンの、
Yeah, I don't remember what he
Are you
does.
dead?
が、
I mean, he doesn't, like, he doesn't flash step you, but like he does do a lot of big
And,
fuck off
The
combos.
gap closer, intervene, has been adjusted as well. There's an
Intervene has
additional
been
5
adjusted.
yawns you can move forward, so it's a total of 20 yawns you'll jump in.
20
さあでは
yards?
続いて戦士いきましょう。はい、
That's kind of far.
Next up, there's
Yeah.
the warrior.
Wasn't it
まず
15?
一つ目、
It
Something
used to
like
be,
that.
yeah.
戦士はですね、
Damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos for
や
warrior.
らなきゃいけなかったんですけど、今回範囲コンボだけでもそもそも、バフ
Can
が
we
付与
can
さ
we
れ
get
る
brutal shell for AoE on
付与
Gunbreaker
維持も
now?
できるので、まあ、なんか双方向単体から範囲から単体みたいなところが割とスムーズになってます。
And then, so with this one, the first point, damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos. So I'm sure as you're playing warrior, at one point you'd
Oh,
always have
that's
to
good.
insert Storm's
That's really
Eye
good for warriors.
into it
Yeah.
in order to kind of sustain. But we have made it so that it can
I can't remember where
be
Monk
triggered
was
and
job
extended
action
even if
trailer.
you're doing your AoE combos.
Hold on.
Was later.
So,
After
it's
White
a smooth-
Black
It was
Mage?
before Summoner.
Monk
for
is
smoother
at 1330.
transitions, if you want to do like a single target rotation into like an AoE rotation and back and forth.
先ほど
Ah, there it is.
もう
Yeah, I was
す
just
で
gonna
に
take a
お
look
気づ
at
きの
his
方がいる
finish.
と思うんですけど、2つ目、オンスロートとアップヒーバルから、
Oh,
Onslaught and
you.
upheaval will no longer drain the beast gauge.
And then the second point,
That
you
was
may have
such a
noticed
weird
this
decision to
from
me.
the job action trailer, but onslaught and upheaval will no longer drain the beast gauge.
さらに、まあ、現象の解放の実行後に発動できる新しいアクションが
Ooh, a new action will be available upon execution of inner release, so you can
And,
unga while
there
you
is a new
bunga.
action that will be
It's
available
actually
upon
called Unga
execution
Bunga.
of inner release.
あと大きいのは
Yeah, that
で
looks
すね、
like
現
some.
象の解放のリキャス
Yeah,
ト
that
が、
was Ivan
60秒に
Pearlfist's
なって
final
ます。
move.
まあ、その分だけ回転数が上がるので、経過回数は3回になってます。
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
上がるんで、
You're
That-
right.
that- yeah,
いいだろうなと思います。
Yeah, that was Curlfist's final move.
And note with the inner release,
Pretty
the
sure. I
don't think
request
it's
time for that will be
exactly his
adjusted
final
to
move,
60
but, like,
seconds. So,
I think the inspiration was from
you
it.
will have
'Cause he,
Yeah.
like, he does a big version of
and so I
himself and
think
he
that
punches
will
down.
kind of allow for
Yeah, so I think it's
like
probably
the
inspired.
frequency to
inspired by
be more often, so it kind of reduces that sort of dragging or lagging feeling.
あとはですね、
Yeah, that new action's probably the
さ
summer
っきね、ビースト
assault
ゲージ消費なくなったって言いましたけど、さらにオンスロットの
Which
チ
is
ャー
pretty
ジが
cool.
タンク唯一のスタ
No,
ン
the
なので、
somersault was
かつ新アクションが
the finisher for Fell Cleaves.
距離からも撃てるんで、実は
So I think the new action. I have some
And then,
Detonation
you
Flash.
mentioned
I don't
about
know.
how
We'll just have to see.
Onslaught will,
Yeah, we'll have to
not
wait till the
drain
media
beast
tour
gauge.
so we
We
can
are
get,
also adjusting that to
actual
have a
numbers
total
and,
charge
tooltips.
of 3. And then with the new action that stems from it,
I
it
don't
does
really care
allow
as much about the
for,
numbers.
a
I
lot
just
of
want to know what
mobility.
stuff does.
あとは
Yeah.
現象のたけりも今回パワーアップさせてあるので ST 性能も上がってます。
But now I'm just gonna be extra
And
sad
then,
because now people will be shitting on Scholar even harder than they already have, and they have been doing that for a long, long
I want to say
time.
nascent chaos. No, that's
Well,
not it. ごめんなさい.
We'll
I'm sorry.
see what they say for Scholar when we
大丈夫です
reach
よ
it.
I mean, at the very least, it looks like we use more fairy gauge stuff, which was one of the top
ね、日本語
complaints.
と英語全く違います
That
から
we
ね。
don't use fairy gauge for really anything.
原初のたけり。
Force Your Way is playing in the
It is
background.
nascent flash. Sorry about that. Nascent flash will allow for it. So if you're
No,
off-tanking,
stay on
it
power.
will also help you there.
はい。という感じで。
Okay, so nascent
はい
flash is supposed to help us with something, but I didn't quite catch what for.
あゆみさん大丈夫？進めて。
はい、大丈夫です。
はい。では続いて暗黒騎士いきましょう。
Okay, moving on to the Dark Knight.
I can't believe they gave white mages a fucking light
ソルト
well.
アースの設置
Salted
位置が
Earth will now
結構
affect
めんどくさい
area immediately around you, and a new action will be available.
Good.
Okay, okay,
Nice.
さらに
okay.
その、設置中に発生す
Good,
る
so you won't just fucking place it.
してます。
Well,
So with Dark Knight,
At least
Salted
you don't have
Earth
to
will
carry
now
it around and
affect the
place
area
it, and
immediately around you and
other
make a
players
new
have to
action
actually click on it.
available. You may remember
I
you had
do
to
miss.
place your
I will
Salted
miss the
Earth, but now it's
flexibility
going
of
to
being
appear
able to place it.
where you are standing, and from
Same.
there stems a new action.
Like if you have to be somewhere else, but something that can take damage from Salted Earth is gonna stay in the same place. You can just drop it and move.
変えました。はい。
Yeah, and people were
Or,
really
like,
making
place it
Yoshida
from
had to,
far
like,
away.
set up a macro so that we can place the Salted Earth, and so it seemed a little pointless. So we have made adjustment there.
で、続いて、まあ、プレイヤーが新しいアクション、習得するので、英雄
Ooh,
の
yeah.
もその新アクションを使うようになります。
Clone does more stuff.
And so the second
I'll have to go
point
back and
was
take a
your
look at that.
Simulate from will
It doesn't
also gain
sound
a new
like
action
that
when you acquire one of your new.
It actually
one of the
works
new
any
job
differently,
abilities.
though. He's still just a
Your
dot.
living shadow
Oh,
is
just
going
call him
to
Frey.
gain new actions as well.
Come
まあ
on, just call him Frey. We all know he's
結構
Frey.
ローテ回せてるんで、
I don't know. I call mine Bobby.
なんか変わるってところはないんですけど、
Bobby,
ただ
God damn it, Bobby.
のリキャストが、こちらも60秒
That's still a room,
ain't right.
3回までの公開になってますなのでやっぱりこっちも回転数があります。
I'll tell you what.
And so
That's
with
a lot for a
the
minute,
Dark
right?
Knight, the rotations are pretty clean.
God dang it, Bobby! I told you to
But,
use Blood
one of
Spiller.
the other changes that are being applied is Delirium. Recast time will be adjusted to 60 seconds, and that will be
Oh,
also
Delirium,
affected
60
up
second
to 3
cooldown.
times. So again, I think frequency will go up.
What's the
again.
cooldown on Delirium right now? I forget. Oh.
minute and a half, I think.
It is 90.
で、あとは新技でブラックナイトとは別に単体ターゲット
Going
の
back
防
to
御
Dark
が
Knight to see what Frey does that looks different.
And so with Plunge, again, that is also going to extend its range another 5 yalms, so a total of 20 yalms. And
I
then
can't
really
there's
tell.
a new action that's
I
added
guess that's just the
separately from the Black
universal
Knight, would be a single
gap
target
closer now.
defense buff.
20 to 15.
Now we can pretend to be a Mexican flea even harder. Because we get 2 charges.
Gunbreaker.
There's a lot more for
Point-
Gunbreaker. What the
Moving
hell?
on to Gunbreaker.
These aren't all of them, Ben. They're just giving some examples.
I know.
サベッジクロー
We'll now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar. Yay! I can maybe bring it down to 2 hotbars for 3.
There you go, Tris. You mentioned having combos with the same button. There you go.
Well, he meant much more simplified for general use, not just.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Like these
That's a very
burst
good
window
call,
ones,
it
that's
was.
fine.
In for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar, reducing the number of inputs. But basically, your
Yeah,
cartridge
so making it
combo
basically a
that starts
trigger
off with
button.
Gnashing Fang will be like a one button.
Also,
combo
I
where,
noticed
it will
one of the new
kind
Gunbreaker attacks
replace
is one of
the,
Safer's
Savage
slashes.
Claw and Wicked Talon will swap in
nobody cares
its
about
place
Cypher.
to do the combo.
Yeah, fuck Cypher. I was looking forward to a lightning
わ
attack.
かんないっていう人にとって詳しく言うと、まあ、ビートファングを使う
But
と
Fed, he has
二段目の差別
counters
クロ
on
ーにアクションが
Tsuken.
もう自動的に置き換わるので、その
Tsuken by liter- Shut up. I'm not getting into this conversation with you. I'm gonna tell you shut up.
太郎が
Mish comes in and like
発動でき
just
るようになると
walks
自動的
him.
にそれも置き換わる
Fed, you saw what he did to Odin.
ホットバーがかなり
Just shut up.
So just to kind of explain it.
Oh, good. I'm glad he
better,
killed Odin because we got Gilgamesh instead.
like
Gilgamesh is better.
Exactly.
Sort of combo
Them's
that's
are
triggered
fighting
when you start
words.
off with
I'll fight.
Fang,
All right.
And then in
You-
that
you
second
wanna
combo,
fight with someone
that went to the
Savage
military,
Claw,
Fed?
And then once you trigger that, you move on to
You're
Wicked
right.
Talon.
I mean, she
could kick
I
your
think,
ass.
It'll
I know
definitely
where your
save
arteries
space on
are.
Your hotbar.
She can kick
I'm
my
just
ass
gonna-
and bring me back to life and then kick my ass again.
Yeah,
その
like the
間に
JoJo
挟む
character.
追撃アクションがね、これまで通りコンビネーションからの自動置き換えなん
Oh,
で
I'll just knock you out and then wake you up by putting a tourniquet
And
on you
then
so
for
hard you'll
any
bruise.
sort of
Oh, lovely.
actions that are inserted in between.
When I did my
it
practical
will,
at medic
continue
school,
to
like I
be,
got the easy practical, which
sorry,
was
continue
like
to be continued.
demonstrate you can stop bleeding. And obviously, since we're using like live people, we can't like do the hardcore stuff like packing wounds or anything. So like you demonstrate what you would do with like a tourniquet and
ファー
stuff.
ストストライク
And I put the tourniquet on the dude's arm tightly enough that
nice.
it bruised.
Oh, okay. That's what that
clearly
does.
states,
Continuation will be able to be used after a burst strike, so it's basically a trigger.
そして
Well, they already said that range attacks won't break your combo.
最大3スタックに増加しております。
And then, of course, you may have noticed.
Oh,
this in the
cartridges,
trailer as
3.
Well, a trait
Well, we saw
will
that.
raise the
Yeah.
maximum number
Yeah.
of cartridges to 3.
ラフディワイドの選
I
択
wonder
タイ
if
ム
there'll
これ
be
他の
something
タイ
that
ムに合わ
lowers
せて
the
5メートル延長されてます。
the cooldown on
And then left
continuation.
divide, of course, has
Probably.
been,
Not until we
adjusted
get
to
quickened
match
ether
the
flow
other
back.
Gap closers in the tanks as well.
She wants
I
her
have
pretty
never
boy
felt
man.
sexier as when I had quickened ether flow on Scholar.
かなり大きくて、より結構戦略的になってるかなと、そのボスのタイムラインに合わせ
Like
て
I can't tell you guys how satisfying it was to like
ちょっと抑えめに
smash
始めるのかっていうところは
to finish killing a boss and just like energy flow, energy flow,
And then
energy
with
flow,
the,
ether flow,
cartridges
energy flow,
and
energy
the
flow.
maximum stacks.
Energy
has
It
been
was
raised.
it was like a
And that
machine gun of
definitely
energy
adds an
drains.
element of strategy, so you might want to decide.
Like it
if
actually
you
didn't
want
even
to
occur to me until
go
I
in
read
full
someone
on,
said they use
and use
dissipation
up
as a
your
DPS
different
cooldown. And I was like,
cartridges,
ooh, I know what we're
during the
doing next
timeline,
time we go
earlier
hunt
in the
Rathalos.
timeline, or do you want to save it for later, etc.
Even better because you can't heal besides the potions on Rathalos, so I'm like, I know what I'm doing.
さあでは続いて、ロール、メレー DPS、近接物理 DPS いきましょうか。
Melee DPS next.
Next up is the
Oh,
melee
I like the
DPS.
Dragoon artwork. Silvery.
じゃあまずメレー DPS 共通の変更点からです。
Are they just gonna do a generalized melee DPS?
Faint's effect will be changed to reduce physical damage dealt, but also reduce magical damage
So
dealt.
first is something that applies
So,
to all melee DPS.
will Addle
but,
do the same thing?
The effect for
Probably.
faint is
Probably in
unchanged.
reverse. Where Addle's magic damage reduction will be more important.
Did you just say reverse?
I don't know what the point of this one is. Like, if you have a melee and a magical DPS, you can coordinate Fate and Addle for wherever you need it to.
I guess they just don't want people coordinating.
Well, there's a difference between not wanting people to coordinate
with
and making it
this,
easier for
thing,
someone to be like a
and this
so-called
is probably,
non-optimal job.
applicable to a lot
Like
of people
before-
into raids, and Yoshida
Before,
being a
like,
black
Bard
mage, we would
and
discuss
Dragoon were joined at the hip because of the piercing debuff.
the DPS and
Now we don't have
tanks
that
and
problem
healers
anymore.
To kind of talk about, okay, so when
Same
are
with
we going
machinists.
to place this? And they're like, oh, faint. Maybe we'll place it where auto
She's
attack
echoey.
hurts the most. So we are going to adjust that.
まあでも実際うま
I
い
really don't have Feint on any of my melee hotbars because
実際には
Addle is a much more important debuff.
オートアタックが実はめちゃくちゃ痛くて、タンクの防御バフ
I
張
think
い
った
I
後
actually
な
have
んで
Feint on my
実は
Samurai
AA の余地が
full
ある
bar.
んですよ。なんでそこにね牽制
I know I've used it a couple times.
効くんですよ。効くんです。 けど、今回あまりにもなので
I just haven't run any
牽制
content
の
where I
中に
needed
魔法ダメー
faith.
ジ減少
Most of the room wides are magic
た
damage.
だ当然効果量魔法ダメージ軽
I
減
was just
の
using
効果
it
量
in
は
general just to like
キャスターが持
make
ってる
sure I know to
軽減の
use
方が
it.
大きくはなるんですけど
A
無
thought
駄っていう
occurs
ことは
though,
なり
you
ます。
might
はい
use faint for a lot of tank busters.
So I mean,
That's what I
to
use
be
it for,
fair,
generally.
With some of
Okay.
these bosses, you know, sometimes the
I
For
do
rare
really
kinds of
miss-
follows, right?
after the
I do really
tank
miss
buster,
Rampart,
the
though.
large damage.
Like if they won't mitigate the tank buster, I'll
hurts
do
a
it for
lot,
them.
and it's immediately after the tank has already used up their defense buff.
Oh, I also
So,
miss mana shift.
sometimes
That
it
was
does
nice.
come in really handy to place feint right after one of those really
Although
large
these days I
attacks.
don't really have any
But,
MP problems
so
unless I've
we
like
will,
just come back from
there
the
will be an
dead.
additional effect of mitigating magic damage. Of course, that being said, the proper like protection that you want to have.
Ironically,
against,
the only jobs where I
magic,
actually have MP problems
damage,
are White
is,
Mage and Astrologian.
Battle that some of the casters would have, but
Now the reason
just,
you might
just in
have
case,
MP problems
I
on
think
White Mage is when
that's,
people
a
can't
handy
fucking
sort of,
stay alive.
benefit to it.
No, speaking of healers,
But, like,
hopefully they announced the removal of free
But like
healer.
in regular content, generally don't have MP problems on White Mage. Might sometimes have MP problems on Astrologian, but cards giving you MP mostly fixes that.
And then second point is similar to what we had discussed during the tank rolls, but the combos are not broken by ranged
Alright, I gotta use
attacks
the
that are
bathroom.
inserted
I'll be
in
right
between.
What?
そしてもう一個も先ほどご説明しました、武器の物理基本性能の値というのを上げてますので、全体的に攻撃力が上がった分、威力という数字に関してはその上がった分だけ落としているので、ダウンしてるわけではなくて、計算式が変わったので、今までとは違いますよというのをご承知おきください。
And then third point is also, as we mentioned during the tank roll section, but again, with the adjustment of the fundamental damage attack calculation for physical attacks, we did have to adjust the potency so that it appears that the potency number might seem smaller, but it is still the same strength. We have not nerfed it. We just wanted to match it
she's
with
echoing.
the sort of up.
Tony, what are you doing?
Xbox sound for some reason. Also, I don't think she's echoing. I think that's just Fen.
Is it me?
Might be.
では、ジョブのお話
It is
に
Well,
入
Fen's.
っていこうかなと。
Oh, we're going to job specifics. Okay.
Okay, so we are moving on to the different jobs
See?
within this role.
muted.
I think we're good.
No, I just lowered my TV.
龍騎士から聞きましょう
I guess it was my TV was a little loud.
Is the
picking up.
Dragoon?
That's fine.
はい、まあ、龍騎士もね、かなり、
AoE rotation, yeah, they got a 4-part AoE rotation. My god. That's a lot of buttons.
So with the Dragoon, I think these also have
Please tell me
a fairly
disavowal
clean,
will be
and straightforward sort of rotation that you can
applicable with the
utilize,
AoE
but we've kind of
rotation.
expanded upon
The next
the
adjustment is if
AoE
you lose Blood of the Dragon, your account is
で、あ
deleted.
とはウェポンスキルのコンボローテーションをきれいに成功させていくと実行可能になる新しいアクション。これまあすげえ派手な
Oh,
や
is
つで。
that how Yokotaro breaks the server?
はいはいはい。
He gets rid of all the Dragoons.
And then
Yes.
For
I mean, as much would be
the second
lost.
point, a new action
don't
will be
need a floor
available
tank.
upon successful execution.
A new
of
action will be
skill
available.
combo
Oh,
rotation.
is that the
but-
mop attack?
It is quite flashy. You may have noticed something really cool. Going
That's
on
the
in video.
that was the red melee attack that
まあ随分時間が経って古くなった技
I can't remember what it's called, but
上
Nippon
段が
uses
登場
it.
して置き
I'm
換え
just
になっ
saying,
たりしてます。
Yokotaro does not really like dragons in his stories.
ないです。はい。
So with this one,
So that
of
would
course,
make sense
there
why you
are
want to get
just
rid of
new actions
dragons.
that are being
Yeah.
added with the
He'll
new level
use them to
cap.
get rid of the
And
server.
then with some of the existing actions, and of course throughout the years.
Oh, it's
we've kind of
Alamorn. That's what it's called.
Upgraded some of these existing actions to become
Yeah,
like a
dragons have
higher
Alamorn
version
now.
of certain actions, and we've just kind of swapped them in place of the base skill. So
I think it's neat
not
that
like
Monk
we're going to
builds
be
dark
adding,
and light chakras.
additional like button presses or
was
like additional slots you'd
An
have to
idea
fill.
I wanted for them.
で、青の流血
Maybe not
は
really in
今回
this sort
特
of
性
manner.
に移動しましてですね、アクションとして実行したり、
But it's definitely
維持す
something I
る
want
必要はな
for
く
them.
なりました。
Yeah, because it
And
was
then,
implied in
Blood
the
of the
lore, so
Dragon will now become a trait, and so there will no longer be a need to execute it as an action or to maintain it.
which
What was
条
the
件か。
last
それが発
melee
動条件だ
DPS
った
thing I
技は
missed in
全
the
て
general
通常時に
list?
使用可能と
Same
な
thing
り
about
ます。
tanks, about physical and magical damage.
Yeah.
So for any actions
So
that
just the
required
parity
for the
between
Blood of the
physical
Dragon
and
to
damage
be
from weapons.
activated will be available at all times because
but
Blood
yeah,
of the
it's
Dragon will be a
Dragoons
trait.
get Alaborn. That's the
で
new
あと
action.
はですね、スパインダイブが2チャージになっているので、まあ
Even if they're not
ちょっと
calling
ね
it
移動
by
に使い
name.
づらかったと思うんですけど、まあ移動用に1チャージ残しておけるように。
When are the devs
溢れなければ
gonna give
ね
me
ロスすることはないので、1チャージ残しておけるようになってます。
I want that.
And then Spine Shatter Dive is going to be changed to 2 charges. And some of you might have experienced like, oh, I wish I could have used Spine Shatter to kind of
I need
move
more
over.
on Summoner. I need
But
that in my
now
life.
You'll have that one extra charge that you can.
That was
Eventually,
Yukon
maybe.
Bahamut, it's big.
so
Fuck
unless
off,
you
laser.
kind of, like
I see him.
waste it. But as long as you have it, you'll be able to use it.
で、ランスチャージがリキャスト60秒。リタニーは
Can't believe they made
と
Titan
なっております
useful again, though.
And then Lance Charge recast will be changed to 60 seconds, and Blood Litany
Kind of mind-
recast will be 120 seconds.
Hey, honey, can you make me a sandwich? Sure,
Yeah.
sandwich. Too late. What do you mean? I'm leaving you.
じゃあ力士以上ってこうさ
Why do I
Lame.
feel like that's Celestine or Caliber?
They should have made a JoJo
続いて
reference
文句
there.
なんですけど、文句
I mean, that's the first thing I saw. When I saw, I was like, oh, Stan, like JoJo.
Yeah.
まず、
あ
疾風陣雷っていうその遊びがなくなってしまったので、まず陶器というシステムを、
I
まあ、
can't
低レベルから
I need
使
to
えるように、習得レベルを変更
Express
して
to
ます。
Koi how big a deal the Paladin
So
changes
next
are.
up is Monk.
Oh,
and
chakras will be
so,
unlocked at a lower level.
We wanted to explain this
Okay.
a bit. First of all, the gameplay element of stacking greased lightning will be done away with. So we are going
Yeah.
to allow for chakras to be unlocked at a lower level.
He's not there
そ
yet,
してです
Amber.
ね、もう一個、新しいシステム、必殺
It's not something you can glean from the
技っていう
trailer,
のを
though.
搭載することになりました。
Oh,
And
perfect
then we
balance
are
will allow for the
implementing a
execution
new
of Masterful
system, that
Blitz.
we called Masterful Blitz.
ですね、もう全体的に拡張されてるんですけど、
Ben!
まず新しく
They
3つのチャクラっていう
Oh
も
my
の
god,
が
I can't believe it. They gave monks a bin's mechanic.
So I mean, it's been adjusted
Oh, he's Blitz.
fairly
Holy shit.
significantly
Yeah,
overall,
Blitz!
but,
Monk has
so,
Blitz!
just going into a bit.
Wait, wait,
we
what's
will have
Blitz? I'm
3
confused.
chakras.
What's his Saban's
Okay,
mechanic
so-
in Final Fantasy VI?
インとヨ
Yeah,
ー
Final
2つの
Fantasy
陶
VI,
器があっ
Bin's
て
mechanic was Blitz.
Yeah, so it's
And then
It was
you
just
there
a
will
fighting
be
game
like a
combos.
yin and a
yeah you
yang.
input buttons.
One,
その
one
組み合
step
わ
わ
I
せ
away.
mean-
必殺技の中身が変わる
We've had Curl Fist do
And
stuff
so
like that, so I'm
getting
not
like a
all
one
that
step
surprised.
of
You're one
those,
step away from the
chakras
suplex.
and the 2
Yeah.
different types of it
Yeah.
will
Yeah,
allow
one step
I
for,
away
don't care for the
different,
suplex, really.
skills to
No,
be
it's
I need
about
it.
the meme though.
ちょっと待ってね
I don't care for the
Wow.
meme either. Like, a
Blitz.
suplex is just
I can't
not
believe
a
they give-
very whelming martial art move to me. Like, ooh, it's a suplex, big whoop.
Wow.
で
So that means, wow. So, depending on the combo you just use,
雷が起
Monk,
動条件になってるんですけど
you'll-
雷が、に使
that's
って、
neat. Monk sounds like it's gonna be really
チャージのア
fun.
クションになってます。
So with
I was wondering if they were
this
ever gonna
chakra
make it
system,
similar to
you will
Sabin,
need
because
to
Sabin is a
activate it
pretty cool
using
mode.
perfect balance.
Yeah,
But perfect balance
Jake,
is
I
going
think
to
the
be a
idea
charge
I
action
wanted
that
was
can
like
stack up to 2.
similar
しかも
to
チ
this.
ャージタイム
But you get-
40秒なの
You
で
get
回転が早い
different。chakra stacks. Like you got like
And
the
stack,
neutral one, the one
each
from like
stack is
the,
charged up
the other side,
every
and
40
the other one
seconds,
from
so it's
like
quite
the
fast.
The
version that you have learned, like the light chakra, the dark chakra.
ただ必殺技が入って、
And
Yeah.
忙しさが
it
めっ
was
ちゃ
supposed to
上が
be
るんで
on the chakra wheel itself, and then once you get all was it 6 or so,
総称だ
you press the button and you would get whatever you
方向
got.
指定が 今回なくなりま
Yeah.
した。
Let's see it as like they just left chakra alone and
And
just
so,
made this
of course, the
blitz
concept
meter.
of,
That
trying
works
to
too.
Rush with the different skills that you activate and quickly going
Yeah,
through
no,
these
it's
different
this is actually a
skills,
really neat
has not
concept.
changed.
I had
Yeah,
to play
but-
Monk a
With
little
the
bit more.
I'm glad they did that.
of Masterful
Yeah.
Blitz,
It's like it makes a
it
lot of
does get a
sense
lot
to use
busier.
spins.
So we have
mechanics.
adjusted True Strike and Twin Snakes to not have like a
Valves.
directional
schools. I was thinking of schools like
condition.
school of this fist, school of that fist.
いい
Yeah.
ですよね。ここまでいいですよ。
But no, this
で
this works.
長年
It was I was thinking
Very
it was that,
smart.
or maybe I was thinking that like
ラセットがですね
it
今回
changes
なくなっており
depending
ます
on which stance you were
And
using.
I know a lot of you had enjoyed using this and it felt great,
But this is-
but
this is way
we
better
will
than that
be
idea.
taking shoulder tackle away.
ただ純粋に新しい移動技
RIP
新
shoulder
技が
tackle.
追加されるんですけど
Yeah.
殴りません
But they gave it the dancer like flash
but
step
in
now.
its place, we will be
Yeah.
adding a gap closer or like a rush action per se. It will not be something that you use your fist.
ただ味方ターゲットして移動もできるの
I'm a little disappointed.
but
I
it is-
like tackle.
その味方が離れてくれたやつにまあ魔文みたいなステップみたいなもんですね
なるほど
ステップして即ボスへみたいな使い方ができる感じです
But with this rush sort of movement, it is going to be simply for moving around, but you can also target your ally or your party member to rush
Whoa.
over to them. So, say you needed
Okay.
to kind of go towards
Wait,
somebody.
Did they
who
just
had
say
dispersed
Monk
and
gets an
went
ethereal
off into the
manipulation?
distance?
Yes.
LMAO?
Yeah.
Kind of like
Yep.
there's an action that's
Yep,
similar.
they get an
in,
ethereal
manipulation.
the
Funny.
Black Mages
Did we
kit,
miss something
but,
about Dragoon?
you can
Someone is
go in
saying
there
Blood of
to
the Dragon is no longer an
close your
ability.
distance with your party member.
It could just be
Well,
something
Kuroma
passive
might
build up because you still have the Mirage dives and you still have Life
Yeah.
of the Dragon.
魔文に戻る
You still have Nastron
今
and
回敵もターゲットできるの
well, new
で
Nastron.
敵から
Star Diver.
味方から敵へっていう
Star
Diver.
That still exists.
そんな感じでまあなので羅切で
I guess they maybe reduced the windup for Dragoon is probably what happened.
殴らない技には
Yeah, because like
So I mean, with the
Dragoon
Black Mage,
has
though,
a really
you
lengthy
would
build
place
up
the ley
the way it is
lines
right
and
now.
take a step
Like it's a little
and
bit
Yeah.
easier to
rush into
maintain
your
Blood of the
party member
Dragon
and then
as
just go
your
back to
base.
the ley lines.
But
with
like
this,
you have to build up to
monk
Life of the
action,
Dragon and then you have to
you can
get
target
enough
where you're going to
Nastrons
be
in for it
moving
to be like
So
worthwhile.
it's not just like a going back and forth. You can target your ally to rush over to them and then maybe run towards the enemy.
Yeah, Monk
because of
is
that,
sounding like it's gonna be
and
really
you
fun.
Will be you will be able to target your party members. You don't want to shoulder tackle your allies.
Corey's going
Man,
nuts over
Blitz.
uh,
I can't believe
something
they
to
brought
yourself.
back Blitz.
What do you mean you don't want to shoulder tackle your party member? Speak for yourself.
文句の必殺技だけ
Can we target Alpha now?
おやったぜ
No, no, no. Can we target Oriange?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Alpha is actually useful. They won't betray you.
We
Can
wanna
we
show
can we
off
target
an example
Oriange
of
and
Masterful
Giant Swing him?
Blitz on the game?
No,
play,
they should give us the
because
the,
I think just
suplex
explaining it
so you
with
can
words
suplex
may
him.
not
Yeah, can we
be
blitz Oriange?
optimal in terms of trying to get the message across.
yeah, no, this, I'm liking Monk. Now let's see what they say about Samurai. Oh, they're gonna
Oh,
show off
they're
Monk.
全てが
I guess they
Oh my
kind of have
god,
to.
Right.
He's
with
he's
the
on his
changes.
actual character
Looks
right now. Ooh, this is
ひね
nice.
りですからね
ね
GP, can you please put your gauge somewhere that's not in the middle of the
まあ
screen?
当然ですけどお伝えしてあるデノミネーション
Let's gauge.
Drake does the same thing, and I'm like, I
全体級って
I need mine to be somewhat out of the way.
And just a word of note, downscaling has been already implemented in this build, so please don't be surprised if the numbers feel a lot more compact.
I really hate the way they feel like they have to keep apologizing for lower numbers.
Oh, there's this.
Because like
there's the
we
new,
knew this was gonna
flash
happen.
step. That's literally
So, as you
flash
can see,
step. Oh
that's,
my god.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Attacks,
Well, Fen, you know what you have to do. Now you have to play
No,
Monk.
no, 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 no. Reaper also
No,
suggests
every-
don't try this on me, Amber.
でチャージされる
Ever you
I
use
bet
this
you
opportunity,
Reapers
you
has
just
a
give up.
longer cooldown.
Doesn't matter.
quite technical.
He wants his
with the
Ichigo
30-second
cosplay.
charge.
Leave him alone.
So let me show you the Masterful Blitz.
He already had that with Samurai. They come with it.
I also have one for Dark Knight too.
Bankai.
Times.
There's perfect balance. Here's
Oh,
Blitz.
those numbers are so low.
And shut up. We literally
You see
just
the
spoke
three
about
kind
this.
of below the
Yeah.
transfer gauge
They
on the blonde there.
apologized.
はいこれがチャクラです
My
でここに
Midori.
必殺技が出てるんでおおこれ3つ違う
Oh!
Oh,
チャク
I
ラ
can
で
pretend to be law for real.
出せる必殺技
And so once you have those charged,
I think that was an
up to
actual,
3
spin
chakras that are
move.
opened up, you can unleash your Masterful Blitz.
で
Spinny spin fire.
それ今1個使ったことによって
はい。
陽
よ
陽の
Oh my god, if they call that ability Rising
陶器が
Phoenix,
つい
I'm
ており
gonna
ます
laugh.
So, of course, once we have used that stack of 3, we now have an element that's associated with it. Between the yin and the yang, it's yang at this time.
で例えばね3つとも同じ
I am mildly surprised we didn't get anything from Alexander on Summoner, but
Oh.
So
I'm fine with
Oh,
what we
and-
have.
something
Elixir
right now,
Field
but,
is,
another
Blitz
example
move
is
now.
if we have 3 of the same.
it also generates Dark
Dark
Chakra.
chakra, yeah.
今、イン。
陰が
陰が
陰がついてますね
はい
Yin.
Good grief.
インはいいんですよ。
陰の陶器
はい。
I,
インの
I
陶器。
didn't think I was gonna be playing like Red Mage on Monk.
The yin and yang.
I'm actually kind of impressed because, like, we've had the light chakra, dark chakra stuff in the monk story for a while, and they've not done anything with it before
さ
now.
らにチャクラを
Like, it's such a simple thing, but, like, it adds a lot to the job fantasy.
Yeah, it does. Oh!
Keep in mind, too, though, that, like, yin yang is a
And then
lot
you have the
of
other
martial
side,
arts
and
stuff
then you
in
stack
general.
your
Yeah.
3 chakras again, and then you unleash
What is it,
a
Taoism?
pretty flashy move there. In
I
your
think
Masterful
so. Something like that. I don't know. My dad would probably know.
というわけで
Ironically,
忙しい
the
ので
white guy
まあ
knowing a
この
lot of Chinese arts.
世間好きと
Wu-Tang Clan help
そう
me.
だだけ高校指定がまあ他は残ってる
なるほど。
はい
Like that time in Kung Fu
yes,
class, like,
so
my dad
as you can
was
see, it is quite
demonstrating
busy,
something with an Asian
with
dude,
trying to maintain
and then someone
that
asked me if
gauge,
Mr. Chen was my
There's a turtle
dad,
in
and
the
I was
that's
background.
why we adjusted
I was
the
like,
two,
no, my dad's the white guy.
twin states to
There's a
not
tortoise.
be restricted to a particular direction.
ではこれ以上はね
Yeah, Monk is looking cool!
そうですね。
Attack
I
the
think Monk
tortoise.
players should be pretty happy.
So I think we will leave it at that, and we don't want to take away from the media and influencers content. So
No, take away from them. I want no more.
となります
You wanna know more about New Monk?
I
Please
want to
look
know more
forward to
about
it.
all of them.
もう
Yeah,
バー
no,
ボンに入れている
Job changes are looking pretty cool right now.
Show me what you did with
Like,
Scholar.
the media did not save your game. The community did. I want to know more. I'm part of the community.
next up is Samurai.
I mean, they're part of the community too. They're all YouTubers.
一つ目
Effects granted by Jimpo and Chifolk, now applied by
こ
all
れできるようになったので
Yay.
これ選手とも同じです範囲
That's a good
Oh,
change.
thank God. Instead of just extending them, they just get them regularly. Thank God.
I mean, all you have to do to start with is like one Mako Shisui and then do your buffs and then do AoE.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
if there's a during trash falls, it's kind of difficult.
To the warrior,
Then you're-
but,
That's what I'm
when
talking
you're doing
about
your
during trash
AOEs,
falls.
it won't be
Yeah.
so like.
So as long as you don't like
strenuous
fucking
and time consuming.
diddle
because
around,
the,
you can still keep it up
effects,
pretty
are
easily.
applied to AOE combos as well.
新たな居
I
合
am such a child.
と、つまべ返しに相当するアクションが、新たに追加されております
Ah, the new action would be bigger, better.
Big
Yeah.
fucking Midori.
And an action in the vein of Tsubame
Midori
Gaishi
2.0.
will be available.
You already had Midori 2.0. This is like version 10 of Midori.
It's actually fourth Midori.
Fourth Midori. What a third Midori.
いや
Midare Ultima.
コメントがね結構出て、もちろん竜騎士のねちゃんと範囲書きましたね。範囲のローテーションちゃんと拡張されてるんで、そう竜さんも大丈夫ですよ。はい。
People seem to be concerned about the Dragoon.
You
but
have third
I did
Midare.
mention, right? I did write it down. We have expanded upon the AoE spell.
パポに書いてあるんでご確認ください。
Stop talking about Dragoon. Talk
It's all
about Samurai.
Don't worry, please check.
でですね、侍なんですけど、やっぱピュアメレー DPS として思いっきり正当進化です。
So with the samurai, of course, we wanted to kind of expand upon that pure melee DPS.
新技追加がまあ主なんですけど、
Yes, I should be able to out DPS everything as Samurai.
が2チャージのアクションになってるので、コンテンツに合わせたら、ね、
Fuck the party. Why DPS only?
そちらは結構増えたかなと思います。
And of course, with the samurai, because it's
If
just
you
a
die, you die.
straightforward sort of evolution from the last expansion, we have just primarily added new actions, but the Tsubame Gaishi and Meikyo Shisui have become stackable to 2 charges. So whenever you go into a particular content and you want to go into a fight with that sort of burst of attack, there is a bit of wiggle room if you wanted to like make adjustments there.
で、明鏡止水状態ではですね、コンボの
Those are
3
your
段目に
big.
該当するアクシ
Those
ョ
are
ンを
the
打
two
つ
big
と、
attacks.
コンボ2段目のバフが得られる。明鏡止水の状態の時だけですけどね。そんな風になってるんで、使い勝手自体も向上してると思います。
And then when you are under the effect of Meikyo Shisui, and then you go into that third phase of your combo rotation, you will be granted the effects of that second combo action. So we're hoping that that will allow for ease of use to be improved.
はい。
Oh, okay.
侍は以上で、
Basically, when you use
So
the
that covers the samurai
では、続いて
nimble
忍者です。
attack,
はい。
it's well ability.
stuff is
It refreshes
ninja.
your
こちらはまず一つ目ですけど、フートン、
Your
ドトン
stacks.
ライトンにですね、それぞれに、まあ、それらを
Oh,
ベースとするアクション
that's
っていうのを追加
right
して
on combo. That's what that was. So yeah,
So with this one,
it's
actions linked
basically
to
story.
Raiton, Doton,
So,
and
ninja
Futon
shit,
will be
yeah.
added.
Yeah.
So we heard you like Naruto a lot.
To be fair, isn't some of the early ninja moves in Naruto based on something in Ninja?
Yeah,
I mean,
like
they're
Or
all-
anyway?
Yeah, they're like all based
yeah,
on
like lightning
like
cutter
ninja
and
stuff,
all
yeah.
that.
I
Yeah.
say
And then
early
an
because
action
it was
with
getting
easier
really
to apply
ridiculous by the end, so
would
I'm not
be
quite sure
added.
what was
So, whenever you
Super
what was
God
from
powers.
supposed to be from
want to
folklore,
sort of
just supposed to be,
apply or
hey, we
keep
guys heard you
Doton,
like
and it
DBZ.
should,
It really
allow
was
you
all
to
Basically
of it.
anything
do
in
that.
the original Naruto.
まあ
It's
Like
just that
frogs, the frog ninja, for example.
Well,
the
Jiraiya.
frogs, the snakes, all that stuff,
Yeah.
they were pretty
Slugs.
much that stuff, but just
してあります。
over the top compared to their
And
original
Yeah.
of
mythos.
course, with the ninja, it is quite busy.
But yeah,
and
like,
of
you
course
got
you
lightning
can't miss
cutter.
any of
Lightning
those
cutter was an
ninjutsus
actual
that
thing.
you are
Even
doing.
the
So
whole thing with the
we tried our
moon.
best not to make it even busier than it is already.
The rabbit
How the
goddess.
hell do you mean making it easier to apply futon? What the fuck is armor crush? That's just something you alternate when you're not using Aeolian Edge. How is that not
Maybe-
easy?
People are saying
I
that
have
we
to
don't
question
want- we don't
people who
want the
play Ninja.
Fourth,
I mean,
sigil,
they're all
but don't worry, we do
they're
not
ninja
have that.
fans. They're Naruto fans. What do you expect?
か
Fucking
つですね、
smooth
今
brain.
回映画がなくな
And
った
half
と
of
思い
them
ま
are
す。
called
ですので
Kirito
そうただなくなり
Asuna.
ました。
And of course, we have done away with Shadow Fang, so the dot will be.
Oh!
gone.
Alright, hey, Shadow Fang.
Rip Shadowfang.
Rip Shadow Fang.
I like
That's
that animation.
Your
さっきね新たな攻撃
Why
が
would they take Shadow Fang out?
More room for your trick attack window, I guess.
Because it's not trick attack.
Okay, but like, there's lots of other jobs that have a
And then,
dot that
of
seems out of
course,
place with
as
everything else they're
mentioned,
doing.
there
Why
are
take out
some
ninjas?
actions that are linked
Yeah, like
to,
samurais.
Doton and
Like
Raiden,
gunbreakers.
As you may have seen in the
But I
video,
would
and
disagree
then,
that
when
Samurai's
you're
dot doesn't
using
have
the,
anything to do with the rest of it because you can buff it with Kaiten and it's a single send move. Your only single send move.
Consistent damage, so you don't have to
whenever
worry
you're
about.
using the Bunshin, there is going to be a specific action that will be added to that as well.
Oh,
はい
move for the shadow clone.
大
Cool.
体いいんじゃんはいありがとうございます
That should
Oh yeah,
cover
shadow
ninja.
clones are another big ninja thing.
そして、
Yeah.
近接メル DPS
Oh, here we go. The new DPS. They're
Almost.
not going to talk about it. Oh, nope, they are.
They are.
Why would they not
Tell me.
talk about it?
Last
Tell
but not
me
least,
everything.
this is our new melee DPS job, Reaper.
まずで
The
すね
Reaper.
お伝えしていきましょう両手釜新しい武器両手釜に
Yeah, their
攻撃
gauge.
まあ自分自身の攻撃と、まあ自分に
You
Looks
guys
like a
heard you
void-
like machinist.
Looks like a
Oh,
sniper
here, do you
and a
like
void
machinist?
gauge.
Put
I had to
machinist
guess.
in your Reaper.
So they just put machinist and Dark Knight together.
融合するみたい
Now kiss.
And then added Black Knight's and then he added
So of
Black
course with
Mage's
Reaper,
edge.
And
they
they added
used the
Summoner's
scythe,
UI
like a
element.
double-handed scythe to attack.
Yeah, I'm
so
like,
you
the
have your
silhouette
own
just looks like
attacks that you are
Bahamut's.
Yeah.
attacking, and then you have the
But
avatar,
smoother.
that will also attack.
Move
at the
Brain
same time, so
Bahamut.
you're
The
attacking
Avatar?
them.
I have Aang with me.
And then
Awesome.
Plus, you will.
You know
be able
damn well
to
what
service
Avatar
the
means in this
avatar's
context.
vessel,
It's just
I
Freya the
know.
mask.
So you allow for it to kind of.
Let me
possess
meme.
you
Freya
Freya in a
and
mask.
more powerful
Yeah.
attacks.
Underneath his
It's
mask is
great.
another
It's
mask,
released
like
for-
Kakashi.
で一個だけ、まあシナジー
What
Able to
kind of
enhance
enhancements?
the party.
I need context.
No, I want Reaper to be
Just one.
selfish.
Not male enhancement, right?
Big,
No.
big dick DPS.
There's
No, I wanted the big
it's
dick
able to
DPS,
grant
not the
enhancements.
party
That's
DPS.
what Samurai and Black
this
Mage
is
are
the only,
for.
like,
Shush.
Yeah.
synergy-related,
I would
And
love-
machinist,
action
technically.
that this job has.
Technically, I don't feel it.
なんか詩人さん
I wonder if
Uh,
Summoner will lose devotion then.
まがまがしいものを見ると
Probably?
なんかね
But we still have
I mean,
Kirby, though.
IDK.
You may have noticed in
IDK.
the video.
I can't really think of a
Reaper was
reason to
trying
take out
something
devotion.
out of the bard.
Plus, we
It was
still have
kinda
Kirby.
ominous.
Because it still shares. I'm assuming we still have Fate Union on Scholar, and like that shares a trait with devotion.
Wait, do I get
Yeah.
to reap my own party members? I'm okay with this.
結構役立つアクションとか特徴的な動作をする
I don't think they're gonna let you life tap us per se.
Oh, damn it.
As
We
interesting
also-
as that would be, that doesn't seem like the kind of
You
thing
may
they would
also
do
notice
because
this
like
in
you
the
have
video,
people
but,
complaining
some of the
that like
movements,
our Reaper killed me
that
in
the
raid.
Reaper does is quite unique as well.
Yeah.
Like how like
so
Blue
it's like
Ma-
you're
we don't let
in
Blue Mage be a
specialized
regular
action
job
with
because
an
people will
edge
just
in
shove
specific
people off the
combat
arena with the water wave
situations.
spell.
ざっ
As if
くり
they
ですね
can't
Yeah.
just make a battle kit specifically for
説明しようと思います
for content.
So just a very rough and
It's
sort of general
highly
explanation
likely,
of the flow here.
That one move we saw for a Reaper was Drain. It looks like the same
ゲ
animation.
ージなんですけど、一つがソウルゲージ
So if you take a look at the job HUD there, you see two different sort of gauges, but one of them, the top one, is the soul gauge.
でまあソウルゲージを貯めて
Soul gauge.
アバターと
What?
一緒に
Stop it.
攻撃ウェポンスキルを使うその
But Fen, I thought you were already gonna play
ソウルゲージ
Reaper.
Like, did I design this
I thought you
job?
were-
So you
thought you were
would
already gonna be a
charge
warlock.
up the soul gauge.
The-
in order
the
to
Japanese
A
unleash
warlock
version
that
of
decided to
attacks.
stop casting and start
And this
killing.
also applies
Did I
to
literally
the
just
attacks
design
that
this
you
job?
unleash together
Like,
with
this
your
is
avatar.
outrageous.
Oh boy, here I go killing
and
again.
That would sort of deplete.
Is this what you were
some of the
doing all those
charge
times
that
you
is built
sleep-
up
sleep,
in the
Fen?
soul gauge.
Yes, apparently this is what I was
ア
doing.
バターと一緒に戦うと
Oh,
シュラウド
Fen,
ゲ
you
ージ
watch
っていうのが
Rick
溜
and
まる
Morty,
ので
right?
それが一定以上溜まると
Yeah, did you watch
アバターと
the season
融合できるようになるので
I haven't watched Rick and Morty in like consistently in a while.
バラしていくみたいなのが
The season finale was actually pretty good.
And then once you unleash the
It explains a
weapon skills,
lot,
using
finally.
your own attacks plus the avatar.
It's no Futurama, so I
then
just
a
like.
second gauge starts
didn't really
to
care about
fill
watching
up.
it.
That is the shroud gauge.
Although someone said
And
they did
with
spy a
this,
Futurama reference, they saw a brain slug.
Then it will
Yep, they
eventually
did.
allow for you to kind of let the avatar kind of merge with you. You would become the avatar's
They might
vessel,
actually do a
and then
live
you
IDK,
would
action
that
able
sounds
to
kind of
unleash
good.
stronger special combos. So that's kind of like the basic.
Yes, fuse
flow.
with the Avatar, I must.
どちらかというと
FBI
open up.
僕は
Okay,
Yes,
Yoda.
become one, we must.
結果
Take your soul, I must.
because of that, I think we lean towards that sort of pure melee DPS. It kind of resulted
Okay,
in that
good.
way.
侍の方が
Why are
ピュアで
you
はあります
afraid of Magic
侍と
Fen?
同等のピュアメレディピースとは言わないですけど
Honkai?
ピュアよりです
なるほど。
Of course,
I mean,
our
look,
samurai
tell
is
me the
definitely a
thing on the
pure
first gauge
melee
doesn't look like
DPS,
Zangetsu. Tell me it
so
doesn't.
It's not quite as,
It totally looks like
extreme
Zangetsu.
It's just
as
nice, but tell me it
samurai,
just doesn't look
but
like
I think it
Zangetsu.
does skew towards
And,
that
It looks
melee
like
Why?
Bahamut's wing sanded down. That's
Same.
what
も
it
う
looks
見ない
like
と
to me.
わかんない
Stop it. Why do you have to say that? Now I see that.
まあ
That's
わかんない
also
Not
what
gonna
I
lie,
saw.
Ben.
見ないとわかんないんちゃっていう
The avatar
But like
does
then
look like a
again,
hollow.
like then again, I play
And
Summoner,
I think
so
I see a
like
lot of
if you don't play
comments,
Summoner, you wouldn't see
in
Bahamut's gauge.
YouTube,
I mean, I don't
I
play
see
Summoner
it.
and I still see
I
it.
see.
We won't
I saw
have-
Bahamut's
Well, you
gauge
see me
in
play
the-
Summoner, so
I've seen Bahamut's gauge in the job action trailer, so yes, I agree with you.
Allow us to show
Yeah,
it
Ben,
on
the avatar
gameplay
does look like a hollow, not gonna lie.
It does look hollow.
Oh,
Oh
you
yes,
got it.
yes.
They
aren't
probably
those
looked
just
relieved.
spooky
Oh, come on,
ghosts?
Yeah,
It's not all that unique.
she has.
Yeah, they hollows have a lot
これ
of
どっかの
concepts taken from like actual Buddha
ページで
lore,
来て社
so
長と一緒に並んで写ってる写真で
Like
だ
what,
からこうしたって言われてた
yeah, they're basically
Oh, this reminds
yokais.
me of a
I
certain
thought they would
outfit
look
that a
more like
certain
yokais, but
producer
they really
director of a
don't to
game
me.
had worn at a certain event and stood next to our sort of CEO and made
Oh
people
my
wonder,
god,
what kind
he
of
looks like
game
a Kachi.
is this?
For that.
Yeah, that hat's gonna have to go when I
ざっと
get
ゆっく
Reaper.
り
That small gardening tool he's
します
using.
ね
That actually just looks like a
Just
regular
a
guard
rough
to for anyone else.
overview, and kind of
Then he
take you
stabs
you
toothpick.
with
step by
it.
step.
お願いします。
Then he summons the avatar and they kill you.
Yep.
Sorry, one moment. We're gonna prep.
If I can't glam some botanist sites over this, I'm gonna be mad.
I think he forgot his rotation.
仕出しのやつ
LOL.
Fine. That's fine. Hover over all the
That
buttons.
was
so I
the
can see
AoE
the
buff
thing.
that Reaper gets.
入れました
Yeah, that was Drain he just used, I think.
Okay, so you get some gauge.
Avatar.
Ooh. God, this job looks really cool. Not gonna lie. It's
Very
edgy as
flashy. I
hell,
like
but...
it.
I'm sorry, side attack and then back attack.
Ooh.
That's an AoE.
We
Oh my
God.
Sorry.
There's the flash step.
It is the gateway.
It is.
でこう
That's
He's
awesome.
got Diablo's doors? Oh my god.
たまりますね
He's got dark corridors.
So, as you
Feeling
can see,
all my
when you
monk and
continue to
warlock
hit the enemy,
shenanigans
the
coming
soul
back to me.
gauge, kind of fills up.
Fuck. This is like the Void Elves void door. The racial void door.
Oh, there's the avatar again.
So you spend 50 to summon the avatar to do an attack.
でアバターを使って
Looks like it builds pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They look like they have
Faster
like
than,
a,
like, say, Automaton Queen.
yeah, it looks like they have something that instantly gives you 50.
タイミング
Sorry.
Oh,
it's
so
kind of
like the thing
hard
on
to jump into the
Samurai.
translations.
Yeah.
でこ
That
れ
I
で
forget the name of, because like half those names just fly over my head.
This job has a lot of gauges.
But again, just a reminder, once you attack using your avatar,
do you mean? There's
the
only
shroud
two.
gauge starts to fill up.
で、これですね変身します
And transform.
Very nice.
わ
Bonkai.
He just looks
Yes.
like the guys in
これちゃんとね皆さん
the
の
the,
キャ
the
ラが
brothers
このモードに
at
それぞれにあ
the
ります
Thaumaturge Guild.
But yeah,
Oh, yeah, you do.
each of your
Coco
characters
Boozy.
will take
Yeah,
on, its own form, or not its own form, but I'm sorry, it's
Boozies.
going to take form.
They
And it'll still be
literally
your character.
gave Reaper
完全にダー
Bonkai.
クサイドになりました
The white mask is fucking creepy.
Yeah, now, yeah, he completely fall into the dark
So it
side.
looks like you have 5 chargers and a timer.
Yeah.
I'm sure people who are fluent in Japanese will pick all this apart later.
ちょっと嬉しい
Yeah,
です
probably.
I look forward to it.
People are already taking their
This is
screenshots now.
very,
Yep.
emo.
Very, very
フォ
emo.
ーアクションなんですけど
I
変わ
mean,
ってまして
it is edgy.
I'm an emo kid.
進行方向に対して
I mean,
前
yes.
に
Reaper is like the emo farmer that everyone doesn't like.
So as for a
Then he
gap
kills you.
closer, there's a move where it'll allow for you to move towards like forward, and then there's a way to move kind of backwards.
でその位置にですねゲートを開けておく
I hope Reaper
This-
gets weapons that look more glaive-like than just everything being a scythe, because I really don't care for an actual scythe.
Basically, you'll be opening a
Oh, there's-
gate
yeah, there's
or
gateway.
bridge that you can go through, and it stays open for
Yeah, like
a
Warlock
certain amount
Gateway
of
or
time.
the monk ability where you leave your spirit behind and then you jump to your
前であれ
spirit.
ば戻ることが
なるほど。
I actually
if
have no
you are
idea if you
able
ever played
to
Monk and
move
WoW,
before
but
the
that's
gate
what it
closes
reminded me
up,
of.
to go back to
Before I thought it was
whatever
Warlock
position
Gateway, but the
you
Warlock
started
Gateway
off on.
you can only use once every so often. I forget the cooldown, but it's a pretty long cooldown.
Huh. Cool.
まあ僕
Yeah, Reaper's looking
But
pretty fun
the-
too.
The Warlock Gateway was also something the party could use, not just the Warlock, so I wonder if maybe in the future Reaper will get a party gateway too.
一旦ゲートを置いておいて
Probably.
ギリギリまで殴って戻
That'd
る
be
みたい
neat.
な
なるほど。
It would be neat, but that might make Reaper really
Of
necessary
course, right
for
now we're
Frog.
just making adjustments. To
I don't
it,
know
so
about that,
this
because
is
you don't
a
really see
main
people
job
saying
of
red
it,
mage is
but
necessary for
you
fog.
would- a way to go about using this gate is to kind of leave it where it's in front of like an enemy of sorts, and then you close the gap towards them.
Because
hit
it
them,
looks
and
it
they go
looks
back.
like the gateway doesn't even cover that much
な。
distance.
そうどうしようかな
Yeah, that's true. Seems like it's very short, like 15.
Like all the other gap
No.
closers.
だけど違う
So that's like a meditation?
Seems
Well, no,
like
but
it.
it's a lot of stats.
I'm kind of off.
That is
ちょ
a
っとここ
lot
から
of buffs.
早い
That was a big AoE.
スタート
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, so you have 30
Really
seconds in
quickly
Reaper
after-
gauge.
letting the avatar
Wow.
take over.
Oh my god.
Woo!
Don't
Jeez.
start nutting into the mic
Very
then.
fast.
Please don't.
What?
融合すると
Please.
あ
Don't
の
start nutting into your mic then.
変わるので
Mm.
Do
I'm not gonna do that.
結構
Are you sure?
テクニカルですね
Yes.
で今までのようにその
I mean, you literally got your dream job, Tom
I-
S14
ゲージを
now.
貯めてってよりはソウルスライスとか
It's like
Like,
I
this
was
is basically everything you ever wanted.
使っていって
Was
It's like
that not
literally-
already
I-
Dark though?
I fucking designed this job
長めに
unknowingly.
こうソウルゲージを貯めて
Unknowingly.
ようやく出してみたいな感じなんで
Basically, he took Ichigo, slapped it into Dark Knight, like, yep, job done.
But with the tempo of
'Cause he's
these
literally
different
using
actions
Black
that
Jet
you do,
gets you
it
a
is
Tencho in a
quite
couple
fast.
places.
So
Yeah.
it does require a lot of like
I do like
technical
that
aspect
the-
of it.
that the
and
shade
it's
doesn't
not necessarily
appear
like
super
a single
often.
target all the time.
So
Sometimes
he's
Yeah.
not going to be much of a
Soul
problem
Slice,
visually like Bahamut
and
was.
adding some different abilities in
Oh
it.
yeah, I was telling my
It's
coworker,
not
oh
like
yeah,
a-
now that your level's
an
above level
endurance thing, like, you
70,
don't,
I'd adjust
like, build
Bahamut's
and build and build and
size.
build and unleash at one time, but it's quite
Yeah, but the
fast,
adjustment
so,
wasn't there
I
at
think the
first
play
until
style
people
is
complained
quite
about it
different
not being
from
able to see
what we
anything.
had previous,
So they added
that's
it in a
what
hotfix.
compared to any of the
Yeah, that's what I
existing
told him.
jobs.
It's a very,
Is
it's a
that
very
people were
fast-paced
trying to
job this
panic
time.
because they couldn't see around Bahamut.
テンポはすごい気持ちよくてね楽しかったっす
So it means it's
That
very
being said,
active
looking
job,
at
so that
the
sounds
different
fun.
jobs,
I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair,
included,
Finn, even the
tempo
casters
does
aren't
feel
slow.
really good, so
in this
I think
game.
it
Yeah,
is,
they're not.
quite interesting.
Even Black Mage is not slow.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, yeah, that's true. When it first
I
started,
would
it
say
was.
it was pretty slow in ARR and Heaven's
And so I
Word.
think the more you get your hands on it and try it out, I think it's something that you
Woo!
can kind of master and try to make the most out of it, because it is quite fun.
It seems like you can save your avatar gauge, like, if you know there's like a burst window you need.
鉄にならないように
Or like an ad or
いけないんでだからまあもうまあ人気が
But yeah, it seems like it's a very
もうちょっと
dynamic job.
優しめにしたかったんですけど
So is there no point in time you would want to
なんだろう
max it
いい感
out?
じの難しさになったかなとは思う
You just use it as you
練
get
習した
it?
らしただけ
I guess so.
Probably to
Get
save
back
it
so
for
quickly.
like
But of course,
Well,
you have to
I've
be
seen-
mindful of,
It's like ninjas then.
like resource
Because
management.
there's not anything you would want to max it
making sure
out
that your
for.
gauges are
So,
up and
50
you're,
gauge was just spent, and you
going
get
through
30
this proper-
seconds and
managing-
five
managing it
attacks.
properly.
So
Like how you get
And
dark
of course, with
confetti or
this being a
lol.
new job, very flashy
Yeah.
moves, we expect it to be
Oh
very
man,
popular.
meteor combo is
and
like probably
so
one of the
we
best
were
things for
torn about
tanks.
making it a little bit
That was pretty
less
cool.
challenging, so to speak. But
My patience has
I
been
don't know, I think
rewarded.
It's a good kind of
Yeah,
difficult.
meteor combo, the
and
one
again,
thing you never
it's
thought you
something
would
that
need,
would
but
be
they
fun
gave it to you anyway.
master. And the more
I mean, I didn't really have
delve
anything
deeper into it,
specific
the
in
more
mind
you
to begin
can-
with.
you
I was
feel
just
like
like,
you can
just
get
give
out
me
of
more
it.
ways to smite harder, and then they did.
Yeah.
方向性がないんですけど、アバターとやる
It sounds like they're worried about job complexity with
方向性
it.
が存在するものもあります。なんか
With
Yeah.
Reaper or anything.
With Reaper
Hi.
specifically.
Reaper.
It
They're
doesn't
worried
look all
about-
that
Of course, the
complex. It looks
base
pretty
combo,
streamlined.
Doesn't require any
Yeah.
sort of directionals, but once you start involving your avatar, there will be. So be careful of that. But I think
Oh,
it's just it
the
adds
avatar has
flavor
positionals.
to the different abilities that you're unleashing.
Well, so far there hasn't been
Why?
any melee job that doesn't have
Yeah.
positionals at all. So
Yeah.
that would be kind of weird.
高速移動しながら
Like every melee has a positional in
高
some way.
速で回さなきゃいけない中で出てくる
Even
んで
if you did
しかも
believe
さっき
Samurai
使っ
had
たの
no
どっちだっけとか
To be fair, the tooltip where it says
You get
there's
extra Kenki.
positionals are like really fucking small and hard to
And
notice.
then we also have those people saying, "Oh,
Yep.
but it's an
Because I
easy
didn't even
job."
realize there were positionals
Comments,
until
which is not true.
Jank said
You're
something to
going
me,
be
and I was
moving
like,
around the
"Where?
battlefield
That's
pretty
really
quickly,
fucking
and
tiny."
you're also trying to get through your
Yeah,
rotation
they're
very
really.
quickly,
We
so-
were on
and you
Discord.
also
I'm like,
have to
positional
remember,
text
okay,
is
so
really
I've
tiny.
used this skill, so where does it connect to next? So
Oh hey, there's
it's,
5
it's
beach
not
hours
easy
in the
per se.
background.
あ今ね YouTube でね LB3
That's the one where Xenos kicks our asses.
Twitch もそうなんですけど残念ながらですね
Well, he
僕今日
kicks,
使ってる
Kicks Alizé, yeah.
ワールドはですねデバッグコマンドの
Because fuck them
No.
kids, said Xenos.
使えないんですよ残念ながら
I mean, he just wants to
I
literally watch
also
the
see
world
comments
burn.
saying that, oh, we want to see Limit Break 3.
Oh, he doesn't even care about that
but
much.
I'm
He
afraid
just
this
wants
is-
to
in
see
this
us again.
world that we created for the
Have
media
a big
tour,
battle.
we don't have the debug command.
He's been
to,
pining for us, like,
unleash
all this
the
time.
LB3.
It's so
we don't have the
romantic.
debug command LB3 freeze, so
We're just
sorry,
his friend.
I'm not able
His
to
murder
show it to
friend.
you.
Oh, you can't
ただ
show
で
us
す
the
ね
LB3.
No, no
They
LB3.
showed the LB3 in the benchmark though.
ベンチマーク
Wait,
I
how
wanna see
can they
again.
not? Can't they don't have Explorer
They,
mode?
they don't have the code. They don't have the debug
Oh.
code.
Oh, they don't have the code.
ああ、なるほど。
Okay.
He can't
That
just hit
makes sense.
slash
But
limit
that being
break.
said,
In
you
this
may
build.
have seen the benchmark trailer.
I was gonna say,
But
wasn't it in the
When
benchmark?
you see
Yeah, Xenos uses
at
that.
the end, and he does this really flashy move, that is the Reaper's LB3.
なのであれをご覧いただくと
Can't they just show the footage again?
こういうやつかっていうのがわかります
They might not have the footage on
So I
that.
think that would be a good reference if you want to see what the Reaper's LB3 looks like.
はいではちょっとこれでまあリーパー終わりにしようと思うんですけど、
はい
まあ2時
I think
間
what we
な
need
ん
to see
で
is
そうなん
like
です。
3休憩
the sage
はい、
one.
なので、
Well, at
ホラ
least
ー
be
で
told
一旦
what
ちょっ
the
と
sage
手
one
短
is.
に10分ぐらい、10分休憩ぐらいを。
はい
You may not have the
みたい
Yeah,
な
we
で
have not
休憩明けた
seen
ら
the
残りの
Sage
遠
LB.
隔
Yeah, I don't think.
シリーズの DPS とヒーラーに行こう。
全然4時間どころじゃねえなこれ
おかしいな。数字で言いますと、当初思ってたら今40分ぐらい
押して
押してます。
はい
いや、かかるもんですね。
So we have actually clocked in about 2 hours now, and we haven't gotten through all the. Well, we've gotten through the melee DPS, but I think we would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back into the remaining DPS.
Oh, perfect. We're doing a break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we're on about a 40-minute delay at this point, so I think we want to take a quick break.
ですので、ここから10分間休憩取りたいと思います。予定外のマジ休憩なので、
They have a lot to
go over.
ございません。本当の休憩でございます。
Reaper is really
now
just
we
all
want to
the
have a
ideas I
10
had
minutes
for
break. It's pure
Beastmaster.
break, so we have no video to show during the
That's
break.
incredible.
So, 10分後にお会いしましょう。では、let's see you again
Well,
in 10
Beastmaster
minutes.
is in the code. It's probably a limited job.
It's probably limited.
Yeah.
Also, is this the
Alright.
new, like, regular battle music?
That they have playing in the background?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Because, like, I don't
I thought
know.
it changed.
No. I'd say this is probably the not battle music, but the music they play when you're like solo duties or just like actions happening.
Okay.
Yeah, because usually the battle music is the theme song, but kind of more orchestrated. And we haven't really heard the theme song, and it's like on its own yet, just in the trailer.
I mean, it could also be the job action song, because that also plays a bit of the main theme in it.
Yeah, let me listen to the job action trailer.
Yeah, listen to the job action trailer. After a while, it gets to that point. Let me see if I can mute things. Yeah, you can hear it at like 3:30, like whenever they show Scholar.
Hmm.
Okay, but what about the jazzy song? You could also hear the main theme in that one at around 7:40.
Which job is that?
Bard.
Bard?
Yeah.
That's after... I can't remember where Bard was. I think that was after Dancer?
7 minutes, 40 seconds.
I'm not watching the actual job action trailer. I'm on this live YouTube live stream.
Oh, because I did send it.
Ah, here it is. So 7 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that sounds like a city theme. They do have a tendency to play dungeon themes, and
It could be the dungeon theme.
yeah. Oh, I mentioned to Amber like the other day. It's crazy, but Endwalker is gonna launch with 6 trials. Think about that for a second. That's a lot of content.
Yeah, it's all gonna go up from there.
Yep. Yeah, once the other two get back, kind of talk about what we saw a little bit while they're on break. Oh, listen to the live stream. The music they're playing is a new song.
Yeah, I hear it.
I wonder if that's like regular boss battle music.
It's playing a little bit
Or-
of everything.
Yeah, it sounds like this maybe might be a dungeon theme. A remix. Rewatch the Astrologian just to see what the Star Shower does.
You and me both. I'm watching that right now.
It looks like it's definitely a time magic spell. It's hard to tell if it does damage or if it's buffing the party. It seems to be applying a party buff.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Also,
Thanks.
the new gravity is like a mix of different demi spells.
I mean, Demi is just gravity, so that's a little
Yeah.
redundant.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, I fucked up when I ordered coffee earlier, because usually Jeremy likes to pay for lunches and stuff, and I'll pay for coffee and smoothies and whatever. And I asked Jeremy if he wanted a smoothie, so he was like, yeah, I can go for a smoothie. So did the order, and I forgot to change the card. So then I was like, shit, I'm sorry, honey, I'll pay for dinner. But it's still pretty good, because that's like the only time I made that mistake, whereas he did that to me like 3 times. Hi, baby.
Yeah, I think that shooting star move is an attack because there's no effect on the actual party member, but it looks like the enemy sword gets hit.
It could be out of range.
Yeah. But it looks like the party members kind of go golden when they use the Star Shower, though.
Maybe?
Maybe it has an effect like Horoscope, or maybe like shoving the Arcana, the Minor Arcana does something.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it looks like they use the Minor Arcana cards for something. Because they're always doing that big-ass circular spell after the Minor Arcanas go away.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. So, thoughts so far on just jobs in general, other than Reapers? We already know what you think.
I mean, big fuck off, Minari.
Who wants to go first?
I will quickly go.
Okay.
Dragoon's the new stuff Dragoon got looks really fun. Monk looks cool. Summoner looks fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Paladin looks really cool. Dark Knight was very underwhelming. That's about it.
Who's next? Jake? Amber?
Amber can go next. Oh yeah, I'm looking at Dragoon at the beginning of the trailer. They're right. Blood of the Dragon is gone.
Amber can go next. Immediately talks.
Yeah. Well, I'm just watching the trailer, but yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Amber.
you may as well continue.
Nah, I'm good. I was just making note of what I'm seeing in the trailer.
No, keep going. It doesn't make sense for you to start and then stop.
Fucking damn it. Okay. Yeah, Dark Knight and Scholar were very underwhelming. Summoner, I am very happy. Black Mage, I'm happy. Red Mage looks fun. The new melee mechanic is certainly interesting. I might have to play more Monk, because Monk is Sabin now. Fucking damn it, too many jobs, too many things I want to play.
But Ninja's
Be
Edge.
like me and play all of them.
But Jake, Ninja's
Yeah.
Edge.
I know.
Choices,
And
man.
Sasuke, too.
Yeah, takes it down a notch.
Is that all you have to say?
Basically.
Amber?
The only one I was really underwhelmed with was Scholar, but more whelmed than underwhelmed because I still think I'm missing context from like what I can't see from the UI. So for the time being, like I didn't think we got anything too crazy flashy except like our new Art of War looks better than regular Art of War, which was a big complaint people had. I like what they're doing with Dragoon. Like, it looks like we got a lot of upgrades to the basic combo, like, Disembowelment looks like it got an upgrade, and the AoE got, like, a new finisher or something. And then the Twin Dragon move looked really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still keeping with the fantasy of channeling Nidhogg's power, so, like, it's nice to see that they still are thinking of ways to do that, even though Nidhogg is no longer in the picture anymore. Paladin, yeah, like, all I asked for was, like, more ways to smite, and they delivered, so, like, I don't really have a whole lot to say there. The Retroscat change is really nice. Granted, I don't use a parser. It's not all that important to me, but, like, having your stuff get weaker the less MP you have, it made sense, because you have ways to get your MP back, but at the same time, I'm like, no one else really has that drawback. Like, Black Mage doesn't lose power for losing MP, and they can regenerate it back, too. So that was kind of a weird thing that was exclusive to just Paladin. So I'm glad to see that they just took it out because it seemed redundant. I'm kind of impressed with what they did with Warrior, because a lot of people had concerns that about Warrior not getting new stuff in Shadowbringers, and that maybe they were running out of ideas on how to make Warrior still cool while just doing Unga Bunga. And
はい、
Ah,
戻
shit.
ってまいりました。
はい戻りました
第6
You can still talk.
プロデュースされたライブ、ジョブのご説明を続けております。
they delivered basically on cool Warrior stuff, and they're even doing stuff with Nascent Flash. And I hadn't even remembered that Nascent Flash was even a thing in the Warrior lore until I was doing job quests.
行きましょうか。続いては、ごめん。
What else?
遠隔物理 DPS です。
Summoner isn't too much actually new, because a lot of what we have is upgrades to the Iggy Assault, but it is flashy enough, and it delivers more on the fantasy what people wanted from Summoner. I think the Black Mage stuff that's combining your fire and ice stuff is a neat angle that I hadn't really thought about before, because before now all we had was just shifting back and forth. So I think this is a cool step in that direction for Black Mage to combine them.
All of the jobs within this role. The parity between the
It looks like Gunbreaker didn't get anything too much new, but it's still a pretty new job. And maybe them changing how continuation combo works, didn't leave them with a whole lot of room to do much else with it for the time being.
Damage calculation numbers.
Samurai isn't doing anything too much different, but what they have done different is really nice and impressive.
Each job is just they have been updated
Who am I
accordingly in a fairly orthodox manner. So we'll just jump
White Mage,
into,
they're doing more with the lilies and stuff. I'm still not sure why they decided to keep having it step on Scholar's toes, because the way the healing lilies work is pretty much an ether flow gauge that's on the global cooldown instead of off
but
global.
there's one
And now they give it a healing thing that you place
across
that heals like a fairy.
DPS jobs is that
why?
Any sort of buffs that mitigate damage. The
But
recast timer
it's still
has
flower
been,
stuff, it's still
adjusted
cool,
to
it's just
90
delivering big dick heals, that's what White Mage
さあ、で
does,
は
so
銀融詩人から行きましょう。
Okay, so jumping right
Dancer has a
into
lot of new and
Bard.
impressive stuff. I was not expecting all the crazy things it was throwing. I was interested in the idea of doing a top-off dance after you execute your regular dance.
Alright.
That's an idea I hadn't really thought about. I always just thought about dances being separate
a new
things.
action that applies a party-wide
So that's cool.
enhancement.
まあ歌によるね、
Seems like
支援
you're
も結
now
構
out of
される
time.
機会が多
Because they're
か
now
ったの
talking
で、
about stuff we
既存3つの戦火アクションから派生して、
Oh,
効果内容を
I was
さらに
rewatching
上昇していくみたい
Summoner.
なパー
I
ティーが
completely missed it, but
出てきてます
Bahamut has basically its
So
own
of course,
version
there has been a
of
lot of,
the Phoenix spells.
feedback and requests.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I didn't get a chance
more,
to say anything.
abilities that would allow
Yeah,
for
that's cool.
support using songs, and so
Who
we
drew
wanted to
this-
take the existing 3
this
songs
bard?
That the bard has in its kit.
Look,
and
bard-
kind
They
of,
surprised her, okay?
add
Or
a
him, I can't
party
tell.
buff
They surprised
bard-
her.
The bard is
something
looking
that would
extra spoony.
enhance, its effects.
Is Bard the only thing they talked about so far?
Yeah, they're just getting to talk about it.
The other thing was about the general, like,
And then,
oh, we've
a new
dealt with the
action will be
parity
available
between
upon
magic and
execution
physical.
of Apex
Yeah.
Arrow.
Okay, that's cool. So each of the 3 songs will now have a new action that applies party-wide buffs.
I mean,
That's
we
always a
already
thing.
kind of had that though.
And then other adjustments
Yeah.
include
now
Wanderer's
you get
Feelings,
more.
We get
Battle
tiny
Voice
but
recast
consistent
timers
buffs from
have
playing
been,
the songs.
adjusted to match 120
Time to
As
play
Venus
foes
would
again, I
say,
guess.
This-
"Oh,
other various.
This sounds more like we're
adjustments.
getting Troubadour's old action back, but in a different way.
Looks like it.
Is it time to start playing foes again?
You shut up.
But the Black Mage needs the buff.
Nope, shut up. Go sit down.
Those-
I don't
those
care.
Requiem can burn in hell forever."
Fed, you didn't even play Bard.
I did play Bard in ARR. I took it into a trial once, and I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing?
で続いて
I
playing foes, bitch.
あんまねえだろって言われてる貴公
That's
子
what someone says, like, play
はい
foes.
貴公子
I'm like, what?
You were
Next
you were
up
basically
is,
fuel
I'm
for the
seeing comments
casters.
that, well, machinists, there's really not much you can change with the machinist, but
What do you
we'll
mean
talk
there's
about
not
the
much you can
machinist
change with
anyway.
machinists?
Change everything.
Well, keep in mind they
They
just changed how the whole thing works, so they may have felt like
I
they
like
could.
how they just.
Yeah,
Okay,
So
okay.
a new
I like how quickly
They
they
trimmed
don't
the
change
chainsaw.
anything.
Chainsaw will be added.
Can I talk?
であ
yep.
と
Go
は
ahead.
ですね動画にもありましたオートマ
But
タ
like
ン
they
クイーン
just
に新しい
reworked
攻撃
machinists,
ア
so
クション
maybe
が
they
追加
felt
され
like
ていま
there
す
wasn't too much they could change at
And
this
this
moment.
Was featured in the video as well, but a new action will be added.
I like
for
how they
the
don't
Yeah.
Icon Queen.
Any abilities for any other jobs. So it's just like, oh yeah, we can do action called chainsaw for machinists. For
日
machinists.
チャージ
Fuck
の
you.
アクションになってます
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
they
they
mentioned
mentioned
Blitz.
Other
Blitz,
Okay.
too.
changes.
But
I'm
nothing
less
else.
impressed with the
is now
chainsaw
going to
and
be,
more like the
chargeable
shotgun.
up to 2 charges.
でこちらはですね
they
管理
did
が
away
必要なの
with
で
shotguns, so-
溢れないよう
Shotgun is
に
fun.
適時使っていた
Isn't
だ
do you
く
have
ことが
like
でき
more
ます
charges of like
And of course, with the this
reassemble.
ability being charged,
that you
That's
did
what it
before?
seemed like.
you don't want
Yeah.
to waste
Like,
once it's
reassemble is the
charged
new
up.
bullet
So
system, it
please make
seems.
sure that you are kind of
Yep.
strategically
For
placing
reload,
it,
though.
Yeah.
and allowing to build up.
Like there wasn't
Oh,
anything
reload.
quite like just changing
as
jobs and then just
needed.
loading your gun.
あとは本当主に新技追
It
加
was
で
such a
まあ少ない
satisfying sound.
Yeah.
Just like
言葉で
old
回復
gun
した
breaker
っていうところは
Let me tell you, like I have loaded guns in the
Most
past.
of the adjustments are primarily
It was
new
just as
actions
satisfying
being
as loading an
added.
actual
We have
firearm.
not changed the concept of trying to keep the number of
I
abilities.
know you might
that
not
are
think that's
assigned
all
to
that
your
impressive
hotbar
because
and
rifles you
still
just
play
really you just put in a
comfortably.
magazine, but loading the magazine itself before you put the magazine in the rifle was also really satisfying.
講師も以上となっております。はい。
So that's it for the
Answer weapon
machines.
skill effects such as
続
flourishing
いて
cascade.
踊り子
What
です
about
ね
what do they
Oh!
call it? Like what chambered priming? What do they call it?
The dancer.
ウェポンスキルで
Wait, what does this mean though? Because I thought Flourish already did this.
付与される
Oh, no.
カスケード自己化とか
Because you hit Flourish and all of your single target and AoE skills become available.
Weapons
Like they all
effects,
do.
such
I
as
don't know what
flourish
they
and cascade
mean
will now
here.
be shared
don't show it.
across single target and AoE skills.
他にはですねどうぞ、まあ、この辺のテクニカルフィニッシュ
So does this mean we can actually grind on people?
ですね、攻めの単語からさらに発生する
Probably what the new action is called, grind.
I
And new
doubt it.
Actions will be available upon the execution of technical finish, improvisation, and devilment.
踊り子はバファーのね要素が強い DPS としてまあそのまま進化してますはい
So of course, with the dancer, it does allow for different buffs to be applied.
Come on. I'm about to lose a connection now.
Or they allow for
I lost it there
applying
too for a
different buffs
second.
to your party members, and so we've kind of kept that direction with the
I like how they
the
decided
update.
to play
Oh!
the dancer song
まあ
here.
単体とさっきお話ししたようにね単体と
Oh,
ハイレベル
Dancer
の
song, it's from Final Fantasy IX.
してあります
It's chockable
And
hot
as
gold.
mentioned earlier, the different buffs that are applied sometimes, and it was rather a hassle because you had to differentiate between.
I
like,
think I
single,
understand.
Target
So
versus
if you use an
AoE,
AoE skill,
some of the procs
it'll
that
proc
had to be
all
managed
the
between-
it'll proc both the single target and AoE
Isn't that-
procs.
was
Does it, though?
made or is going to be made simpler.
Maybe?
Because if you're doing single target, what reason do you have to hit the AoEs unless they just mean this as an easier way to get feathers?
Probably an easier
Because
way
you're
to
gonna
get
be in
feathers.
melee range anyway for most of this.
同様に
Yeah.
ステップアクションに置き換わるようになってるので
Well, if you're not the kind of range player that just likes to run and jump around.
単体で分けてた人
Oh
は
my
範囲
god,
が
I
あれば
hate
それが
them.
できるようになるのでじゃあなるほどはい
Or the black mage that's off in Narnia?
Because we tried to.
I mean, but Black Mage
make
doesn't
things,
need
a
to
bit
be
more
in melee
smooth,
range to benefit, though.
Executing.
It benefits everyone else if Black Mage is in melee range.
Previously, whenever you were.
But it's
doing
not going to
single
be the same
target
as a
attack
dancer
and
being all the way
your
off in
opponent switched
Narnia because they
to,
won't
the
be able to
different
do
step
their
actions, and you'd have
melee
to switch over.
flourishes.
AOE does not have that kind of simplicity. So that you don't have to worry about it with the AOE attacks. It's a system where it'll switch into that sort of dance action mode where the will be replaced by the necessary. I think you had sort of.
That's not how you
There's
pronounce
like
that.
separate hotbars for single targets.
She's
versus
interpreting
AOE attacks. I think
Japanese for English. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
she knows French.
であとはですね、ダンスを成功させると付与されるエスプリットっていうのがあるんです。
Sports gauge.
本人だけ今回から
Twitch chat never change.
本人だけ
I just collapsed the Twitch chat because, well, I kind of have a headache and like seeing all the
And
shit they
then,
post
of course,
is not
there's
helping
the
it,
spirit.
especially at the speed it's scrolling. So I just
Applied
collapsed it.
sometimes when a dance is successful, sometimes it's applied
I
to.
guess they're probably gonna do
yourself,
casters next. Neither's last.
We've changed it just for the dancer themselves. A spirit is going to build. It'll be guaranteed to build.
答えは割とそんな感じです。
Okay, so that's it for dancer.
まあ詩人が本人に影響がないってやつはね、まだギリまで調整してるんで、今はちょっとさせてほしいです。
No, you can't. Sit down.
To take any on.
Thank
this
God
side.
they don't.
I'm afraid we are still so I can't confirm nor deny on that point.
コメントでごねればいけるかって書いてますけど、ごねっても無理だと思います。
そういう問題じゃない。
そういうので調整してるわけじゃないんで。
Some people are coming to negotiate by commenting on here. Late for that. That's not what what we base our decision. Sorry.
違うんですよ。なんかコメントでねって言われるんですけど、
Okay, excuse me though. A lot of Bard players bitched that their songs tank their DPS. So now your songs are your
Adjusted as
DPS.
well, so please understand.
You can't have DPS and big buffs at the same time. You can't.
行きましょう。
It's imbalanced, yeah. This is why players aren't consulted on balance half the time.
こちら
They took away
Black Mage
balance.
first.
はですね、シンプルにアドル
What am I looking at
の
with
話
the
で、
summoner?
アドルにも、さっき牽制に、
Summoner
with
Ifrit.
Yeah, if
Oh
it
gosh.
軽減の効果を少しつけますよ
Adult spec, yeah, there you go. Adult
今度は
magical
逆で、アドル
and
に
also
は、
physical.
物
Saw
理ダ
that
メージ
coming.
の減少効果を少しだけ、入れることにしました。
So with magical range,
Yeah, so it is the
DPS,
reverse.
of
Just like I
course there
said.
is,
Yeah, that's what we said. Yeah.
The major change would be to addle, kind of similar to what we've
Twitch, can you
done with
stop
Faint,
trying to
where
give me a
it adds
seizure?
just a little bit of magic damage mitigation. Or reduction. With addle, it'll allow for just a little bit, but some reduction of damage in physical attack.
さあでは各ジョブの話に移っていこうと思います。
はい。
まず黒魔導士です。
So going into the individual jobs, first
I
is
heard a
the
Nokian.
Black Mage.
まず一番でかい変更点は
This
ですね
saves you pressing the button. So it looks like they did the same with Blood of the Dragon.
かアンブラックウィザード中
That
は
would make
付与
sense.
されれば自動的にノキアンも
I would still argue that the Heavens
Okay.
Lord Enochian was still pretty smooth.
Now I have to ask.
Yeah, it was fine.
I have to ask. Is this a universal fix,
So I think
Or
one
am
of
I
the
going to have
most,
to learn how to play
major
Black
changes
Mage yet
is
again?
that Enochian
Specifically
It will
for this
probably
trait.
be a
trait
universal
that is automatically
fix.
applied
Universal
while under the
fix.
effect of astral fire.
Because it doesn't
mostly
make sense to
joking.
give you. It
ここ
doesn't
は
make
ちょっ
sense
と
to give you a
悩まな
button
か
and
っ
then
た
take it
わけで
away.
はないんですけど、やっぱりこれが
I'm
分
mostly
かり
joking.
にく
funny
さ
though.
をさらに生んでた
It would be funny though. Let him have it. You can have it.
なんだろう、プレイヤーの間のこう火力差を結構生んじゃってたので、
Holy shit! All you had to do was cast Blizzard 4 before it
And
fell
this
off.
was actually a very
That's
hard
all you had to
decision,
do.
Or like
And the
Hell,
last two
Despair
expansions,
reset
all
it.
you have to do is cast
because
Fire 1!
And Despair
Holy
reset the
shit!
damn thing.
アストラルファイアとアンブラルブリザードを切り替えると、発
Holy
動
hell!
okay.
すごい魔法が
Oh, so that the new Fire Ice ability
こう
becomes
こう
available
最強に見えそうな
when you
魔法が
switch from,
追加されてます
or rather, the new Fire ability is probably
And,
available after you switch from Umbral to Fire.
Sounds like a
under certain
boomkin
conditions,
thing.
Swapping
Yeah.
between astral fire and umbral ice.
That's
will make
basically
new
what Black
actions
Mage is.
available, one of which is
It's a
fairly
boomkin.
I mean, Boomkin
cool
doesn't
looking
play
use
like
of
it
a
did in
combination of fire and ice.
Yeah.
Cataclysm and
spell.
Warlords.
まあ黒魔同士はやっぱり
Instead, you just instead last I checked, you just build star power and then just destroy everything.
And with the Black Mage, of course, new kind of like the Samurai, we wanted to kind of evolve it as a pure DPS. Of course, no raise capabilities.
Swapping between Astral Fire and Umbral Ice. Yeah.
But even if Black Mage did have a raise, you still would not want to interrupt your rotation for that.
And
Nope.
of course, going back to Enochian, it was quite hard to grasp for certain players, especially those who are unfamiliar with the different the Black Mage actions. And it did cause a disparity between the damage dealt. So we have decided to.
I noticed nobody that plays Dragoon was ever complaining about this though.
Yep.
And Blood of the Dragon worked in much the same way.
他にはですね、ファイガープロックとかサンダー
That's
プロック
because most Dragoon players were on the floor.
継続時間、プロックの継続
Yeah, most Dragoon players just be happy to be alive.
Exactly.
For some reason, I felt that in my soul.
Dead.
I haven't played Dragoon at all, but I just felt that in my soul for some reason.
And then
Just happy to be there.
Just happy to be there.
Just happy to be here, man.
Or I'm sorry, Fire.
I didn't think I'd get this far.
I didn't play
They're
Nier,
just-
I'm just glad to be
Fire,
here.
sorry.
They literally just have
and
a
the proc that is
participation
applied whenever
award.
those are,
That's what they get.
In effect,
Fuck,
has
our
I
lights
didn't think I'd get this far.
Our lights just flickered.
It helps with
Yeah, you're
So
you're
whatever
having-
you
right
got
now.
up there, we
And
might be
they're-
getting
more
Probably.
things that you need
people
Freaking
fucking
rainstorm,
crashing
man.
into more
doing
power
in
poles
your,
because it rained.
Your
Yep.
different like skill sets and going back and forth and some of the repeated steps that need to be done.
But yeah,
has
Black
kind
Mage
of
pretty much has
increased.
Blizzard
So
5 and Fire 5, and the new
I
ice
gotta
thing,
use the bathroom again, I'll be
be
back.
doing in your
whatever the ice
with
move is
if
called,
these
Fire
runs
Ice
down
move is
a bit
called.
longer so that their skill sets and going back and forth and make use of some of the repeated steps that need to be done
あとはですね、
has
ファイ
kind
ラ
of
と
increased.
ブリザ
So
ラ
I、think
ブリ
it
ザラどうなっ
helps
たんだろうってい
with
うコメントで
if
言い
these
ま
runs
したけど、ファイラ
down
と
a
ブリ
bit
ザラはですね、
longer
上
so
位
that
の魔法が
there's
登場
room
してですね、
to
範
kind
囲
of
の
make use
範
of
囲の
that.
範囲焼きのローテーションが変わりますね。ファイラとブリザラ、
Oh,
ブリザラどうなったんだ
okay,
ろう
Fire
っていう
2
コメント見ま
and
したけど
Blizzard 2 are actually gonna get some use. Holy crap!
登場してです範囲の範囲焼きのローテーションが変わります。
They're literally useless.
And then Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 is
Oh
going
god,
to
where am I gonna
have,
fit all these buttons?
like a one step higher to
There we
that,
go.
so that
Jeremy's in the
your,
bathroom.
They
AoE
just
rotation
confirmed when you
will
left,
change.
Blizzard 2 and Fire 2 are getting trade upgrades, so we'll have use for them.
Oh,
F in chat for my tiny bladder though.
そうにだから日本語名だとね、英語とかはね、4、5とかなん
番号なん
でけど、
ですすよね。
日本語だとね、どうするんだろう。これ実はですね、FF 委員会で議論をしました、ね。
まあ
どうしよう。
So you gotta understand with the Japanese names, and you may be
Oh my
familiar
God.
with this,
So I guess that
like
Charlene book debating about spell names is true.
Or Faida, and then we have different tiers,
Fairza.
and different suffixes that we put in the Japanese language. And
Fira
Well, the
once
English
you
gaga
hit
gaga.
a certain point, you have to start making up
Fira
some of
gaga.
these suffixes. And we had to bring it up to the Final Fantasy brand committee and make
Wow,
sure
that's
that
a
they're kosher
reference.
with it, and we had to like
Yeah.
debate about this.
だって魔法の系統を増やすってだって FF の歴史上結構重要なわけですよ。で結果、現委員長の北さんが、そこまで行くの14ぐらいだからもう吉田さんは思い切って作っていいよって言われて
マジか。
Donald Duck.
And you
Donald Duck.
because the franchise
That'd be so great if they just said
is
Donald Duck.
we have a long running
I would lose
history,
my
and
shit.
having that sort of
He
additional
did, though.
tiers to these magic spells is actually a big deal.
No, if
because
they
it's kind of
said
breaking
Donald Duck.
history, but the current
Yeah, but Donald did, though, so it would not be off base if they did.
Was very kind to say, well, the only people who go a higher tier beyond what was already established is 14. So, Mr. Yoshida, I will trust it. I will trust your judgment to come up with a nice suffix.
High fire on
そう言われた私
I guess that works.
日和りまして
そうでしょ。
日和りまして今回ファイラの上位はハイファイラ
わー、ひよったー。
But that
X-Pyra.
made me scared.
X-Pyraga.
It just freaked me out at the
Pyraga EX.
on the flip side. So I went.
Well,
with
there's
High
Ardor. They haven't
Pyra.
used Ardor yet.
And
Key fire.
いずれ数字だけなんで
No.
どっかでやらなきゃいけないですよ今回じゃなくていいやと
You shut the fuck up right now.
When she said that, she was wiggling.
One of these days, yes, we will eventually
I know,
have
I
to
felt
expand
it.
further out in our tiers, and we will have to come up
I
with a
felt her
nice sort of
fingers,
suffix
wait.
to
I'll
add.
pronounce it
Wait.
like
But this
hi, but the
time,
meaning is
I
same.
couldn't
Hold
figure it
on.
Wait.
out.
Wait.
みんなねひよってそうだったぞ吉田とか
え
ね
Phrasing
ひよってんなとか結構コメントあるんですよいいっすかでも僕がね仮にですよこの
I don't think you ever heard me, so that's
ファイルした
okay.
としますよ
うん。
そしたら
She'll hear it later.
気になる行とかですからね
Oh,
今後
hey,
全
great.
ね。それは困る。
いいんですねそれで
今日
And I
は
see comments on the Japanese
I can't
side,
hear
"Oh,
anything
you
over my
chickened
bladder
out,
right now because I
Yoshida."
really need to pee.
But
Did you just-
let me, to be fair, like if we add like say a gyo suffix and like it's by gyo, anything that's like a tier 4 or tier 5 magic is going to be like tier gyo, you know?
ね。
そうなんですよまあなんでまあ今回はちょっと、私いろいろ考えまして
なるほど。
そこに無難に落としておきました
So after much thought, we have decided to settle on that.
あとはまあまあちょっと話を黒魔同士に戻すと激星魔が2スタックの
Okian?
チャージアクションに
No,
な
no, Okian.
ってで
Ley
30
lines?
秒でチャージするんでこれも結構腕に差が出てくるかな使いどころって感じですね、はい
My
And I'm
kid.
sorry, there's another charge action for Black Mage that has been added. Another charge has been added to that stack.
5連魔は一応言ってみたんだけど却下されました
Hey, Jake, you know how we
and then there was
we joked that ley lines would be
about,
bigger?
well, what about an additional?
Yeah.
What if
the
there was a
multiple
skill where the ley
casts,
lines is actually smaller,
like a
but
five,
it gives you
five consecutive
a
casts,
bigger
and
boost?
I proposed the idea, but it was rejected.
まあでも
There's nowhere to
run. Alright.
There's nowhere to run, but, like, you get a bigger boost from it.
感じです一緒に
If I die, I die.
Yeah.
But with sorry,
Oh,
going
moving
back
on to
to
Red
what,
Mage.
Yoshida's
I
said
guess
about
kinda like,
Kikisima, that's Sharp
what-
Cast. Sorry, Sharp Cast
what
has
Ninja
an
has.
additional charge
The moment
now
you
with
move,
the
you lose
update.
it.
But in any case, with Black Mage, it
And you
is
actually
trying
will be-
to
oh, yeah,
match your different
Scorch.
spells according to
Saw that.
the timeline of the battles. So that challenge still remains, and I think it still sort of lives up to that.
さあでは続いてのジョグ赤魔同士に行こうかなと思いますはい
Okay, next item
Oh.
is the Red Mage.
Oh! Okay.
赤間同士はですね
That's what that was.
まず1個目、スコーチからガスする新アクション。
Wow, that's better AoE rotation for Red Mage. That's kind of what people
First
wanted.
one is a new action will be available upon execution of Scorch. I think you've noticed
That's why
that
the
in
animation was
the
different.
video.
Okay.
であとですね、次のバルフレア、
Oh.
バルフォーリー、スコーチを範囲攻撃に変更してあります。
Red Mage is
な
getting
ので範囲
a
ローテーションから
mitigation ability.
Nice.
はい。
Yeah, we
And
kind
then the
of
second
need
point
one.
is
They
Verflair,
are supposed to be a support
Verfoli, and
caster.
Scorch will be changed to AoE.
Might as well just call them Frog Mage from now on.
Frog Mage.
They always have been.
They're just prog
Always have
mages.
been.
They're not red mages, they're prog mages.
防御バフの
I mean, red comes from the blood of their party members after they die.
Yes.
これが入って
From all the frog.
So it's from all that blood of the dragon
イメージがシフトしてる感じです。
and blood spiller.
And then the third point is
Yes.
a defensive party-wide enhancement will be added, which I think is pretty powerful. So
They save
you can
Summoner for
also,
last, of course.
Help out in a support sort of way.
They're probably gonna have to demonstrate Summoner
そ
too.
の名もアマジック。
I don't think they have to.
Ape.
アマジック
It seems
I mean,
Oh,
straightforward.
really?
のが追加され
They
て
demonstrated Monk, so I would imagine they would demonstrate this.
英語名調査中です。
まあもう出てるかな大丈夫。あじゃないバでバマ
I
ジ
mean,
ッ
there
ク。ごめ
wasn't
んね
a tank they demonstrated, right?
バ
Or did they demonstrate Gunbreaker?
No, they didn't demonstrate a tank. Because none of the tanks got any
Demonstrate
tanks.
Barrier.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Why is Red Mage getting a defensive party-wide?
Because they're
they
prog
got step
mages.
on,
We were expecting
they
something
got
like
step on white
magic.
mage's toes a bit.
Yeah.
No, I mean like tanks have a party-wide
細かくい
defensive.
ろいろ調整されてます。
Bard, the range DPS have party-wide defensives.
魔法剣各種。
Like, why?
ブラックマナー、ホワイトマナ
Does they have
ー
a。
Healers have
Party-wide
some kind of
offense?
party-wide defensive.
So
Why?
with Red Mage, there are a
They
lot of
probably just have
backdoor
no
changes
other
that
idea what to do with Red
that
Mage.
has
They have a
been
party-wide
made. Of
offensive,
course, we
so
have added new
the whole thing's the
spells,
duality
but,
of man.
We have also
No, I mean like there's already a lot of party-wide
adjusted the weapon
defensive, so
skills,
why?
Yeah.
and the different sort of,
Yeah, it's just
Because
why.
like if you
uh,
stack too many defensives, you can
magic
actually
sword,
kill someone that
black
way,
mana,
depending
and
on what
white
content you're
mana,
running.
Depletion.
It's been
amount
something of an
has,
issue with Sea to
been
Sacrifice
reduced.
Extreme. Where if you stack too many defensives, you just kill them. Like how, like if you had a max HP from Mage's Trapdoor, you could fucking kill someone.
Maybe they fixed the issue? I don't know.
And then with
Maybe.
magnification,
Or maybe they're
you are
just, like,
able
considering
to, do like one
you not having
combo
A ranged DPS for
with it,
some
so,
reason to do an
the
additional
burst
party-wide.
that you can have
That might
at
be
the
it.
start of a battle
But
definitely
it's
is,
nice that Verflair,
quicker.
Verholy, and
た
Scorch
だ
are
まあ
going to
そ
be
のまま
AoE
だ
now.
と魔法剣の
Yeah,
回
that
数
should
が
cut
上がり
down
す
on
ぎて
button bloat,
まあ
because
それは
Red
それ
Mage
で
is kind of bad about
バス
that.
ターっぽくなくなっちゃうので、
Yeah.
各、魔法を使った時のホワイトマナとブラックマナの増加量っていうのを下げる
You know, I
ことによって
explained to Lesson how
全体
black
の
and white
頻度
mana
は
works, and he
変わらない
still
ように
thinks
して
Red
ま
Mage
す
is confusing and doesn't understand.
But that being said, if it's
This is the man that main
done as
druid
is, of
since
course,
Classic WoW, as far as I
the
know.
Spellblade frequency becomes a lot.
Yeah,
So,
Red Mage is super freaking
we
simple.
made it so
It's
that
like one of the first
Yeah, it
DPS
was-
you
it was a
recommend to
little-
somebody.
It was a little weird at first, but your job trainer in your first solo duty straight up tells you how it works.
Those two different manas.
And I explained several times in the simplest way I could think of. I was like,
なのでまあ
fire and lightning is black mana, wind and earth is white mana. You alternate until you get like 80-80, and then you do your combo. I don't know how much more simple I can make that.
So, hopefully this doesn't make it so that the spellblade frequency goes like way too much. But still, with the manification,
I have to
we
say
do
though, I'm kind of not a fan with how they
the
keep
mana
adding
kind of
stuff
filling
at the end of
up,
Red Mage's
and
combo.
You should hopefully not waste the mana that is accumulated.
Because this makes the combo like really fucking long, and like what happens when the boss jumps away? Well, then fuck you.
They did that
よ
with
うやくか
Dragoon.
って言われるとは思ってるんですけど、 でプラスマンとアンガジマンの威力が同じになったので、移動に必要かそうじゃないかで使い分けてください。
I mean, that doesn't mean it's all that fun to have that happen
And
to.
then, of course, there was quite a lot of feedback about this and mention about how it's difficult to use at times. So the placement as well as engagement. The potency of these two will become the same.
Why is it 110?
他には
We just talked about this.
120秒で、モナフィケーショ
So
ン
close to greatness.
Like, bruh. You just talked about changing stuff to align in Windows better than you do this.
Recast timer is 120 seconds, and then
Trying to figure out what that
modification
big
is
giant
110.
laser something
Golden
uses
should not
is.
have been changed.
What giant laser? There's a lot of lasers.
At the Job Action trailer, about 5,
アン
7.
ガジマンのアクション入れなきゃいいんですよ。で
I look back
場合がある
here.
な。
Wait, no, I think.
Yeah,
Some
same.
people who are complaining
Oh,
about
no, I
it,
think I might be able to.
It's kind of golden.
and
Huh, I wonder if-
engagements, swapping between and choosing the proper one. Well, if you
You said
are
110?
particular about the placement, just
No, 5, 17, 15, 17.
赤魔同士こんな感じでございます。
so that covers the red mage.
さあ、そして、
I like them playing Phoenix's theme when they swap to this.
召喚師をご紹介します。
はい。
And then next up is, I think it's changed to basically a new job, and that is our summoner.
もうほぼ新ジョブだとすいません思っていただければと思います。
But again, yeah, if you
LMAO,
could
we're not a
look
warlock
at this from
anymore.
a completely
Yeah,
new
dots are gone, I
perspective,
noticed that.
It's
That's
changed
Amber.
quite a lot, so I think you can consider this a new job almost.
No more dot kills
I mean,
on Summoner.
I don't think dots by themselves are super compelling gameplay anyway, so
Of
like,
course, so that being said,
I kind of don't
significant
care.
changes to job mechanics
Yeah.
has been made.
Probably for the best.
さらにですね、
like I'm used to applying dots because I played World of Warcraft, but like,
And then all actions
Applying dots by
applying
themselves
damage
is
over
not
time
super
will
compelling
be
gameplay.
removed.
申請14以降ですね。これは
So how long until we start getting hunted down because like we're actually summoning primals now?
Right now.
Right now.
Yes.
Starting now.
We're gonna start now.
Since
In
around
fact,
the
look-
board,
look
a
at
lot
your
of people
window,
were saying,
just in
"This
case,
is
they
not
might be
summoner,
there."
this is not laser."
Yeah.
And so we've
Heard you were
Stand up.
summoning.
Yeah, knock at your door, it's us.
そして
Oh, this means I have to actually work on one of my couple of my other alts now too, and I'm just kind of sitting around. I'm sure you guys can guess which ones.
Yeah.
Next is able to summon Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, and not just Eggies.
ただこれですね、イフリートルビー、タイタントパラ
I like how
ア
these
ル
are
ダ
just
エメラル
legit summons, but Bahamut doesn't get to be
ド
the
バンシー読ん
summon.
じゃいけないからね、そんな気軽にね。
なるほど
ローティンの場合ね。なんでまあそこにその力を移して出てきてるみたいな。
なるほど。
We're 3D printing them.
But that being said, these are Ifrit.
I actually
Ruby,
thought this was really
Titan,
clever because
Topaz, and
when people were
Garuda
complaining we
Emerald.
didn't have any
So
lore
we
about
are
the
not
demi summons,
literally
I was like,
calling forth
but
these
read
primals,
the
of
level
course, because
70
it's too
stuff
dangerous
about
in
what's
the
his
world
face.
to
Like
be
we're just 3D
summoning
printing.
primals.
Yeah.
So the concept is we are sort of transferring their energy, so to speak, into these different sort of jewels, so to speak, and
What?
sort of calling those forth.
で、そ
I don't
の、
like the sound of that.
三番神
So
を呼ぶと、
That
Galen's
sounds
Sin Eater form that I wrote about.
属性が付与されるので
Oh, no.
その力
LMAO!
を
Amber, that sounds like Arcite heresy.
LMAO!
Amber, we need to talk about your heresy.
The summoner
Have a seat, please.
or herself
Talk
will
to me
gain
without the
sort of
massive greatsword,
elemental
please.
ether, and
No,
switch
you get the massive sight instead.
But y'all are missing a very important part of Auracite lore from Tactics. The Auracite just does what it's bid. Auracite doesn't kill people, people kill people.
Yes, we're bidding you to sit down.
So with this update,
But there's a
we really
cutscene in
tried
Tactics
to
where like you bring
bring
someone back to life
out
with
that sort of
Auracite.
feel of a
And that's all it did,
traditional
because that's all she wished for.
Oh, it did change the person, or like just brought
No.
back the body, like we launched
No.
it.
No. Just Rafa just straight up brought Malik back to life because she was like, "Oh, you wanna help? Then help him, please." And Ramza was like, "Wait, no, Rafa, no." But Malik just came back to life and everything was okay. And then they joined your party.
In terms of
So
the
what? They were out of
rotation
Phoenix
the flow
Downs?
of the summoner, of course.
Okay, so you
up
know,
until
Phoenix
now,
Downs
you
aren't
would've,
actually bringing anybody back to
called
life.
forth
Yeah, I
the
know,
Demi
it's just
Bahamut,
restored
and
from
then it
KO,
goes
right?
away, and then you
Yeah.
call forth the Phoenix.
And this
then you
is
have some
more
downtime
emphasized
where
in
you're
the original
just
Tactics because
casting
like people's
ruin
bodies
or
do vanish after a number of
three, or,
turns.
like, just
Ah.
doing that until you've accumulated enough to summon them again.
But yeah, there was like a part where Ramza and people talk about like how the Magicite is not inherently evil, but evil beings are using it to play on like the desires of mortals. So that's what even Wakabi come from in the
And
first
so
place. They use
with
it as a
this,
gateway to
updated flow, of
possess
course, you
people.
will call forth the Demi Bahamut, and then you will
You know how we've been talking about Aladdin fuckery? Now we need to talk about Auracite fuckery.
I mean,
Ifrit Ruby, Titan
Auracite
Topaz,
fuckery's been a
Great
thing since the
Emerald,
Warring
and
Triad.
then you would fight
Yeah.
using the
Now it's more of a
elemental
thing.
properties
Like,
of those different,
Auracite was not used
those different
to do
summons.
with the Warring Triad, but Unukalai tells us that the Void Snap became Void Snap because of Auracite fuckery.
At some point, we need to stop this fuckery.
Amber, I'm
And
gonna have
once
to
you
ask you
completed
to remove those
three,
crystals
and
in your
then,
apartment.
You would call forth the Phoenix. Then you would receive again 3 elemental.
Nope, they're not
properties,
going
and then you were
nowhere.
able
I also got the
to
crystal
summon
coral in my
these,
cottage
three,
too.
We're gonna have to repossess your crystals.
I don't
No.
want to primals, but they're the summons that you can.
Oh, and I have a
utilize those
shelf of
3
crystals in my
elemental
cottage too.
Oh my god, she's summoning.
She's got stashes all
I mean,
over the world.
I did say that like Garlean envoys from the embassy coming to commission her for like tailoring her stuff to get put off by all the crystals and the primal statues.
Yeah, they were
You
right.
have these 3, Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, but there's no specific order that you
Literal
need to
summons
call them
as well.
forth. So depending on the battle timeline, you can choose. Let's say you want to do Titan first, you can do that, or yeah, you can quickly, or you can be flexible between those 3.
Oh, nice. They don't have to be in a specific order
機械アクションを駆使した結果、COI コン数は激減しました。
until someone figures out the better and puts them in a specific
And then
order.
also part of the
So
adjustment
why
was
couldn't
to kind of
we
consolidate
have
some
something
of
with
these
Sarah?
actions,
Oh,
and
no.
so the icons
That's a
that are
little
being used
weird.
in your
I don't know.
hardware,
I'm gonna wait to see what they
will
say
be,
about
quite
Scholar.
significantly condensed because
Because maybe they
these will
just
switch
decided to
out
focus more
depending
on
the,
Summoner this time, and maybe they'll
the
just
different
do
actions that you're
Scholar
taking.
another time.
で、
Yeah.
めちゃくちゃ悩んだ末に、
はい
リザレクアドを起こしました。
Does this mean that Scholar is now the dot
And then
mage?
so after a lot of
I
debate and a lot of
don't
discussion, we
know.
did decide that we will keep Resurrection.
押しましたよ。
はい。
なんかめっちゃ変わったんで、めっちゃ変わったのになくなるのかよって言われる。
Well, that's nice.
と申し訳ないなと思ったんで、今回は首の皮一枚で怒りました。
はい。
And with the significant
I would be
change to
seriously
Summoner,
questioning their
and
logic
people are
if they
being-
took Resurrection
I don't know
off
if people
Summoner,
would be
because
shocked with the
then
change,
I'm
but,
like that leaves
on
only
top
Red
of
Mage
that,
with
having Resurrect,
another raise that's not a
Resurrection
healer,
being removed, people might
and that
really
would
get
make Red Mage
upset.
borderline
So
required.
it lived by
For
the skin
certain
of
kinds
its
of content.
teeth. Resurrection is still there.
フィジクさんも残っちゃいまし
And Physic too. It's kind of stayed behind too.
た。さあじゃあもう
Can
わからん
we
と
make physics
いう
good
声が
then?
多いので実機に行こうかなと思います。
No.
No, I think
And I'm sure people are
I think just having the
wondering,
raise
well,
alone
I
is
don't
fine,
understand
because if
all these
Physic
things,
actually
so
did
let's look
anything
at
like
it on the
Recure,
gameplay
we'd have to
screen.
have our damage lowered.
よろしいですか？
どうぞ。
はい
And besides that, our rotation is like too involved to bother like stopping
Oh, Eggy Glamours?
somebody. Eggy glamours don't exist. I have carbuncle.
こんな感じですね。
はい。召喚師です。サマナ、here。
で、ここ
Maybe
で
they
ま
can
ず
give
先
him
に
different varieties of
イーミラブル
carbuncles.
の話をしておいてもいいですか？
はい
I mean, they're just
And
color
before we
swaps, so a lot of
dive
people were
into
wondering
actual
why we don't
gameplay,
have
I'd like
those
to
yet.
talk about Eggy
Yeah, just
glamours,
give Carbuncle a
actually.
tiny
Like
hat.
the sapphire and the diamond
えっ
and
と
the
ですね、
moonstone or whatever the
今
fuck.
回、まあ呼べる、
Give
召
it a
喚
tiny
獣
hat
が
or
増え
like
るという
the
ことで、
carbuncle
すべての召喚
mount.
獣に対して、まず、
Yeah.
サ
Or
イ
like
ズ
the
の変更
carbuncle
がで
mount,
きるよう
where
に
it has
な
like all
って
the
ます。
gemstones and such, and the chains.
And so,
But
with
they're
the
made from
number
gemstones.
of,
That's a little redundant,
summons
isn't
we
it?
can call
More
for,
gems.
We
we
put
have,
bones on top of your
made some
bones.
adjustments, one of
Amber,
which
it's
is
your
to
spare
change
gems
its
for when you
display
want to
size.
summon more.
ただこれあくまで自分から見た時のなので、術者というよりは周りの人がやらなきゃいけないので、それは変わってません。
But that only affects you as the person like calling forth these summons. So yeah, it only affects how you are able to view these.
で、まあ今実はここにカーバンクル出てるんですけど、
はい
召喚師自身のレベルが上がっていくと、ここがイフリートエギになったりするんですけど、まあ僕はカーバンクルの方が可愛くて好きなので、これエギミラプリしてあります。カーバンクル。
That looks like a lot less buttons.
So
Yeah,
first,
because they've all condensed the
with
trance
right now we
mechanics,
see the carbuncle appearing on,
and we don't have dots
screen,
anymore.
but you may be familiar as the player character goes up. This Eggy would
Ooh.
turn into like
Welcome back.
an Ifrit. But
Thank
then,
you. What did I miss
right now,
when my internet was
I
out?
like the look of carbuncle.
Not much.
I
We were just
have
mostly
limited
memeing
to
about
carbuncle.
like the summoner stuff with the crystals and how we're not actually summoning primals. Wink, wink, no judge.
3D printing.
So we were just memeing about like Orosite fuckery and like how it appeared in lore before with like the Warring
Yeah.
Triad and all the crystals in my house and apartment.
まあ呼びますよね。
はい半分と出ました
半分と出ましたね。
Oh, you can adjust the size of the summons.
でここに
Cool.
3つ。
Oh, you guys know what this means too. Son, it's time to summon even harder.
こうなるとこの3つを安心で呼
No,
べるよう
mom,
になります。
no.
どれからでもいいです。
And then, of
Oh,
course, with
there's-
that,
this is
you
the
get
ability I was
elemental
talking about, I
properties.
think.
I hope you can see it.
Nope,
Under the
that was,
today's 3 jewels kind of chain.
elemental
and now those
attack.
have been unlocked, and so that shows that you are able to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda.
で呼び出すとエーテルが付与され
his
て
top
カウン
row
トダウン
on
が始ま
number
り
4,
ます。で2スタックのア
third
クションが付与され
third
ているの
button
で
in. That was the attack I'm talking about. I was
Ifrit
talking
no
about.
waza
I can't
を使います
identify.
なるほど
So once you call forth these elemental,
Well, we're not exactly
animals,
meant to
you
identify
do
them at
get
this point in
that sort
time.
of ether
Yeah,
applied to you,
but it-
and then you
it's
see
in the
that
job
there's
actions
a
trailer,
two-step
so-
action, and so you are able to execute Ifrit's actions.
これ今のはイフリートのエーテルをもらったので、
はい
栄唱時間が長い代わりに強力な炎の魔法が2発使える、であと突進と追撃っていう攻撃が、使えるようになります、イフリートのモードとして。はい
And so we were looking at Ifrit's actions, but with the elemental properties or
The
ether,
third ability on his
ether obtained
top
from
hot
Ifrit,
bar
while cast
might be
time
our
is
replacement
long,
for
it is a
Tritus
very
After.
powerful fire-based spell that you can cast, and then there's also like a
Yeah,
rush
that's actually
sort of
fair, 'cause
attack
Tritus
that you
After
can
'Cause we don't
do.
have-
This is,
we don't got
the
dots
Ifrit
anymore.
actions that is available.
でここはやっぱり栄唱が必要なアクションになってるので、
はい
ギミック処理をしなきゃいけないタイミングでイフリートを呼んでしまうとロスになるので、他のものにしましょうとか、動かなくていい時にイフリートを使うようにしようとか、そのあたりはうまく考えていただければいい。
Well, this kind of ties into what we mentioned about timelines, but with Ifrit's action, one of
Devotion?
this requires for you to cast, and it's a fairly long
Yep,
cast
devotion.
time. So say
So
you're
devotion
in
changes
some
depending
kind of
on what you're
fight
using?
where there's a mechanic.
Looks
where you
like
can
it.
Is
move,
that the
then you
implication?
lose the opportunity to cast the magic. So perhaps you'd want to time it so that you don't need to move around to process some kind of mechanic, or you'd have to be pretty mindful of when you activate these.
Yeah, that's just in Kindle.
実際に、
Basically,
召喚をし
but
た瞬
bigger.
間インスタントで召喚するんですけど、登場した時にリコー技を一回バーンってぶっ放してはくれます。
And then, of course, when you are calling forth these,
I have so
summons,
many new ways to throw
it's an
stones.
instant.
You do.
But,
Yeah, you
there
only
is
get
usually
a certain
like
amount of
a starter
attacks
event
while
that
you
it
after
unleashes
summoning.
when it's first
I
Oh,
think
my
it's like
connection's
4.
で、
stuttering.
今タイタンを呼びます。
Okay, so now we're calling forth Titan.
Hashtag
Oh,
Comcast service.
I set his size to be small, so
で、今タイタン
guys
使
are small.
えるようになったんで、こっちは
So let's take a look at what we
挟
can
むん
do.
ですよ。
Oh, so each summon
Smashing
works a little bit
sides.
differently.
で、これは
So you can change the summon
Like,
you
does
use.
Garuda have
ひたす
cast
ら
times?
打ちまくる。で、これはもう全部インスタントなんで、
She's
We're
so
about to find
tiny!
out.
And with
She's a
these
bird.
moves, it's actually interesting because
Okay,
it's
we get
within
even
a time dissection
bigger
that you can unleash
flare.
unlimited numbers of times of
Yeah.
his moves, and it's
Yeah,
all
Garuda doesn't have
instant.
some
So,
cast times.
you can move around and cast at the same time.
で、ガル
Okay,
ーダ
so
を
she's
呼
not
ぶと
cast times.
So it seems like Ifrit's like your bigger damage
Phoenix!
one.
1型のダメージ효果を
Phoenix adjust.
これはもうインスタントキャスト
So
で
small!
これもかなり、まあ、機動力がだから高いです相変わらず
Oh, poor Louis. He got shrunk.
But with Garuda, hers is more of like a placement damage, and this is also instant, and so you
Huh.
can move around as well. I think Summoner does
I see,
have,
so it's like if-
Okay,
a
so
good
you
bit of
use
mobi-
one, and then you get
mobility.
locked out of doing it again until you finish the
で
rest
フ
of
ェニッ
the
クスを召喚
rotation.
するとまた
Yeah.
3つプレイされるので
That's
Seems like
interesting.
it's a-
終わったら
It seems like it's about a minute rotation now.
And then once you've gone through that round,
You
and
basically
then
cycle
you
between
call forth
Bahamut
the
and Phoenix.
You
Yeah,
will
While
I like
using
it.
the bigger
obtain
summons
the
between.
three
Yeah, I like it
elemental
too.
properties
It
again, and
keeps you
so
from
you
like
can
just spam the
utilize
one that
these,
might be the meta of the
elemental
moment for that
primals
fight.
ちなみにこの3つ
Or like
の
Lesson and just spamming one thing because he thinks it's cool, like using healer LB3 versus one dead person on the
そうやって使
stadio.
わないと軽く出ないので
Yeah, I asked him in Link Shell, why would you do that for one dead person? Because I was co-healing him for his Orbon clear, and he was like, because it's
デミバハム
cool.
と召喚と
Did you tell him you
フ
get
ェニッ
for
クス召
kicked
喚
for
の
parties
間
for
に
doing
ち
that?
ゃんと使い切らないともったいないことになっちゃうんでしょ
I didn't say anything. All I wanted to say in that moment was, if you're gonna be my co-healer, I kind of need you to not fuck around, but I didn't because I was like, this is
with
Orbon.
these
He'll
three
learn. We have a
summons
lot
that
of
you
new
can
people in
do,
here, including
of course,
himself.
you
He will
need
learn.
to,
And it seems like
utilize
Agrius
these
got
in
him to
battle
behave.
timeline, or else, of course, he won't.
Because he
be
didn't
doing
do
much
anything like
damage
that
at
again
all.
for the whole
Like,
rest
you
of that
can't
run.
just lean towards.
Thunder
I like
God
using
Fiddle
Titan
beat it into
only,
him.
I'll use Titan only.
Yeah,
She's-
just like
she's Agri's
You
Oaks.
will not be able to deal.
he didn't
much
have
damage
a
at
whole
all.
lot to say about
So,
Agrius.
Whenever you
But,
do cast your
when we got to
Bahamut,
Sid before we
and,
pulled, I told him in Link
the
Shell,
Phoenix
there will be a heal
and
check,
the
so
elemental
be ready.
properties that you attain in
Lo and
between
behold, he
those,
didn't fuck around
is something
anymore.
that you don't want to put to waste. Make
Thunder
sure
God
that
Fiddle fucking learn
you
yet.
are utilizing these and sort
Funnily
of building your
though, like,
strategy, so that
he was
you can utilize
he
those
was
three
not
within,
sandbagging
the
me the whole rest of that run. It was like other people on our party.
はい
Like this one Dragoon that kept complaining that they got the weapon crush frame marker,
かなり
which is resolved exactly the same as particle beam. You keep running until it stops.
いいところにね
And she kept whining in party chat, you tell me to run, but I have nowhere to go. And I'm like, look, you run, everyone else hugs the boss or adjusts in some way. Like, we all fucking run around. Like
まあちょっと機動力
people not adjusting for your marker does not mean the way to resolve the mechanic has changed. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, they get clipped.
And they
That's
just
on
kept
them.
complaining about it. They kept complaining about it. And I'm like, I don't know what you want to say.
ここまで変えちゃうのはなとか
Twitch, no, don't do this.
ねまた結構栄称増えるとさ吉田黒の巻き添えにしやがってって言われたくもあんまない
I
し
had to switch to YouTube because it kept stuttering.
But yeah, with the summoner, there was a lot of trial and error and a lot of debates to get it to where we got it. But I think we were able to get it to a good coined. Of course, with the removal of
You
all
might be right,
the
Amber.
dots,
Summoner took up all the
we
resources
did
for
try to
Scholar.
skew back to having the summoner have their damage kind of come from the different casting of the not the spells, but like the different summons that you're bringing forth. So, and we also looked at just how mobile the summoner is, but at the same time, it is the charm of a summoner is the mobility of it. So I think we were, and there were people who were choosing the summoner because of such mobility. So that was another point
Here we go.
where we had to rack our brains. But we didn't want to make it so that we're casting all the time either.
I got
I can
20
already
minutes
imagine
before I gotta go to
comments
bed.
from
This has
players
been a
saying,
long
"Oh,
live
gosh,
letter."
you're turning
Yeah.
over the blog page. Like you're kind of dragging us into this, Yoshida. So I wanted to avoid that as well.
Oh! Single
さあで
target
は
buffs.
以上でキャスターでした。
はい、ありがとうございます。
では最後ヒーラーロールのお話いきましょう。
Okay, next up is the healers.
まずヒーラー共通
Last time
項は
for
各
spells
ヒーラーに
reduced.
新しい単体バフの
That scholar does not look like he
Single
wants to be there.
target buff could just mean it's stuff like Divine Venison.
Yeah.
So the first thing is new actions that apply.
I mean, that's a
single
sea wolf,
target
though, so it
buffs will be
tracks.
Added to each healer, an emphasis on single target.
Oh,
buffs.
wow.
でそれからですね全体的にヒーラーの攻撃魔法の永長時間が短くなっております。
Ooh,
That's a lot.
chain spell, here we
And
go!
then, overall, we did reduce.
That's like an entire
reduce
arena, by the
cast
way.
time for offensive
I'm not there
spells.
yet.
そしてですね
Same.
全ヒーラー待ってた、リミットブレイクの効果
Fanny,
範囲がですね
good over there,
50メートル拡大されました。
He's dead.
Okay.
I'm not dead.
And then limit break area of effect
Are you
will be
sure?
expanded to
We
50
can change that.
yalms, and I
mean-
hear Fox
Oh,
Clan
thank you. I needed
flapping.
that.
50 malls, looks like.
ナイス LB 届いてね
Yeah, they said 50 mobs.
これは悲しい。
We will finally
I hated like seeing people
avoid
get res
situations
and
where
I
people are
don't.
like, oh yeah, great LB, but I was
I mean,
not
a lot of
in
the time, that's because they don't look
area."
before they pop it.
で、まあ
Like, unless someone was in the very, very far corner of an arena, like on Doggo, if I just moved a little bit, I could catch most people in my elbow free.
It happens so much with the Omega fight.
But also with the healers,
People just didn't wanna
welcoming
move
the
into
new
the center.
Sage job, we will be splitting it up with 2 jobs being a pure
You know
healer
what's
and then 3
aggravating?
jobs being various
Yzmot.
healers.
That happened a lot too.
Yeah.
Because people didn't want to tank him in the middle, which makes a lot of his mechanics easier for everybody to deal with, but they'll tank him at
And
like
then,
one
the
far
corner.
side of the arena, so
For
like
the offensive
so many
spells,
people just
like
get
the primary
shafted.
offensive spells, they're in general.
And it makes
going
no
to
sense
be,
because
a
he runs the
1.5
arena for
second cast time.
everything. And he
which is
puts
pretty
you
quick.
in the center for
まあアビリテ
everything.
ィがねかなり増えてきて、
うん
アビリティを使う機会が多いの
How magnets work.
で、
Well,
まあ
his running mechanic, you just run on his butt.
ストレスっていうところがあったと思うので、
But like for most of his other stuff, like if you're not tanking him in the middle,
短くしてあります。
everybody gets fucked. Like his petrifaction breath
With needing to
and his donut AoE. If you're not inside the donut, you die.
Tended to like casting
And the magnets,
tended
if he's
to
not in the middle for
feed
magnets,
into
like, you
the
could-
global cooldown
you could
time,
get
and I'm
screwed
sure
on
people
the
would be
levitation.
frustrated, or would have been very
White Mage's
frustrated
page
with
is
it.
small.
So, we're hoping that by sort of reducing the cast time for basic attack spells to 1.5 seconds, that would reduce the frustration and stress.
それでは白魔導士からいきましょう。
Jumping right into White Mage.
白魔導士はですね、もう正当
When are you gonna give me
進
water
化
for?
正当進化以外の
Ah,
何
we
物でも
already
ご
saw
ざい
that.
ません。
うん。
Not there
今
yet.
後も見た目も特徴的な、リリーを設置するという設置型の回復アクション、これ非常に便利で強力ですが追加されておりま
How
す。
is Asylum not visually
So with the
distinct?
White Mage, this is just
From the others.
simple.
Don't know.
I think they're talking about that little lily
as
thing.
Simple can be.
So is that just
let's see,
Asylum with
it
a flower?
Functionally,
Probably.
visually distinct restorative
Asylum.
field action will be.
Is this more for people who like
pure
are too
healer.
smooth brain to realize Asylum's a healing bubble?
And of course, White Mage
Second
will,
Asylum.
fall under that pure healer category.
But what about Third Asylum? Fourth Asylum.
Send me to the asylum. Shit.
That's Fifth Asylum.
You're already there.
And then a higher
Gosh,
tier
that should
for
not
the
be
holy
funny.
spell will be added, and so that will also
That-
be a
that
two-day
came from a
version
place-
release.
Crazy.
That came from a place of being so frustrated with your partners that happen to be white mages. That's where that comes from. Years
And
of
more
frustration
unfortunate news with
of
white
And
OV
sometimes
healing.
it was
Fluid
sometimes
or
it was
no
scholars.
has been relieved of its duties.
Astrologians who won't change their stance.
I mean, that's not going to be a problem
ディ
anymore.
バインベリゾンがチ
Yep.
ャージアクションに
Yeah.
ね。はい。
Or like the rare astrologian that
The
just
divine
forgets to put
venison
one on.
will become a charge action.
白魔
And we'll go through half the content before they're like, oh shit, I didn't put on a sect.
アップデートになってると思います。
But yeah, with the white maid, it's pretty straightforward. I think the controls will feel as it was, and it'll be a fairly smooth transition with these updates.
Okay.
はい。
Yeah, Noctis completely gone.
Rest in peps.
Not there
On
yet.
to Astrologian.
先生実施
What about the job war, though?
寄せることになりました。
So with the Astrologian, we
Astrologian
are
will
going
make
to
up
skew it
something.
more towards a pure healer.
ダイアナルセクトと
Yeah,
ノクターナル
it looked like they did a lot
セ
on
クトを
the
削除して
Astrologian
基本的
trailer.
な回復アクションの性能を
Yeah.
ダイアナルセクトの時は
Astrologian looks like it got
まあ
changed by quite a bit.
So the diurnal sect and nocturnal
Oh.
sect will be removed, and basic healing actions will be adjusted to have the same effects as they would have under
There you go.
while under diurnal sect.
Neutral sect
ただ
remains.
これ、ニュートラルセクトってアクションあるんですけど、そのニュートラルセクトの効果中のみバリアアクションが使えたりっていう
Oh, like I said, I doubt they were gonna
特徴として
Each healer's ability to do some regen or
But that
mitigation
being said,
completely.
there is going to be an
The
action
effective
called
animation
neutral
will be
sect,
changed.
which
Seal is used for a
while
new
you're under
enchantments
its
for applied to
effect,
self.
there will be some barrier
Huh.
actions that you can use.
で、あとはディビネーションの効果を変更してます。
And then we've adjusted the effects of divination.
まあディビネーションによる範囲よだめ上昇バフが、カードの引き運にすげえ左右される
Will
っていうの
divination
が
cut back
スト
your
レスだったので
cast time?
このあたり条件を
Maybe.
直しています
I mean, they were popping
The
stuff like
effects of
crazy
it
with the
was
cards, so
really
like I kind of want to
affected
know what that
by,
even was.
So,
the
Are
luck
they going
of
to
the
get rid of
draw, so
light
to
speed if
speak.
that's the case?
So it has. Been,
I don't think so.
It has been adjusted.
I don't know. Maybe Lightspeed will just do something
まあ
different.
まあ通常で使えるようになるって感じです。はい。
Basically speaking,
Like, notice
you
they
can
never
use
said
it in, like,
If the shortened cast time is only for DPS
normal
or like
circumstances.
で、
Not
そ
for
の代わ
heals.
りカードシンボルに依存する効果を持つ
I
セ
like
ルフ
light
バ
speed
フ
as my
が付与されるようになる
fastest
って感じ。
なるほど。
button.
So
well,
while
if
you
the
use it
if the
in-
reduction in cast speed applies to
what will
everything,
change
then
is
like
that,
Lightspeed would be a little
depending on the
redundant.
seals used,
Maybe they'll change
it
Lightspeed to be card
allows
related.
for,
Who knows?
Enhancements to be applied to yourself.
Like a, I don't know, faster
で
pot of greed.
リドローはですね、チャ
What?
ージアクション
Pot
が
of
なくて
greed.
Shut up.
Last
Shut
turn
up.
on
するため
card.
に一回使えるっていう
I played pot of greed. Yeah, plot of greed. Pot of greed was allowed me to draw an additional card from my deck.
Plot of greed.
And then redraw will become
Pot of
will
greed.
no longer be a charge
The pot of
action,
greed.
but it will be changed into an action where
Shoot,
every
that's
time
just
you draw, you
housing.
greed.
use
Plot,
it
plot of greed is
once.
just housing.
And then there will also be a change to
Plot of greed is
minor,
housing. You're right.
mana.
あとは
And then it turns into plot of greed.
動画にもありましたけど、回復と攻撃を結構兼ね備えた
No, Fed, it becomes House of Greed.
追加されてます。
And then the other update would be you may have seen it in the video, but there will be an
Fucking
AOE
stupid.
spell that kind of has
No
a
more than you.
healing capabilities as well.
I
as
said
an
we're all
offensive
fucking
element.
stupid.
Ah, they said there's gonna be an AOE that does healing and offense.
白魔の
Oh,
That might
that
be
was
the- that might be the start
だ
shower.
ろうっていう
Yeah.
ところが 結構言われて
Rather
いた
common.
ので
It's probably
今
common.
回他の
I mean,
ヒー
it's
ラ
a
ーに
lot
も
of stars
ない
falling, so I don't think that would just
なんだ
be
ろう ID 攻略しや
common
すい
because that's usually just
Yeah.
それぞ
one.
れが特徴違うんですけど、範囲を、持たせてます。
And this is kind of based on some input that
Sounds like
we
healer
noticed,
DPS might be a little bit more
whenever
complex
people
this
go
time
into
around.
instanced dungeon.
I don't need it to be
Holy
crazy
that
complex.
the
I just
can
need
use
the
is quite
kids to interact
strong,
with
and so
each
we
other.
wanted
That was a
to, allow
big
for
complaint I
other
had with
healer,
Scholar, but like ever
jobs
since I took
to
out
have
Quick and Ether
something
Flow,
similar. Of course, not
like none of my shit really interacted with each other.
From
Yeah,
each other
it seems
at
like
each
that's
of
what
the
they
different
did.
jobs,
Is they
but
seem
we
to
did
interact a
want to
little
have
bit
some
more.
kind of AOE spell.
Like for example, if I dissipate, I can't do any fairy related shit. That kind of like goes against having all my fairy
いや
shit in the first
もう
place.
からスタンをなくすかとかいやだけどでもなんか特徴どんどん削れていくのも違うと思うんですよね、なんか全員スタンつけるもなんかもうなんか大雑把すぎるしなのでそのそれぞれになんとか特徴を持たせて、そのなるほどねこういうニュアンスねとか結構苦労したんでそれぞれ特徴が違います。はい。
This was really quite a point of debate, actually. Like, do we want to add stun to this, or do we want to remove the stun effect from Holy, or but we don't want to like kill individuality either. But if we add stun to all of them, then it just seems to be very sloppy. So
you give me my stun back. I want my time stop.
Each job had its own.
Yeah, I don't see why opposition can't keep it stunned because unlike Holy, you can't spam it. So I thought that'd be different enough.
Difference between them. So
you
we're
know,
hoping that when players get to try it out, they would understand. Oh yeah, this is the kind of nuance that you're going for.
はい、じゃあ続いていきましょう。はい、続いては学者になります。
はい。Yeah, no matter what they do with healers, no one is ever happy, so they're going to be getting earfuls regardless.
学者はですね、ここからバリアヒーラーになりますが、学者は改めてバリアヒーラーとして調整されてます。
If anything, I think the slow is probably better.
Of course, we're moving into the barrier healers now, but with the scholar,
that might be redundant because we have arms
adjustments so that they are leaning more towards that sort of barrier type healer.
But arm's length does have a long cooldown, so that would be helpful.
多少ねペットの挙動をまた調整したりはしましたけど、まあ学者で
I would say maybe a heavy, but like you're not getting away from the mobs at any point. Excuse me, movement speed? What the fuck? What? Why did you give me Windrush Totem? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
Much we could have changed like significantly. I mean, we did make adjustments.
So what? Did Aylin just sit there flipping through her book one day and was just like, "Have you considered just going faster?"
Moving the fuck faster.
Amber, they saw you.
No, this is Aylin screaming at everybody to get the fuck out the AoE.
Do some more cardio.
Amber, this is the equivalent of you constantly switching to Bard so that you can just hit pull-ups.
No, this is the scholar yelling cadence to run faster.
Perpetually. If it's perpetual, then people are
Move,
going to be like,
bitch,
no,
get out the way.
Basically.
さっき動画でも最後ね召喚じゃないや学者チャチャチャって走ってたと思うんですけどあれ速度アップしてるってこと言いたかったんです。
If it's as fast as Lost Swift, I'm gonna lose my
shit.
shit.
You noticed in the video, like the scholar was running just a little faster towards the end of that job.
I didn't notice because you used a Lola belt.
That
enhancement
has been applied.
I saw them do a thing and then move out the way of the AoE at the last moment. Excuse me.
Yeah, I didn't understand what was going on. I was like, yeah, you move out the AoE? That is what you do with AoE?
So it's basically,
yes, move out the AoE.
Sprint, where
move, bitch, get out the way.
Is, faster for a certain amount of time, but it will not overlap with sprint.
Okay, so it doesn't stack with
他だとですね
sprint.
パーティーメンバー1人を
So
対
it's
象
probably
と
not
し
gonna
た
stack
結
with
構
Float
強力なバフ
either.
が
I can't go ludicrous
Colton
speed.
doesn't work in combat, so that's irrelevant.
Another
Why can't I
update
go
would
ludicrous
be,
speed?
There will be a fairly powerful enhancement that can be targeted to a single party member.
What kind of
ちなみに
enhancement?
今お話ししたその移動速度上昇が付与されるのはどっちかというとサブ効果で範囲軽
Scholar
減
would be the
の
one that had like
Oh.
anabolic steroids on them.
でさらに移動速度が一定時間上がります。
なるほど。
Hey guys, you need an epinephrine? I got you. I got my
And that
auto
new
injectors
action
right
that
here.
we mentioned earlier about
You keep that fucking needle away from
You
me.
guys need a shot of
quickening
morphine? I got an
the
auto injector
movement
for that
speed of the
too.
party is actually like a fringe benefit of the action itself. It's actually meant to be like a damage reduction buff that
It's
applies
fine,
God, I
Seth.
would not
to
be
You don't have
mad
to
if
worry
at some
about it.
point
a
in
range,
time
an area of range.
Scholar had an animation that just injects somebody with a
まあスピ
syringe.
ードとは重複しないんでね。
You don't have to worry about the needles too much, fam. Like, contrary to popular belief,
course, it
the
doesn't
needles don't go
overlap the
directly
systems.
into your butt.
はい。召喚もすいません。これぐらいしかお伝えすることがございません。
I mean, there are some shots that
Sure,
go
that's
into the
about
glue.
all we can
I thought it was the thighs for those
share.
like
That's
steroid
significant
ones.
for the scholar.
Oh,
Auto
So,
injectors
like,
just need to go somewhere where there's a lot of muscle. So the thigh is just like the most easily accessible big muscle for the bloodstream.
Ah.
That's all they're gonna say about Scholar, really?
Yep. That you're fast.
Fuck me, I guess.
Have our sage.
はい。でこちら、
Like nothing about the fairy gauge or
No,
anything?
no, you're just fat. You're just fast. You're just speedy.
So the sage possesses all the actions essential for a barrier healer.
ちょっと変わって
You're speedy
る
and you
のは
have
ですね、
you have steroids on you.
敵を攻撃すると同時に指定しているパーティーメンバーを回復するっていう特徴があります。
I mean, I was already doing that with all the healers, so I don't know how this is
while you're
special.
attacking an enemy, you can specify or target a party member to
So
heal
you're just
at the same
throwing
time.
a healing totem on somebody and then just
回
attacking?
復とか
This is just.
Is it like
it's not
Sinistry
just-
where except is this like discipline freeze?
I was going to say
I swear to
Sinistry.
God.
I was actually going
I've
to
been
say
saying they
Sinistry.
would never do
And,
something like
it
this
draws
because it
upon
means
unique
healers have
resources
DPS.
for healing and enhancements, as well as attack magic. As you can see in the job HUD example here.
これがですね、じゃあ
はい
ちょっとまあ味方一人をまず指定して、メインでヒールする対象を選ぶ、でかつ敵を攻撃するとまあ対象にヒールも走るよっていう特徴がありますまず。
So again, to reiterate, you would designate a party member to sort of heal, and then as you attack your enemy, then whomever you designated will receive healing.
まあカルディアっていうアクションなんですけど、それでパーティーメンバーを一人 MT さんとかをこう指定してこうヒール受け持ちますみたいな状態にするって感じです。はい。
So this is called
What?
cardia. Oh, I'm sorry,
Hi,
cardia, and then you would typically, I think it would work well if you specify like your main tank, off tank, as your sort of designated person to heal.
特定のアクションを使うと一つのアクションが、単に攻撃魔法だったのが、ドット付与に切り替わったりっていうちょっと変わった動作をするものもあります。
And then there's another unique characteristic where sometimes an action that you execute might be like when you're hitting somebody, an enemy, it turns into a dot also, like a damage over time.
I've been talking about stuff like this.
アガーガルっていうリソースを消費して、あとバリアヒールも豊富にございます。
We spoke about
And then,
all of this together.
there
We
is a
workshopped this
We
entire
did!
thing.
that the sage uses, which is the adder.
You guys
gall,
designed
that
Sage, I designed
accumulates over
Reaper.
time, so that
we
you
also
can
designed
execute
Summoner.
your instant
Kind of.
barrier heals.
あとはイカロスっていう動画でも飛んでた移動アクションがあるんで、まあ、テクニカルバリアヒーラーって感じです、イメージ。
And then in terms of like a gap closer or like a movement type action, we have Icarus.
I guess Scholar just has a
noticed
gap
in
closer
the
for everybody
video
now.
that the sage is kind of flying.
Yeah, it's called
so
Move Your
it's
Feet.
kind of positioned as a technical.
You Marcus, move your asses to get out of that coma, AoE!
So Sage is basically a DPS healer.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like Discipline Priest.
The gameplay screen might be a bit
Yeah.
complex,
Which
but,
means
I guess
basically
we
anybody
could
who
try it,
doesn't
try to
thinks
see it on the
healers
game
should DPS should not play Sage. Because they're not going to get anything out of it.
I mean, this doesn't sound like that DPSing is your only way to heal, though.
Yeah.
Unlike Disc Priest, where, like, yeah, you can heal without Atonement on Disc Priest, but it's going to be much less effective, and you're going to be life tapping because of the way Shadow Heal works.
Genja desu. It's Sage.
Oh, I like the music for out here. It's really nice.
見るとちょっとゲームがわからなくなるね
Now I'm getting to hear more of
I
it.
have head to bed.
Looking
This has
at
been
this
going
thing,
on for too long.
you can't really.
I mean, they did say they were just going to kind of go into it since they didn't have a set schedule.
このキングの収まり方結構
I'll watch the rest
こだわりました
later.
ね
Alright,
We were
good
very
night, everyone.
particular about how
Night.
these nulas are sheathed.
Show me the
結構多いですよアク
poses!
ション
Show me B stance and V
Quite a
pose!
lot of actions available.
でまずこのパルディアっていうアクション
Am I reading that right? Their
特徴なんで
gauge
すけど
fills up over time.
これを使ってまず誰を主に回復
He's not even in
するかっていう
combat.
まあパートナーっていう言い方だとちょっと語
So
弊があ
you
るのかも
just
しれないです
start
け
with
ど
like
まあ
three
それを
ovals and it just goes from there?
Oh, but we can't load up Ether Flow?
感じです
Really?
I mean, you can if you press it
Going back to Cardia.
right before the last mob
this is
dies
quite
between
unique.
pulls.
And so you'll be
But I'm thinking more along the lines of this would be like if lilies were able to charge
heal.
without being in combat.
Might not be fully accurate to call it.
But we
perfect,
still don't know
I mean,
what
you're-
all
you're
the
pointing at
ovals
your
do exactly, so I'm not
designating,
sure.
Somebody you will be healing.
はい今自分に
So you like tether yourself to somebody.
So it's now set to me.
でちょっと攻撃をしますね
So Fen, this sounds kind of gay, doesn't it? I'll get to tether you for heals all the time.
Keep your tethers away from me.
Ben, it's okay. You just get another dance partner.
Because
Your filthy tethers away
I
from me.
designate myself. As I land an attack, the heal.
You didn't
kicks
have
in
a problem with it when I was
to
playing
heal
Dragoon?
me.
サウンドを
Yes, but that was giving me damage increase.
SE
Yeah, and a tether that gives you heals is something you don't want. Excuse me.
This is you're trying to do sus things to me.
A lot of people.
But Ben, your steroids. I have the auto injector right here.
Yes,
How does it
you know what
sound to
steroids do?
Does it sound sci-fi enough for you?
I'm not trying to be like Barry Bonds.
初めて俺もテクで聞いた時結構衝撃だったもんな
It really dead ass works just like
It was
Atonement.
quite
Holy fuck.
surprising when I heard it when I was doing my checks.
そしてですねこのエウクラシアというアクションを使うと技がね一気に変わったりします今
It's like they combined Binding Heal and Atonement. That's funny because I thought they would never do something like this because they didn't want healers to feel pressure to DPS.
はドット付与の技に変わったりします
So the one which we
What does
were
this do,
talking
though?
about, where an attack turns into something that can place a dot, that would be the Eucrasia. So once you cast that,
Okay, so that's what that
an
does.
attack, changes into something that would allow for damage over time.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm not sure how different that is than just manually pressing a dot.
普通に使えば
But maybe this is just cutting out a button so you don't have to press a different button.
なるほど
Get in the Sage Cage, Fen.
Augments.
No.
The different
You have no choice.
that the sage can cast.
I'll probably
claustrophobic.
still main Scholar, but like I'm gonna level up everything, Fen. I'm gonna play Sage, Fen.
I'm claustrophobic.
What's that do?
お分かり
Was that a heal?
Means I'm afraid of Santa Claus.
Well, I can see a lot of dirty jokes about that particular attack.
ま
Okay, there's your bubble. The bubble is not persistent. That's different.
Yeah, you
The
just
fuck
get
was
the
that?
effect.
あまあ変わってますいろいろ
Okay, what are the diamonds for then?
Augmented and changed.
じゃあ使いこなしてもらえれば
I guess.
面白さは保証するんですけど
Well, the spell effects are very pretty.
I think it might take a bit to master, but once
Hey,
you do get
Triss,
the hang of it, it
Triss,
is
have you
quite
ever
fun.
have you ever just wanted geometric screaming?
ヒーラーをそうで説明するのは難しい。
We Hupper Mage now.
I suppose
Tough
so.
to explain healers. I mean, so
Right.
when you are solo.
Very true.
コメントはですね
Tell me your thoughts on
全然あれなん
geometry.
ですよね SE と
I hate that.
Well, first of all,
ガ
X
ン
is
ダムの
right
話しか
there.
しないですよね
For some reason.
The comments are filled with, oh, the sound effect, or it's like Gundam.
LMAO. I mean,
It's not that hard. They did that with G Warrior.
ちょっと今までとやっぱり本当にまた違ったタイプのヒーラーとして
I can't wait for someone to just
なん
like
だろう極めがいがある
make a video of doing Sage stuff and just putting like all the
ぜひ
Gundam
ですね
theme songs on it.
この方はですね今回まあ賢者とそれから
Or just make a Gundam opening from like all the mechs and all the Sage stuff.
You're assuming somebody hasn't already done that.
遊んでみてください
But we'll have more
Right.
footage once we get Sage.
In any case, the Sage is definitely a technical barrier healer, and I think it's worth sort of mastering the skill set that the Sage brings to you. And then of course we have the Reaper joining the melee DPS, both having very unique mechanics and very characteristic. And it
I guess
very
I'm playing
unique.
Sage
So
for my healer.
we hope that people will
And I'll
enjoy this
keep
and try it out.
Astrologian around whenever we have to do content that
はい、あ
requires
りがとう
both.
ございます。Thank you very much. そうします第1部、ジョブ関連
There's still two more parts. Oh my god.
そうですねはい
So this concludes the first part of today's letter live. Job adjustments.
Yoshi laughed.
いやいやいやいや。
Aw.
何一部です
Laughs in agony.
Let this man take a
Barely got to the
nap.
first part.
あと2部あんで
あと2枚。
So we have 2 more parts after this.
大丈夫ですよ。
はい
So much
で
paper
は
Flips through
work.
his paper, just looks at the
こ
camera.
こで一旦休憩にしましょ
おやった
う。改めて休憩を挟
This
みたい
man
と
looked at his watch about 4
こ
times.
こまでいろいろご説明しましたので、ここで改めて
Man, I feel that.
休憩
That's
のお
like-
供にですね
That's staff duty energy right there.
はいはいはい
なので自動的に休憩は20分
Like,
休
he
憩
looked at his watch
はい
twice,
なの
picked
で
up the
今
papers,
まで
looked at his
今の
watch
情報を
twice again.
改めて頭の中で整理しながら
はい
改めてジョブアクションとか見ていただければと思います。
はい
So before going to the second part, pattern adjustments, we want to take some break.
Oh,
And
there's
for
a
this break,
storm
we,
brewing outside.
We'll replay the job action video again. So
It's windy
with
and rainy.
the explanation for each job in mind. Please check the job action video. So the length of the break this time will be the 20 minutes. はい、ではよろしいでしょうか。
Okay, a 20-minute break.
改めて
Yoshi P can get a nap in.
So let's check the video.
どうぞ
I'm guessing you're out now, Fen?
No?
Okay.
Fen could just call into work.
I don't go into work till 5. I'm perfectly fine.
Alright.
I mean,
Or he
I
could
don't know
just
if
call into work.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna stay up if this thing goes until 5 a.m., but
Well, Fen, we're only in part 2 and 3 now.
we're going into part 2. This was just the first part. There's still 2 more parts to go.
Right, right.
So, I do have some concerns about Scholar since all they mentioned was the Lost Swift. However, if the reception of whatever they did to Scholar was bad enough to get Scholar kicked from parties, they might have to do a hotfix like they did for Astrologian.
I have a feeling that they're going to have to hotfix Scholar. I just have this feeling right now.
I feel like they're going to
I'm gonna assume the fairy stuff is gonna use fairy gauge, but like I'm kind of concerned all they said was the movement speed stuff, which, don't get me wrong, is different from what a lot of other healers have.
I feel like they're going to work on Scholar again later.
Doesn't help that Scholar's main competition, quote unquote, is Sage, and they seem to have put a lot into Sage.
Actually, I think Scholar's main competition is Summoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also another good point.
Like, Scholar has less of an emphasis on the fairy, which I'm fine with, but like, the fact that they're still connected means that whatever they do to Summoner will also affect Scholar and vice versa, so they have to like do a tightrope walk whenever they do anything to either of these jobs. So it sounds like they put a lot of effort into Summoner, but whatever Scholar has is more of an afterthought as a result from the looks.
I thought now that they officially got rid of all the dots from Summoner, that meant they could actually start doing the interesting stuff with dots again on Scholar.
Maybe, because like for all we know, Scholar does have something like Try Disaster. Because like I can't really glean what we're supposed to get from the Scholar trailer.
Yeah.
Like I didn't even catch that the movement speed was faster.
Yeah, because they did it on a Lalafell. It's very hard to read.
So now I can look at it again.
It does look faster. Looking at it again.
Okay, Whispering Dawn. Decided. That's not. No, that would be Illumination. Okay, Blessing. Chain Shred. Biolesis. Royal. Okay, that's the Swift. But what did they put on the Warrior? Is that the steroid?
Yeah, you think so?
Well, we still get 3 things of Ether Flow, so like not much change there. I am a little surprised that we didn't get anything to build off of Seraph. That seems like an obvious type of thing to do. Maybe Lost Swift also uses Fairy Gauge. That makes it a little bit more valuable.
Okay, I see the new move that Dark Knight has now. Yeah.
Wait. So am I looking at this wrong, or did they put Blackest Night on themselves and then put it on someone else?
Yeah, they put Blackest Night on themselves and they put a different cooldown onto another person.
So does this mean you can potentially get 2 uses of Edge of Shadow?
Maybe.
I gotta say, Dragoon, Paladin, and Dancer are the ones that wowed me the most with their new stuff. Like, visually, anyway.
Oh, visually?
Yeah, because Dancer has a blue phoenix. They have a fucking rain of chakrams, or knives, or whatever that was.
I like the stuff that Monk got. Stuff that, like, Ninja got. And Summoner, I think, like, constantly that is the new jobs.
I like all those too, I'm just saying those are the ones that wowed me the most. I still can't get over the shotgun. I think the shotgun's my favorite part of what Machinist got.
That's the first one. That's the second one.
Who calling when they call the queen though?
Oh.
Like, is Davinian just like following us wherever we go? I'm actually a little shocked that we don't have Joy jumping out of the queen at some point.
Yeah, it looks like we just have 2 charges of reassemble now.
That, or it reduces your cooldown.
I like this cooldown.
I mean, 2 charges and a reduced cooldown are pretty much the same thing. Is that Heart of Stone, or is that like a beefier Heart of Stone? I can't tell.
It's just Heart of Stone.
Okay, because I'm admittedly not really looking at the graphic when I slap it on somebody.
That's the follow-up to
Yeah, that's
Burst
the new
Strike,
stuff.
and that's the Cypher move. I forgot what it's called,
The
too.
job squares look like forbidden candy. I want it. Okay, that's Sidewinder. Okay, we still have regular Refulgent. So really, regular Refulgent arrow is what Jank was like, what's that? I'm like, what do you mean, what's that? Did this motherfucker just bust out a violin?
Yeah.
I think he did. So, if I'm understanding this right, is the Minor Arcana for yourself now? Or does the Minor Arcana do the AoE?
I thought the Minor Arcana might have done 2 different things, but it looks like they both do the same thing.
Yeah, that looks like holy. That's what it spells Holy Rain. The more I look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play
Is that not
it's
just?
just not meshing with me.
Is that last one just like an upgrade on Horoscope?
I think so. The effects look like Horoscope.
Wait a tick. I don't think a full minute passes between the double Goten and the double Midare, so Fen, does this seem like we get a shorter cooldown between double
Yeah, you
Genjutsu?
said, they said it has 2 charges.
Sweet!
That last attack is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I really like the Yuki Kaze upgrade. Koi was asking me if Divine Venison always looked like that, and I'm like, yeah? It did? Like, cause lore-wise, all of White Mage's protective and healing stuff is water aspected. That's not really up for debate. It doesn't look like they changed Tenchi Jin much.
Nah.
Just fucking delete that.
Which means I'm still gonna fuck it up, yeah, whenever I play Ninja.
Just fucking delete Tenchi Jin.
I'd rather they delete Trick Attack first.
I wonder if they changed the smoke bomb.
I don't know, they just didn't show it. Like, they're not showing everything. They're not showing everything on these things.
Oh yeah, that is fire and lightning. Whoever said that is right.
Yeah, I wonder if like the smoke bomb is now a backstep.
Can Monk get a back set, please?
I'll have to give
You
you
have
the
flash
stat.
tap.
I really feel like the ley lines are bigger. It might just be it's a Lalafell, but I feel like they're
it
bigger.
Might be it's a Lalafell.
That ice spell's cool, no pun intended. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me.
That fire ice move is really cool.
I like the fire lightning.
It's cold spicy.
Stop.
Shut up. You shut the fuck up right now. You know what you did. I know what you did.
As a consumer of kimchi, it is my right to declare something cold spicy.
I hate you.
I wanna know what this song is. I want this.
It kind of gives me a similar energy to one of Seymour's themes.
Don't say that.
Like, not the exact notes, but you know what I mean, Fen? Like, the later Seymour fights.
Yeah.
Since we have Anima as a trial, like, that they might have gotten inspiration from that.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me very much.
Get in the Sage Cage, Fen.
No.
Did they bring back one Elm Punch? Jeez, that last one's really fast.
I'm glad they did more with Monk than just another Grease Lightning. Like people wanted.
Yeah, I've been saying for years that Grease Lightning is boring as a mechanic and it doesn't really add anything, since the core rotation hadn't changed. But no one wanted to hear it whenever I said it's not particularly engaging, just like when I say dots alone are not an engaging mechanic. Oh, and we still have Ruin 3, so Jank can, like, cross that off what he was saying. Yeah, he was saying we don't have Ruin anymore, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure we still have Ruin. It looks like Ruin changes depending on what element you're working with, though.
Okay, so I would just like to say I'm disappointed that you don't get to hit the enemy with a race car. As
On
Titan.
what?
As Titan.
Oh. Eh. I'd expect Machinas to get something like that before anyone else, really.
I'm actually... Yeah, that is the thing. now that I think about it, I am a little disappointed that we didn't get Pasca as a summon.
Yeah, what? Oh, Rasta Pasta?
Yeah.
I mean...
Rastafari.
Yeah, it's bad.
I mean, lore-wise, we only have these 3 Eggies, and the Eggies are what we're working with. And, like, we didn't get our ether from the ones on Eden. We already had the primal ether from the ones that we fought on the Source.
I mean, we clearly messed up in the head if Eden has told us anything.
I mean, it's not just us that did it. We were also working with Reen's interpretation of what we told her.
Yeah, I have no idea what this cast is for paper.
Looks like a sort of meditation to me, the one in the beginning.
Yeah. Oh god. So cool.
Oh, so if party members are in that AoE, it's like a spree for Reaper.
Yeah, and it's pretty big, so.
Giggity.
Why do they need a strike rate?
Fucking has Getsuga Tensha. I don't get it! Oh my god.
Ooh, you have a claw swipe move.
Yeah. That was cool.
Hey, Triss! I can be Velvet for real!
Yeah.
Too bad that one coat that was the closest to what Velvet wears is a striking top.
Inferior combos is awesome.
I wonder if this means that Requiscat is no longer time-based and just more how many actions you take. I guess we'll just have to see. Because I'm like, Requiscat lasts like 15, 16 seconds, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they did Holy Spirit, Clemency, and Holy Circle before they started doing Confiteor, and they had a bit of a pause before they started doing that. So I was like, is Requiscat supposed to last that long? I suppose they could have started a combo right before it fell off, and the combo just goes on regardless.
Well, all I can say about Paladin is, man, why isn't Daniel playing?
Smite!
That's right up his alley. He loves Warrior Light and Dissidia.
Because he's too ADHD, I guess. Because he can't just do the MSQ whenever he played.
Yeah.
I was not expecting Windrush Totem. I wasn't ready for that.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Good. put some things away.
はい、戻ってまいりました。ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。So, welcome back. Yeah, we are back. Now we are running the Final Fantasy 14 Letter from the Producer Live number 66, explaining the lots of new features for our next expansion Endwalker. はい、ということで、ここから第2部をお送りしていきたいと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか。
最初にですね、前半のちょっとフォローが1個あってですね、はい、召喚士のエギミラプリの話をレベルが上がるとカーバンクルが他のエギになっていくので、姿をカーバンクルに戻したりできますよっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、ごめんなさい、あれ逆で、カーバンクルがもう全基本にいて、これにイフリートエギミラプリをしたりとか、姿を変えられます。すいません、もう召喚は何度もちょっとひっくり返してきてたんで逆に覚えてましたということなので、まあいずれにせよミラクルできますっていう話。
I thought we were having a 20-minute break.
Apologies. We wanted to clarify or make a correction on something that we had mentioned in the first half, where we were talking about the summoner and the Eggy. But we mentioned earlier about how once you level up, your Eggy turns into like Ifrit and whatnot. I actually had it backwards. Apologies. It's Carbuncle is the base form, and then you can glamour it to look like Ifrit, etc. So apologies for that.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. ではここからは第2部といたしまして、バトル関連調整をご紹介いただきたいと思います。
今までのはバトル関連調整じゃなかったんかいっていう感じです。
From now on, now we want to explain battle adjustments. はい。
Weren't jobs also part of adjustments, I guess?
Could be.
さあ行きますよ。まずは1個目どうぞ。まずレイドファインダー、霊式コンテンツのレイドファインダーのマッチングに調整が入ります。こちらです。今回ヒーラーがピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーに分かれるということで、マッチングのアルゴリズムもピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーで、マッチングされるようになります。
So first up is the raid finder. We are going to be making adjustments for the matching system or the algorithm to accommodate for sorting out the barrier healers and the pure healers.
そしてですね、他はやってないですね。他はどっちになってもクリアできるぐらいの難易度なので、はい。で、ごめん、いいよ、どうぞ。はい。
The rest, there hasn't been very much of a change. There's really not much of a need to like sort the different the other ones.
はい。
で、まあなんかちょっといくつかコメントがあるんであれなんですけど、まあ前にもこれ実は話してるんですけど、レイドファインダーやっぱりこれ以上細かく条件を割るとマッチングが伸びすぎてダメなんですよ。なので、まあこれ以上細かくであればパーティー募集を使ってください。ぜひ。はい。
I do see some comments mentioning about how they are wondering about, well, what about other sort of sorting and like categorization? But if we add more conditions to the different raid finder, like party composition algorithm, so to speak, it's going to lengthen the time it would take for a party to be matched up. So if you want to be very granular about who joins the party, it might be best to go to the party finder.
さあではそのパーティー募集の続いてアップデートのお話でございます。
Next up is updates made to the party finder.
まずパーティー募集に出すときにヒーラー枠をピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーでもちろん分割できるようになっております今回。
So of course, with the party finder too, the healer category will be split between pure and barrier healer.
でさらにですね、よくこうなんかいろいろ揉める原因にもなってたところなんですけど、参加条件にですね、今回コンプリート済みで、かつ修正券を今週まだ受け取ってないよっていうのを追加しました。
And the second point kind of ties into some of the discourse, so to speak, or like arguments that may happen, which is in order to mitigate it, and that is a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards will be added to the participation conditions.
なので、
Yeah, this is important because if someone has already done the thing,
今週クリア済みの方でもいいので
you sandbag your party because they get less
これ
loot.
入れなければ、そういうマッチングに。
If a certain amount of players have already completed that floor, you get one less chest, and if a certain amount over, you get no chest, which just screws over someone who hasn't gotten it at all.
Then,
so this will be nice.
And they don't mind not having the weekly completion reward, then you would not need to like specify to this option.
それからですね、続いて、ジョブ重複制限で、
Search results will no longer include parties you cannot join.
これ僕もよく
You know, one player per job.
やってたんですけど、これも検索からも出なくなります。このチェックボックス入ってると。
Are these battle adjustments the first thing they're talking about?
So search results will no longer
Yeah, this is the first thing.
Okay. Due to the one player per job requirement.
So they said they made adjustments to Raid Finder for Savage, which includes
got stuck on sometimes in some of his
shield and regular healer. And they're doing similar things for Party Finder.
Nice.
There's a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards will be added as a separate category, which is useful for Savage because if you have a certain amount of people that have already completed that Savage floor, you sandbag the party's loot. And if you have like half or more that already completed the floor, you get no loot at all.
We made some duty reward adjustments.
武器がドロップする討伐と
So this would be nice for people that are like looking to not be surprised when they clear the floor and there's no loot because people lied about them getting their completion.
ジョブのランダムの武器1個ドロップするのは変わらず、それ以外にもう1個。
A lot of the time, people will still take no loot just to get the clear, to get the page. But that sort of thing is usually discussed beforehand.
So
near the end of like the reset.
Drops will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward. What this means is, of course, with the dungeon loot, of course, when a weapon drops, it's randomized. And with so many jobs being added to the roster,
so make getting weapons a little less original,
sort of direct drop, as we called it, of a weapon. But we will also add a coffer that will allow for whatever weapon of the person who opens the coffer will get as like an additional.
で、この調整をですね、次のページに行っていただいて、どうぞ。まあ、3.x までの高難易度レイドの4層にも、これを全部適用していくことに今回細かく、はい、決定させてもらいました。
And so this
Confiteor, Confita more, Confita most.
Oh my god.
Raids released up through 3.x will now drop a weapon.
The fourth turn of high-end raids will now drop a weapon coffer. Very nice. Time to get them weapon glams, guys.
なので武器1個と必ずチェストと出るので、まあ運良ければその場にいる2人が武器ゲット出せってなる感じですね。
So, because we have the weapon, the randomized weapon drop, and then the coffer,
might be harder with the stat push, though.
if you're lucky,
To do
2
them.
people will be able to obtain a weapon of the weapon that they want in a particular high-end raid.
でさらに続いてどうぞ。 4.X までの高難易度レイドでドロップする防具アクセサリーが、全部チェストに直ドロだったんですけど変わります。
Once had a red mage with a macro for LB3 that went in alliance chat. Nobody needs to see, right? Right? Limit break. Still think about it sometimes.
Accessories in the form of offers.
I don't think anything will be as blinding as that time we saw 3 collective unconscious go off at the same time, though. That wasn't even a limit break.
Yeah.
Copper.
なので全て同じ仕
Yeah,
様
just
で
everything
今回
went white, and I was like, what the fuck was that? And then Lau was like, that was 3 collective unconscious at the same time, and I was like, what the?
まあ同じルールでね、いけるように、しておきました。
I think another one,
we
well,
tried to even
for me,
out,
because
and try to make it,
I hate
the
myself
same
and
across the
have
board,
yet to
and then
adjust
sort of,
Muhammad's size, was
revisited the
when
drop table of
we were
past
doing,
content as well, so that we can add that sort of
I
coffer,
think it
to
was...
these different content.
What floor of Eden is it with the birds?
ですね、まあ以上が大体コンテンツの報酬関係の
And the portals.
I'm trying to think of the number.
いきましょう。
2, right?
7? No, 2 is Voidwalker.
HUD レイアウト。
It's
I want to say it's 7 because it's right before Refulgence, isn't it?
Whatever,
Cover the
that
different
thing.
reward
Like,
updates. Next
everyone
up
was
is,
being a
adjustments made
summoner
to
that
the
day.
HUD.
And
ですね。
my whole back
You couldn't
screen...
see the portals.
Yeah, my whole back screen was blue. Because everyone decided to like, oh, the ninja is doing trick attack. Bam, bring out Bahamut. So there's like
we
6
will
Bahamuts
be
behind me.
able to identify a trigger
Conditional
buff,
enhancements
or
can now be
English says
separated as a new
conditional
category in the HUD layout. Conditional
Basically,
enhancements refer
like,
to proc type
that are
buffs.
applied.
So you can separate your proc buffs from your other buffs if you want to see them
まず
easier.
今の例で恐縮なんですけど、ファイガプロックとかサンダガプロックとか。はい。で今まで現状では
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
デバフ
E7.
とその他バフっていうに分離できるんですけど、今回その
The new category is an addition to the present enhancements, enfeeblements, and other
自分
categories
で管
of
理して
status
目の
effects.
届きやすいところにそこだ。
Yeah, it's kind of a lot.
切り離して持っていくっていうことができるようになります。
Apologies, the example is Black Mage again, but with the Fire 3 proc and the Thunder proc, it's beneficial sometimes to separate it out from the different like buffs that you may have, just so that you have that indicator. So
I want to talk about blinding the raid. Here's my
we
5
are now
Astrolord
able
and Void
to
Arc run.
split out enhancements, enfeeblements, and then now we will have the
LMAO, that is
conditional
pretty
enhancements,
blinding.
where you can separate it out and then place it where you feel is best to get a view of.
まあトリガーバフだけ当然切り離してね、ジョブゲージの近くに置いて、視点をそこでもう管理を固めてしまおうとかっていうのもできるし、まあ個別にいつもの通り表示サイズを大きくしたりっていうのもできるので、ぜひ皆さんまたこだわりの UI に役立てていただければと思います。
With being able to separate out just the procs that show up or the conditional enhancements, you can, for example, place it near your job.
All of them, we heard you like big swords, so we give you more bigger swords. Dark Knight has left the chat.
Identify any sort of buffs that have been applied on a proc sort of basis, or because you can adjust the elements that you have in the separated sort of display. You can also change the display size as well if you want it to be more like prominent on the screen.
はい。まあこれかなりねもう助かる人多いんじゃないかなって気がします。見逃さないように。はい。
We're hoping that this would be very beneficial and would help people who do want to keep those like separated or keep track of them separately.
で、続いてなんですけど、グラウンドターゲットの利便性を向上させるアップデートを、入れております。
Next up
Do you
is
know,
improved
Lahi?
ground targeting functionality.
ですね、キャラクターコンフィグにこれ、今までの挙動の方が好きだったっていう方もいると思うので、キャラクターコンフィグで選べるようにしてあります。まず設定を新たに追加してます。
To not have ground targeting.
It sounds to me they only did that for Salted Earth.
The current ways, so we made it so that it is selectable. So we basically added it as a new setting in.
Like,
the
I feel like
character
we'll still have to place stuff down on the healers, for example.
言い方としてはですね、グラウンドターゲットアクションを一回押すとグラウンドターゲットマーカー出るし、
はい、
そのアクションボタンをもう一回押すとその置いてある場所にもう即実行されるっていう形になるんで、パッドはかなり楽なんですよ。
That's a nice one.
So the changes are include, let's see, press action button again to place target.
That makes
circle.
it so
basically,
much easier for
say you wanted to activate
controllers.
A ground target related action.
Very much
You
so.
can just press the same button again to confirm.
Yeah, I'm just
this
sitting
is
here
where you
with
wanna
my gaming
place the
mouse,
ground
like dot dot
target.
dot.
So I think people using
Yep.
the controller might have.
You don't know the
a
pain,
smoother
Amber.
time setting
You don't
their
know the
ground
struggle.
target.
I mean, I tried. I tried controller and Stormblood. And I just kept fucking myself over, so I stopped.
Like, I can do it. I learned the trick of don't really move the ground target itself, but move the camera, and I was able to do it pretty quickly that way.
And it's a good thing one of them moved, because I was starting to worry my thing froze.
To do is implemented on this media Lord server.
ちょっと待って。
はい。
Sorry, one moment.
あれなんですよ。今普段吉田さんが開発とチェックしている最新状態のものとはまたちょっと違うバージョンのメディアツアー専用ワールドが今回使ってるところなんですけど、そこに果たしてこのモードがあるのかどうかを今確認しております。
As predicted, I went on the subreddit and people are just shitting on Scholar, with like one or two people are actually being reasonable.
Yeah, so this
I didn't bother
server
to look
is
there yet.
Set up dedicated to the media tour 2021. So he's checking if this mode is available on this version, and then
Like, I very clearly
ちょっと待ってね、
remember
動作するかだけ
なるほどね。
確認する。
back in
and then he found something
back in Shadowbringers when we
then
first
now
saw all this
he's
stuff.
confirming if
I didn't know what was going on with
walking
Astrologian.
as
I didn't
desired.
know what was going on.
Me neither.
Scholar.
It doesn't help that like they had that
Yeah,
error with the
go on,
card
let's see
display.
Yeah.
Diva community.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on with Scholar in Shadowbringers trailer either, except Seraph. Seraph was like the one thing that was easy to understand.
Oh no, we can't.
Are they having technical difficulties?
はいはい。
顔ね
じゃあ、
No, Yoshi P and the
時
others.
期ってもらって
はい
大丈夫。
じゃあゲーム画面お願いします。
Because they keep looking at stuff and...
Game speed.
Okay, seems like they were fiddling with the
キャラクター
settings.
コンフィグの中の操作設定。
Not that it does us any good because we can't read that.
ここにグラウンドターゲット設定っていうのがあります。で、ここにグラウンド GT アクションの有効範囲内でのみ操作可能にする。で、これは
Like,
さっき
fuck
パ
all
ー
these
トの2
people
行
though.
目
I'm
にあった
gonna keep playing
その
Scholar.
アクション
out
の
of spite.
グラウンドターゲットできる距離
はい。
よりカーソルがもう奥へ行かないなので最も
Also,
遠い
Lost
ところ
Swift.
っていうのが取りやすくなる。
Make all you fucks run off the
あ
edge.
そこじゃねそこじゃねもっと手前ってやらなくて済む。で、それだけを、オンにしたりオフにしたりっていうのもできるし、グラウンドターゲット中に、もう一回同じアクションをしたらもうその場で実行するみたいな、これ両方分かれてるんで、
はい。
これまあ両方適用でして、
一旦訳しますか。
あ、どうぞ失礼しました。
So when you go into the configurations, and it should be under controls, I believe. But there should be a section where you can set your ground target options. So there are two that is going to be available. One is the aforementioned hitting the action button one more time will place the ground target wherever or will confirm the placement of the ground target. And then the second one was
So someone says that Dancer in the trailer started without standard, went straight in technical, then used the blue finisher to get an instant standard step
I
up.
don't want a ground target that far back.
So
you
this,
can
if this
set
is
the
true, it cuts
configuration so
down
that it stays within
on
the
how long you
bounds,
have to
and
wait
so
until
it
you can
allows
just
for you to
do
get like
technical.
the most optimal, like furthest
So you can just start off with
distance,
technical instead.
through turning this function on.
ごめんね、
So that'll be
英語
useful
UI で
for
ダメだったんだけど
extremes and
私が間違う
savages.
とあれなんでごめんなさいね。ここにあります。はい。
Apologies. The UI is in Japanese. We wanted to make sure that we set the correct settings. So it's in Japanese at this time, but it will be available on this particular part of the character configuration menu.
でこの状態でもうこれ以上にいかないです。わかります？
So with the ground targets kind of bound within that sort of ground targeting range, I hope you can tell, but the furthest it can go is sort of
People are
restricted.
really
So it
complaining
doesn't
you
go
you
too
don't
far
have to
back, like, it doesn't
you don't have to
look
macro
into the
embrace
border.
anymore. Really?
Yeah, you can see the mouse
Really?
console
Ew,
can go
gross.
further,
Fuck
but
that.
the ground target itself won't. I mean, will stop at a certain point. これはいいです。わかりやすい。
でこの状態でもう一回アクション実行すると。
So you hit the action
Oh, there you go.
button.
We still have Shikuchi.
なので、
Okay.
この辺適当にマウス置いといて、こんな感じで。
自動的に一番
Blue
遠いところまで
Carby,
行ける。
don't call it a comeback. You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you back to me?
So of course you can place the mouse cursor where you want to go.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
So-
I
so-
could
And if
swear
you
I
just want
saw
to,
Ifrit Eggy in the benchmark
go
though.
as far as you can, then you can just set the cursor to somewhere like close to off screen so that it automatically kind of stays within that target range, but it doesn't go beyond what is available.
不用意に忍者出したらコメントで「あれ襲撃がない!」って書かれた。
So I tried to use the ninja here, and they've noticed something is missing.
まあなくなってはいない。
Assassinate is not gone.
なくなってはいない。
It's not
Hi.
gone forward.
さあじゃあグラウンドターゲットはこんなと
はい。
ころですね。はい。
So that covers ground targeting.
It's not disc priest unless it's massively reworked every expansion and often mid expansion. Well, that's just summoner.
続いてはですね、パーティーメンバーの栄称級ターゲット表示。まあこれだけを見るとなんだかわかんないと思うんで、出しちゃいましょう。
はい。
今、ごめんなさい、あゆみさん、ちょっと待って。パーティーリストの中で、A 勝バーでどの敵を攻撃してるかとか、どの味方、誰を蘇生してるかっていうのが判別しやすく今回なってます。
So this is display party members target when casting, and it's kind of weird to explain it with just this header. But if you look at the check mark,
That's really nice.
It makes it easier to discern which target your allies are attacking or reviving.
まあ例えばこの表示に出てるパーティーリストだと、
But I
まあ
doubt that's actually
例えば
going
左の
to
ス
work
クリ
in
ーンだと
practice.
モンスターのC 番目の、
はい
ヘイトリストに対応しているのでその人に対して今栄唱攻撃栄唱を唱えてますよっていうのが左のスクリーンですね。
So it'll show you which number or letter the person or the target is. So in the screen cap on the left side, it shows you.
Or, you know, I can throw a 2 Royal or Glare or whatever until they raise somebody and then I just raise the other person.
C is being targeted.
Yeah, but what if they're doing the
で、
same?
右側ですが今、
But does this show up if you, like, say, focus target
1番
them?
の、白魔導士がレイズをかけているのはパーティー
'Cause, like, I can't think of, like, a not pain in the ass way to do this.
When
When I'm trying to, like, heal everybody else and dodge a mechanic.
then
while
the screen
trying to
grab on the
decide who
right,
I should be raising
shows
next.
That party member number 1, the white mage, is casting raise to number 2, which you can see is the paladin in that party list.
ちょっと別アライアンスが厳しい。まあまずはパーティー。なんかいずれね考えたいと思います。はい。
Now this only applies to parties, and I'm afraid it doesn't work on alliances just yet. We'll try to think of something that would make it easier to discern, but for now it's party members.
これあれだな、ナンバー C ってなんだろうっていうのなんですけど、ヘイトリストに、
Can't they do like
敵の名前が出てると思うん
2A
ですけど、あそこに A、
or
B、
2B or
C
something?
ある。
2C?
そう、それだと思ってください。はい。
Really?
左のリストはだからパーティーリストメンバーじゃないですね。グレアなんで。
はい。
はい。
And so just to clarify, the one on the left is when you are attacking an enemy. So it's not necessarily your party member. As you can see, the letters should correspond to whatever enemy list that you have. Usually it's like a name and then the alphabet that follows. So it's that letter at the end.
で正直迅速魔どうなるんだろう。正直迅速魔はもうインスタントなんでどうにもならないです。ごめんなさい。
People are wondering, oh, what about Swiftcast? And well, that's instant. So I'm sorry, there's not enough time to display who you're casting.
それをやろうとすると、誰が誰を今ターゲットしてるのかっていうのを出さなきゃいけなくなるけど、ね、ものすごい勢いでみんなターゲット変えるんで、それはねちょっとさすがに無理ですね。はい。
That one, you would have to show like which one is being targeted very quickly. So I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to keep up with that system. So it's not applicable.
まあこれはこれでただね事故りそうなのは、
はい。
あ、モルボル今2の人に蘇生してるから、やべ俺被ったから。
Black Mage's new title will be A Song of Fire and Ice.
俺がキャストしたらそっちかけてくれるんだったら俺は。
Nah, that's when they pair up with the bard.
そうっていうことはあるかなとは思います。
Stop it.
Bard and Black Mage new meta, guys.
Because now you'll be able to
if you go on with them long enough, you get a red wedding.
No.
That's when you get dead.
Red Mage has entered the chat.
Spawn is also trying to cast Raise, and they realize, oh wait, it's the same person. Oh, maybe I should cancel.
Then you bring White Mage to get the Raise of Casimir.
Nobody ends up casting the Raise. So you might want to be careful on that end.
Too soon.
だから一度先に栄唱し始めたらガンと強い心で。
So if you know you're the first one who's casting like a,
you know, my favorite part was how differently they handled Rob's wife in the book.
Don't falter. Keep your casting.
Because like they didn't need to resort to killing a pregnant lady because the wife's mom just made sure she never got pregnant in the first place. She was feeding her birth control under the guise of a fertility potion. That's straight up savage.
Next up, health bars will be displayed even when incapacitated. Right.
What?
ですね、これ今までヒットポイントバーを常に表示
Wait, what does this
っていう
mean?
状態に。
Is it just easier
Oh.
to see dead people
okay.
now?
Okay.
I mean, they're dead on the ground.
ヒットポイント減少
Okay.
中の場合
I don't know how
この
much
倒れ
more
てる人
blatant it could be.
Let me rephrase. It's easier to distinguish the dragoons apart.
So of course,
I-
with the
I never had. Look, I have other people's
when it's
nameplates.
set to.
Well, this is really only an issue in Bosnia because, like, in alliances, I can still see people's nameplates, albeit they're abbreviated.
I'm sorry.
But, like, even in Bosnia, it's still pretty easy to see when someone's dead because they're on the ground. I might not be able to.
Regardless,
I might not be able to, like, see who exactly is dead, but I know they're dead.
Amber, I guarantee you, even with this, people will still walk over me.
HP is below 100%. It doesn't necessarily.
Some
Well,
people
you're an
just don't-
Elzen, so you're just so long that you just blend into the tree branches.
I
with
guess
this,
so.
Yeah.
Some people just don't
Yeah.
care.
Whenever
Exactly.
They just mistake you for tree roots.
Yeah.
Their health bar will show up as like a blank.
Oh, it's a giraffe.
これはですね
He's just feeding. He's on the ground feeding.
He's just taking a nap.
Yeah, he's just taking a nap.
いるのを見逃してしまう
Him and his long fucking
あ
neck.
りますね。
蘇生されずにみんな行ってしまったっ おーいってなる。まあこれ気づけないほど同化しちゃう場合はやっぱあるんで、これによってここに命を絶たれたプレイヤーがおりますというのが、分かるようになるので。
You can just say Bajda or Eureka. You can just say it.
できてないっていうのがあったりするんで、これ
Particular content.
見やすくなるんで、ぜひ。
I mean, the fairy lived at 5,000 ping before, so that's an incredible boost.
This was,
What?
in order to combat situations.
Yeah, it looks like there's
where
less of a
players
delay
are
between ordering the ferry and getting the ferry, but like, I never thought that was a huge deal unless your latency was actually just shit, because if something was coming that I needed illumination or whispering dawn for, I just pressed it a little bit ahead of time. That was all.
People finish a duty and they're like, okay, we're done, we're gone, and you have a party
Hopefully
member
this
still
means
on the
consolation
ground
from
and
Sarah will
wondering,
be
oh, but
a little bit
praise,
quicker.
please, everybody go on.
Because I would press
So,
consolation
we
ahead
try
of
to
time
make it
too,
easier
but like
for people to
sometimes
discern,
the
their
consolation just
lies,
wouldn't show up
so and so
R.I.P. Unreal
Until, like,
Trials.
valiantly, but
a couple
is now
GCVs later.
KO'd, so that people will notice and
Rest in
ask their
peps.
raise.
Wait, what's resting in pups?
はい。
Unreal Trials.
で続いてはどっちかというとお知らせなんですけど、
はい
ちょっと 6.0 での現透滅戦なんですけど、一回ちょっと封鎖をさせてください。
Is there some issue they have to
So
fix? Because it
this
says
is more of
temporarily.
an announcement
Oh, I know, I was
than
just
anything,
saying
but,
that
we
just to
would
say it.
like to temporarily close off or remove the Unreal trials.
っていうのもですね、まずレベル今、90のバランスをめちゃめちゃ取ってるんですよ。全体バランスを。
はい、
で、そのレベル90の着地どころってギリギリまで調整するので、
Or it
それから
might
じゃ
be
ないとやっぱり
there's not so much an
調整
issue
で
with
きないんですよね
Unreal
過去の。
so much that maybe they just want people to be able to focus on the new stuff
なので
first.
ちょっと一回そのままとりあえずリバーを開けとけばっていう意見もあったんだけど
Does
いや
does that sound crazy or like does that sound
いくらなん
logical?
でもなんでちょっと一回封鎖をさせてください。はい。
The reason why
the
is
Unreal Trials
because
with the,
Oh, yeah,
that's the level
that makes sense.
We still want to continue making adjustments to the overall balance of the different jobs, and we would like to adjust it as long as possible up until.
Can you
the last
imagine how
minute.
fucked
So,
up the ultimates are going to
before
be
we
from the
can
stat squish?
attempt sort of updating these Unreal trials to match like the upcoming level cap. I think we still need to kind of see where
as well.
our standard content kind of works out with this new
Like,
level
granted,
cap and the overall balance.
The Blizzard
Some of you
team
may say just
didn't really
leave
handle
Leviathan
their
open.
number squishes
it's been
very
a while.
tightly.
It's
There
been
was still a
long
lot of
while,
loosey-goosey
so,
stuff,
I think it's just
but when they did their
better
level
to,
squish
close it
in
off temporarily.
this expansion in WoW,
で、再開
I
の
went
時として
back
は
into the
6.1
leveling
から
dungeons since they added like
新しい
dungeon
ゲームコンテンツ
scaling
に
with
変えて再開していこう
your
と思います。
levels, so you could say do Wrath dungeons even though you're only like level
And
10.
so, we will resume.
And in one
or,
particular Wrath
you know, we
dungeon,
plan
the
to
Chaotic
resume,
Rift ads were
from
just
patch
straight up
6.1
overtuned.
with new.
Literally no one,
content.
not even the tank, could take a hit from a Chaotic Rift exploding.
ある程とか、
No, the belts.
ね、いろいろ。
So like,
はい
I can understand them not wanting to take
There are
chances
many-
with number
many
fuckery.
candidates that we would
Yeah,
consider,
it's not for the
some
best.
or maybe some.
You know what's
many
funny about that
candidates
run
we
is
could
that I
look
was
at.
healing on one of my druids and I got kicked out of that run and I'm like,
それではさらに続けて
nothing can save you from that chaotic rift, so
いよいよ
GG.
配布停止が、60迫ってまいりましたので
I did everything I
詳細を
could.
お伝えしておきましょう。
Next up is the belt and the removal of said.
Like, I'm not even kidding, Ben. These rifts
Talk
just
about
straight up
the belts,
delete
yeah.
配
people.
布停止で装備できなくなります。
So belts will no longer be equipable or obtainable. via
Are belts
duties
gonna
and
be the new
items.
collector item?
それ
If someone
そ
just
してです
crafts a bunch
皆
of
さん
belts and
基本
holds
的
onto
に
them.
何もしなくて大丈夫です。装備中、もしくはアーマリーチェストに入ってる帯防具、それからリテーナーが装備している帯防具っていうのは、すべて我々、データベースを直接調整してですね、
Who the hell want to keep their belts except the crazy obsolete item collectors
リ
though?
リース後に、選んで回収できるので、皆さんは特に、やることは、どうしてもこれをやっといてくれみたいなのはないです。はい。
But with the discontinuation of belt equipment, there really isn't much that you need to do in preparation for it. Anything that was equipped on your character or has been in the armory chest, or if the retainer was holding on to it for you, will all be transferred over. We will be, or the developers will be handling it on the back end via the database, and we would directly update it so that it'll be given to the Calamity Salvager. So if you want to retrieve them, you can go to the Calamity Salvager and pick it out from a list and retrieve it there.
ですね、それ以外の帯防具はそのまま手元に残ります。で、装着済みのマテリアとか
All
制
other
作
belts
品の
will
名は
remain
そ
in
の
your
まま残るの
inventory
で、
as
マテリアを
is.
外すのは
Oh, I forgot about the speed belt.
And all other belts will remain in your inventory as is. And any
So
sort of
if they're removing the
materia,
belt slot,
that are
though,
affixed
what's the
or
point
signatures on crafted belts will
of leaving
remain
belts
as
in the
is. You
game?
don't necessarily have to rush to remove the materials.
そしてですね、エウレカをやり込んでた皆さんが気にされるスピードベルトなんですけど、代替品となる指輪を実装します。
And for those who have been grinding on the Eureka content, may be wondering about
So that's what they
the
thought of
speed
that.
belt that was obtained
There's not too
through
many
this.
dev teams that would give a care about something like
Will
that.
be replaced,
Well, I mean,
with
if you know how hard it is to
a
get that fucking
substitute.
speed
A
belt, they
ring
better have thought of
will
this.
be,
Yeah, I
serving
know
as
it
a
is,
substitute
but
for the
there's a
speed
lot
belt.
of dev teams that would really not care if an item like this became obsolete because of like how minuscule the chance is that most players would even have this in the first place.
So you're
can
telling me,
exchange it
Fed,
for
all
the
you're going to do is
substitute
just like
item.
cut
I
down
know
the
you worked
belt
really hard to
and
obtain
like
the speed belt.
turn it into
Make it into
a
a ring.
Once 6.0 releases,
I
you
don't
will
have
be
a speed
able
belt.
to exchange it
Then what
for
were you doing in
a
Eureka?
ring.
Do you know how
that is
fucking hard it is
so,
for them
please
to
do
fucking
not
drop?
Throw away
I know
the
what
speed
Fen
belt.
was
I
doing in
wouldn't know.
Eureka.
You
He
wouldn't
was
let us
doing
play with you.
he was doing Eureka without us.
I knew
That's what he was doing.
I knew this was gonna go there.
6.0 あのね、ちょっと待って、左から先に出して、一気に出すとわけわかんなくなっちゃうんで、まず 6.0 前でしかできないのが、左側に並んでます。マテリア生成。だからこれ連成度100のベルトがあるならマテリア生成はしといた方がいいと思います。で、マーケットの出品とか購入、あとリーブへの納品、あとグランドカンパニー、軍需品調達への納品とか、こんな、あとチェストをなんか霊式結構言ってて、帯のチェストそのまんまだったわみたいなやつは開けないともう使えなくなっちゃうので、これは気をつけてください。
So we're summarizing here. On the left side is available only before patch 6.0 or the expansion. So if we want to extract materia or like create materia out of belt equipment, you can only do that before Endwalker is released. Buying and selling of the belt.
I found someone that legit thought
turning it into different
that the configure we have right now
also for coffers
is anticlimactic to end Requiscat, and I'm like, excuse me? How?
Built coffers.
How?
You won't be able to use those after the expansion releases, so you might want to take care of that.
ちなみに一番下ね、中身が帯防具のみのチェストなので、はい、帯と他が1個になってるみたいなのもあるんですけど、それは帯だけ出てこないです。で、これはもう開けられないので、帯防具のみのチェストはそこは気をつけてください。
And just a disclaimer, with these coffers, there are different types where it's just the belt equipment or a coffer that has a belt and something else. Because belts will be discontinued, coffers that only contain a belt will not even be able to be opened. It's like defunct at that point. But if it's a coffer that contains something else with a belt, only the belt will be discontinued. So you'll still get the whatever it was paired with or included in the coffer, but just not the belt.
どうしましたコメントでたまたまちょっと待ってパンツ gonna fall down now ちょっと
We're seeing comments with the belts being removed, the pants are going to fall down.
Wait a
Just
wait a
caught
sec.
Yoshino's eyes.
ベルトなくなるからな。
Scholars Lost Swift
For
might
sure, all the
also
belts
have a
holding up
damage
your
reduction
pants
buff.
are gonna Go away, huh?
That'll be
It does have a
nice.
it does have a damage reduction buff.
Okay, I missed that somewhere.
そしてですね、6.0 になってからでもできること。
Okay, so they did think about it beyond just slapping Lost Swift on Scholar.
つけてあったマテリアル
Okay, I feel a little bit better now.
になってからでも回収はできます。あとショップに売却することがで
Granted,
きます。
I would still play Scholar just out of spite to show people that like still can be good with whatever healer.
あと捨てることも可能です。
Available after patch 6.0.
And now
Throw them
for what
away.
you can do, even after the
Discarding.
launch of Endwalker is, if you, for
What do you do
example,
with belts?
had,
You put 'em in the
fixed-
trash.
fixed some materia on your
We send
belt,
it to Goodwill.
then you can retrieve those.
No, you
can
don't even
also
send them
go
to Goodwill.
to
You
shop
you
vendors,
throw
not
them
the
in the
market
fucking
board, but the
trash.
shop vendors to
You
sell off
you
these
you take them to
belts.
Gigi
They
Rune.
can also synthesize, you can also do
Give them to his
expert
junk monger.
delivery, turn in. Of course, you can throw it away also.
Like all our pants are just gonna fall off at once. Like repurpose the belts into suspenders for the crafter jobs.
Stop, you can only get Noreen so excited.
Oh. Shut up. Oh my gosh, so funny.
でマーケットに出てる帯防具 6.0 前にマーケットに出てたやつはもう検索に引っかからないようになるので皆さんで取り下げをしてってください
Oh, and someone also said that the Fey Blessing doesn't
Whatever
look like
you
it
had
costs
up
fairy
on the
gauge,
market
which I
boards,
actually don't
will
remember.
not be
seeing.
searchable after the
So I'm
expansion
like,
has launched.
if it doesn't cost fairy
So,
gauge, then what the
if you
fuck
had
is the
anything
fairy
up,
gauge for?
listed in the different market boards, you might want to take them down.
今 BGM シャドウリンガーズにしたら
Change the background using the shadow fingers.
さあここまでがベルトに関して帯防具でした。はい続いてこれもねずっとお伝えしてきたんですけど、今日の実機見ていただいたやつもすでにそうなってますけどデノミネーション
This
に
one
ついて
comment just
です
says in all caps, Triple Madari Sam,
And,
Triple Madari Sam.
Sorry, we looked at the game screen, and you may have already noticed some of the numbers being sort of compacted, but we want to explain the downscaling again.
まずレベル50からレベル80 ま
So
で
someone's saying that the enemy on the Astrologian trailer twitched when they used the Lord of
圧縮
Crowns
させていただいてます。
and the Star Shower.
Yeah, that's
the
what I
But Lady
said.
of Crowns
gear
might be a
attributes from
healing.
level 50 to 80 will be reduced.
さっき
I didn't see the-
So I guess they were listening when we were saying we wanted Lord and Lady's whole function
ダ
back.
メージの最大値とかっていうのがギュッと
I didn't
一
see
回圧縮されて小さい数
The
字にな
golden
ります。
glow that you would, I think,
So as you saw,
at
in
least
the
I
game
think you,
plan,
but like,
the HP,
I know Jake said
for
there was
both the
a
enemy
gold
as
glow
well as yourself,
around
and the damage
the-
being dealt has been
the
significantly
Reaper, I
compacted.
think it was.
で、
IDK,
これは
like I had a headache since I woke up. That's only just now starting to go away, so I can't really remember what all I
デノミネー
said.
ション
Okay.
伝えられてますので、ご了承ください。
Oh,
And then
oh
potency
dear.
of meals, medicine, and materia will
Amber,
also
they
be
get rid of the
reduced
protein.
accordingly.
LMAO.
大体以前の
Man, good thing Meowscaler Chef isn't in this game.
新情報発表会でもお伝えしたんですけど、大体5分の1ぐらい、その攻撃とかで言えばになってると思ってください。
So does this mean the potency of alcohol in game will also go down?
During the
No.
event festivals or in the
My
You gotta
booze.
start
showcase,
Doubling
but
your stock of
the
booze in your house,
downscaling
man.
is, we're going to be downscaling it to about 1/5.
で、全て考慮した上でバランスをできるだけ維持するようには調整しております。
But of course, adjustments to maintain.
I'm gonna expect there to be a lot of number hot fixes going forward, because there is a lot of
正直
shit
ここ
to like
ようわからんっていう方も
bump
多い
down
と思うんですけど、
and
僕
adjust.
当然全コンテンツチェックをこのデノミネーションされた状態の14でも、全てのコンテンツ遊んでるっていうかプレイしてチェックしてますけど。
But hey, there's one Astrologian thing you get to look forward to, Trisk. It's highly unlikely it'll be under 2 on launch this time.
Yeah. I don't trust
I'm
it.
sure it still kind of raises question. Like it is kind of hard to grasp with just explanation on words, but with Yoshida looking at all of the content and making sure to
Besides, even if
test
it is, it's not really going
out
to matter.
and
I
seeing
really do
the
think I'm probably going
downscaled
to just
numbers,
play Sage and
it
just
really doesn't change
slowly play Astrologia where I
way
need to.
the game plays. It doesn't feel different. You
No,
will
I'm
get used to it.
whatever
rather
I want,
quickly.
'cause I got
It
all
really
of them.
didn't take an hour to get used to the downscaled numbers.
もちろんね、ギュッてこう圧縮されてるから、
はい、
ちょっと過去のコンテンツで IL ご利用ししてたみたいな時は、どうしてもこう上昇幅が小さくなってるんで、ちょっと
Like, I'm
その
still not
前
really
より
happy
は
about the
硬くなったな
whole
こいつらみたいなのは
regen
ありは
only
するけ
thing.
ど、そうレベル90
I'd rather just
とかの
complain about it every
コンテンツ
time
と
it's
か
brought up. I'm
レベ
just
ル80以
probably
降
not
の
going to play it.
エン
Just
ドウォ
leave
ーカ
it
ー
as
で
that.
実装される ID とか、関心とか行く時にはなんかファイジャのダメージなるほどね出飲みしたから小さくなったなと思ったぐらいで、あとはもう何にもわからないんで、そこは本当安心していただいて大丈夫だと思います。
I mean, I can respect them committing to a direction though, because all of Astrologian's problems came from not fitting in either category.
Values.
It looked like it was actually starting to work.
Because there
and
is
that
such
like them
broad
actually
range,
moving forward with what they had
you might feel
might
that some of the
actually
enemies are
start
a
giving it
little
its
bit
own
tougher.
identity.
As in like
and then they took it away
it
again.
might take a little bit more effort to get through.
They give
Well, the only reason Astrologian even had that much room was because this expansion, all the healers could do pretty much both the things.
Level 80, the instance dungeons or the trials, the primal fights. Of course, you'll physically see the numbers come out and like with Fire 3.
And as a result, the tuning on the fights
I do see the
were
numbers
less
come
severe
down,
for where like
again,
you would
get
want
used to it and it's,
some more mitigation or some more
not,
healing,
like
an ARR, because they were like, well, we can't like do it like we used to, because then people would just not bring X or Y or Z.
なんだっけ、制限解除じゃなくて
So this allows them to like actually commit to a direction now, outside of like redoing their whole fight design.
伸びが抑えられてる分だけ相対的にちょっとやっぱ硬く感じたりはある。まあそれに合わせてちょっと報酬の付け直しとかは今もまだ検討してるので、はい。ただまあ本当80以降とかやってると何も変わらないです本当に。はい。
Just to reiterate, like if you do go into some of the past content and if you don't go into it unsynced, or no, if you go into it unsynced,
excuse me, sir, where's Paladin on your list?
Impacted.
I mean, where's Dark Knight on my list?
Where's Paladin?
It takes a little bit more effort to get through to some of the enemies, but again, with content that is level 80 and higher, you don't feel a difference.
でまあなんでやるのっていうところなんですけど、やっぱり今まで、まあ、本当にありがたいことにここまでそのファイナルファンタジー14皆さんの応援もあって長く続けられてきて、
Where's Reaper? I don't see Reaper on your list either.
あと10年はもう全然やれるだろうと今思ってるんですけど、やっぱりまだそのあたりがわからない、その僕らもなんていうの、どこまで続けられるか勢いでって言ってた時にこうやっぱアイテムレベルの上昇によってプレイヤーが
I'm
強
not
くなるってこと
invested
を
in
結
Reaper
構
until I actually get my
大きくつけてき
hands
て
on
た。と
playing
こ
it.
ろが今このペースのままさらに進んでいくと本当にもう数
Like
字
it's
がめちゃ
there,
くちゃ
it's
な
nice,
桁になってい
it
き、
looks fun
バグを引き起こ
from
した
a
りと
glance,
か、
but
管理がもう
I'm not
今
nearly
で
as
すらもう
hyped
破
about
綻
it
し
as
てたり
Fed
はするので、この先10年もまたこの成長を続けていくために一旦なんていうの、レベルの低い側をこうギュッとちょっと数字を縮めさせてもらって上のこう成長をしっかりまた作っていきたい。でこれは仮にもし14がこの先10年やったらまた8年後とか9年後とかにもう一回またデノミネーションさせてくださいっていう日が来るとは思います。なのでこれはもうどちらかというと皆さんによりさらに長い期間14を楽しんでもらうためにやらなければいけないことなので、すみません、ご理解していただけると助かります。はい。はい。
You may be wondering why we're downscaling, but you know, looking at
because the
just how
numbers
many
were
people
getting
are
too
joining
big.
us
We've
at
talked
this
about
point,
this.
And we're still growing, so we're looking at
No, Amber, I
another
want to
10 more
divide by
years,
0 with the world
potentially.
cleaver.
And so considering if we continue at this pace,
I thought you do that with
will
Astrologian.
we be able to sustain ourselves
Yes.
In the coming 10 years after
I can
here?
make a black hole and divide by 0.
Before, we didn't know how far we can go. We didn't know just how long we can continue running Final Fantasy XIV. So with the concept of the item level making the player stronger, we've kind of added the rate at which players become stronger has kind of it was at an accelerated pace. So with the numbers growing really large and keeping at this pace, we will start to see numbers kind of interfering with some of the formulas and calculations. The numbers will look ridiculous with the additional digits. The management of aggro gets to be a little difficult, and the formulas that work in the background, it's actually already causing some trouble with such inflated numbers. So we want to take this opportunity to kind of compact it, kind of bring it down to size, so to speak, so that we will have more room to continue growing upwards. And so we're hopeful that this will allow for us to leave room for growth. And maybe 8 years down the line from here, we might once again come back and say, okay, we'll need to downscale again. But again, we're trying to look into the future. We're trying to make sure that we're leaving enough room for growth so that players can continue to enjoy Final Fantasy XIV for as long as possible. So some people might be discouraged about the thought of downscaling, but please understand we are trying to do this for the betterment of the game and to make sure we're looking into the future as well.
You hear that, Fen?
はい。で、このデノミネーションのさらに、続きがあってですね、人数制限解除の時どうなるのっていうところなんですけど、超える力強っていうのがあります。
Yeah, I was saying we were just gonna get the fat echo that we've been getting in Bosnia.
People might be wondering, so what if you go in as an undersized party? Well, when you're using an undersized party, enhanced echo will be applied.
まあこれまでにできるだけ近いバランスになるように、新しく作ったシステムなんですけど、これコンテンツレベルがいくつかによってこの超える力強は自動的に強さが変わるっていうものなので、ちょっと説明は難しいですけど、なんとなくいくコンテンツに合わせた超える力の強いやつがかかるんだなと思ってもらえればいいかなと思います。
So it says here, enhanced echo effect will be applied to bring the difficulty balance in line with previous patches. And enhancement strength will vary by
someone
duty
said,
level.
Gunbreaker got
so
fucking draw,
basically
really
speaking,
give me Lionheart
whatever
Yoshi,
content
and
you
someone
go
points out
into,
they always had draw
enhanced
with
echo
Bloodfest.
should
Yeah.
allow for the power level to
Bet
be,
you
like,
feel dumb.
to make it appropriate to what it originally was, and make it in line with previous patches.
で、さらにですね、獲得経験値もものすごい桁になってきたので、経験値も周りもデノミネーションしてます。
Enhancement strength will vary by duty
今
level.
後も数値調整が非常に厄介になってくるので、ちょっとダンジョンの道中、モンスター個々から経験値払い出してたんですけど、もうボス討伐時に一気にまとめてその分お支払いするっていう形に変えさせていただきました。
なるほど。
And then with the experience points that are gained through
So many
battles
people
have
whining
become
about
very
Scholar,
inflated as well.
jeez.
So that's being adjusted also. And with that, whenever you go into a dungeon and there are like enemies, like mob enemies or like trash mobs that you go through, previously we would allow for EXP to be gained whenever you defeat each individual enemy, but we are going to be adjusting it so that when you get to the boss, the dungeon boss, that's when all of the EXP will be awarded.
プレイヤーの皆さんが損するようなことにはしてないので、そこはご安心ください。
But of course, rest assured, it won't be disadvantageous, so to speak, for the players when you're going through a dungeon. So yeah, there's no need to worry there.
むしろ ID の経験値は今回もそのデノミネーションとは別に、ARR からシャドーブリンガーズまでの、成長曲線、経験値のもらえる幅とかは全部新たにレベル90がキャップっていうところに合わせて全部またカーブを調整したので、全て複数ジョブ遊べるぐらい結構綺麗に調整したので。
Someone said about Machinist. I've been hoping Machinist would get a big laser beam attack ever since seeing it on the job trainer back in Heavensward. I think it's time I gave up on it. What do you think Machinist LB3 is?
Yeah.
A big fuck off laser.
Growth curve across ARR all the way through Shadowbringers, with keeping in mind that the new level cap
funnily enough, I think I'm ridiculously excited for the shotgun.
Adjusted the curve
just like of all the things, I was not expecting to just bust out a shotgun.
I think
should allow for you
the new
play with multiple jobs.
Move for Automaton Queen would look better is if it punched the drill. Rather than like the drill just explode already and then it goes to the punch.
はい、第2部はここまでとさせていただいて、もう一度、休憩を挟みたいなと思っております。So now we conclude the second phase of today's Letter Life.
でも結構終わり見えてきたね。
そうですね。で、ここからですね、また20分
LOL, Bard is dead. That's a pretty ridiculous thing to say based on one trailer.
あゆみさんどう
？10分休憩。
What? What about
great.
Bard is dead? I know.
では10分休憩になりまして。
Bard has always been the one thing. They do the one thing, but they do it exceptionally well.
ですね。
Yeah.
動画3本。
And like, I think this is going back to the stuff that I liked about
ファンフェ
Bard.
ス先日ありましたね。ファンフェスの思い出動画ご覧になってない方。
Of course, you're not gonna be as wowed with whatever Bard does as when like you first saw the Stormblood rework because it was completely different.
Yeah, like
But Bard has a really good thing going on. It doesn't make sense for it to change all that much because it does it really well.
you can only fire an arrow in so many different ways before it gets
こ
outlandish.
ちら最近リリースされましたけど、こちらの MV がございます。ので、
Like,
こちら3本合わ
sure,
せて
maybe
ご覧い
each
ただ
song
けれ
could
ば、
have been
休
reworked
憩
so
もちょ
that
っとで
like
きていいんじゃ
they're
ない
being played on
と
different
いうことで
instruments.
ございます。So now we are
That's too
taking
much.
10 minutes.
We already got a
10 minutes
violin.
break now,
Yeah.
and then we have some video.
And we already got the flute
one
with
is
Nature's
the
Mine and Troubadour.
memories from the
And we still have the harp
festival,
from
and then introduction
when we
of the
like start a
cooking,
new song.
and then
So like
new
I think
music
it's
video
plenty.
for our
Like
latest
maybe
soundtrack
in the
です
future they'll let us like
はい、
pick
それ
which
では今から
instrument to jam to when we do
休憩
that
です。So
one ability.
What was expected? Like you to break out the guitar and like slide into the enemy doing a jam session?
I don't know because it's a range job.
これも拾いながら進行しようと思ってますので。今回結構ボーカル
Like,
こだわった
sure,
と
I'm
こ
a
ろ
little
なので。
upset that Machinist did not get Chainsaw as a gap closer type of thing. But firing out saw blades is still interesting.
LOL, someone said the monk stuff looks terrible.
Okay, y'all just trolling now. And it's bad.
Someone says Summoner's too complicated, and I'm like, how is it
They
complicated?
made Summoner easier.
They did!
Like right now, I actually already see my hot bars for Summoner. Just from what we've seen.
My god, people, so many people complain that Bard doesn't have a dot spreader yet. And I'm like, something like Serpent Spread would be nice. In World of Warcraft, Hunters have something called Serpent Spread, where like you get like a conal and everything in the cone gets a dot. But like, is it really that hard to put 2 dots on your main target and then put 3 single dots on 3 other things and then just go to town because that's all you need? You have a 40% chance to reset Bloodletter from Quick Knock anyway. Like, what's the issue?
I think people just want it to be a bit more uniform than what it
ゲー
could
ムって
be.
いうエンターテインメントは人の心も救えるんだなっていうふうに
すごく思いました。次のハンフェス目指してまた頑張っていこうと思いますので、ぜひこれからもよろしくお願いします。はい。
Like I am with those people, I am a bit peeved that it does not, but like not peeved enough to like write an angry letter on Reddit about it.
The main difference between Summoner and Bard as far as spreading dots was concerned was one of Summoner's dots had a cast time if Tri-Disaster wasn't up. However, Summoner now doesn't have the dots anymore. So I do find it kind of weird they didn't re-examine how dots work with Bard. But you don't have any cast time when you're applying dots on Bard, so I don't know.
I thought this was a non-official thing. This cookbook.
Is it? I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. Like, I just saw someone had a recipe for coffee biscuits and I saved it.
Oh.
That's as much as what I had to do with it. Wait, what is this? Is this just the soundtrack?
Soundtrack.
Now they have the choir song! Isn't this just cheating?
Okay, two-piece sword was clipped through her hand.
Oh, she still looked really good though.
She does. Yeah, you give me that smooth jazz.
Like she and 2B look a lot closer to like their actual game models than I expected.
They probably are their game models.
I don't know if they are, because there's some parts where they kind of look like a hero female too. I mean the way the actual model looks, not just human female.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we have an orchestrion roll of the Bosnia Beach theme yet?
Did they already give us that type of
Yeah, from Evilise.
Okay. That's ominous.
I still find it hilarious that even if you're dead, you get pulled into the rift anyway.
Yep.
Death can't save you.
Do the mechanic like everyone else.
Goku's just dead. I was not expecting Wingblade Gaius.
Same. Well, let's fight Thancred.
Yeah, me either. Evil Thancred shoved with Vodri and Ranjit. All of Green's daddy issues with the fear of heights in one go. Hey guys, I heard you were complaining about not enough body horror in Shadowbringers.
Yeah. I guess another thing that bothers me, and it's a small thing, Dragoon still does not get a, like, dragon familiar of any sort. Even after what we saw with Veggie.
I mean, it doesn't need one.
It doesn't need one.
It's,
But
it's
Estinian-
channeling the
Estinian gets to
dragon
have
drugs
one, though.
directly.
Estinian gets to have one, I want one.
Well, Estinian can go fuck himself.
He does.
I was not expecting Paglathon to slap as hard as it does.
Yeah. Gosh, that fight still confuses me with that phase change of a boss.
Well, the weapons absorb primal power, and that part looks like Ifrit, so
But why just
it's not
Ifrit,
totally out of nowhere. Well, they were taking readings on Ifrit in the beginning of ARR.
though? Ah.
That might not be the same as, like, absorbing it directly, and, they did say they were using the first Ultima weapon as a basis, and they still have the data from when the Ultima weapon absorbed all of the respective primals, so that wouldn't surprise me if that's where they got it from. I just find it funny that, like, a lot of people complained about not enough people dying since Heaven's Word. And then in Save the Queen, a lot of these same people were complaining that there was too much death and no ways to save everyone. And I'm like, it's a war story, so there wasn't enough death in the last war, so we got more. Which is it?
Boy.
Absolutely nothing.
I wonder why it is that, like, being considered the smart healer means you do shields in this game. Like the intellectual healer.
Someone said it would have been amazing if they reworked Scholar to have 3 other primals or something, except Scholar's lore has nothing to do with primals.
Yeah. I wish they would have done more with Seraph.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we couldn't get something that builds off Seraph, or something that would make Seraph stronger or something. Like, more Fairy Gauge gives Seraph more time to be on the field or something.
Yeah, or maybe like having your dot up means you can now do extra things. But just making sure that it's there. Or being able to, like, I don't know, put up a dot and then, like, absorb a percentage of the damage that was dealt back into, like, either health or a different attack. Like, just weird stuff. They could have done more, or anything. Like, you mentioned chain spells. They could have done something with that for Scholar.
Well, Chain Spell is essentially removing the cast time as the lost action works. So when they were saying that all the healers now have ways to reduce their cast time, it sounds like they're giving them not Chain Spell directly, but like it sounds like all the healers have a way to reduce their own cast times.
Okay, okay.
Which sounds a little redundant on Scholar, because there's not a lot of global cooldown casting you should be doing on Scholar unless shit hit the fan real bad.
I thought Chain Spell would have been more like, because I have not used that lost action. I thought it would have been more like what Red Mage does for double casting.
I haven't used Chain Spell yet either, but like from the description, it just removes the cast time, so you can just keep mashing glare or holy or whatever the fuck it is you're using.
Why is Ultimation's game
one of them doesn't
played in the
Okay,
background?
one of them was fading out.
Yeah.
I was like, why are they playing 2 songs at once?
はい、お待たせいたしました。ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしております。ここからはパート3第3部をお送りしていきたいと思います。We are back here again, and then thank you very much for watching the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live, number 66. Now we are entering the phase 3, final phase of today's program.
5時間
はい
経過しましたが、
Someone needs to get Yoshi P a coffee.
What?
さあ行きましょうか。
はい、今日は第3部はですね、その他いくつか今日ご紹介しておきたいアップデートがありますので、ご紹介していきたいと思います。
まずこちらで
No, it was
す。
this.
ドン
Okay.
First of all,
HQ アイテムを
What?
削減。
Oh, I'm not displeased about this.
we will be
I can see a fringe amount of crafters and gatherers complaining, but like I won't
で
complain.
はどういうことかというのをご説明していきますが、まず一部 HQ アイテムの排出を停止します。
This will reduce the amount of time we have
ギ
people
ャザラ
showing
ーの
up.
採取などで意図
in
さ
normal
せ
quality
ず
gear.
HQ 入手して
You know what's funny?
サバンナ
They
とに
have-
かく圧迫されていくって
They're
いう
playing the
ことが
extreme as
多
they're
いの
talking
で、
about this.
Yeah.
HQ をごそっと減らそうと思います。
I find that a little
As
funny.
the song actually started to pick
diving
up.
into what exactly
Yeah.
it entails.
No more high quality items.
Certain items will no longer be
Amber, someone got Barbados to
basically
work on the
whenever
item
No.
management of the game.
Items ever.
or whatnot, sometimes you unintentionally
We heard your
No
bitch.
high quality
yeah,
ever.
We heard you were
procure
bitching about
items.
item drops, so we decided
And
to
so
take
that
all
kind
the items out of the
puts a lot
game.
pressure on inventory, so we wanted to.
No, I
combat
understand where
that
they're coming from with this too.
inventory
With the stat
bloat.
squish,
So,
there's
we
less.
just
There's gonna be less of a
decided
difference
we would
between
do
normal
away with
quality and
some
HQ
of these
anyway.
Mm-hmm.
ではまとめを作ってございます
I
の
also
で、
feel
Because all the
like-
HQ did for food and potions and gear was like you had more stats for the HQ.
ギャザラーが採取可能なアイテムからはすべて
But with the
HQ が
stat
なくな
squish,
り
it's
ます。
become
それから
more
敵側の
redundant depending on how hard they have to squish
HQ がな
it.
くなります。で
Yeah.
トークンで交換できる素材
I
もな
think
し。
this is also better
その
for
他
them because
特
like
定の
it's
コンテンツで
less
獲得できる
data
ク
to
ラフ
worry
ター
about
が制作できない素材に
Yeah.
関して
because you
は
don't need to make like a duplicate
HQ
of
が
a
一
thing,
切排出
but
されな
with
くなります。
slightly better stats.
So we created
Yeah.
summaries for this also. So first, we would like to go into items that will no
Yeah,
longer
it'll
be
make the game
available
smaller.
as HQ.
It'll probably make it run
Basically
better.
gathered items, enemy drops, materials.
No more scalping
that
on the
are
market board
exchanged
for a
using
glamour item
tokens,
because the glamour
and
item is HQ.
non-craftable
Yeah.
materials.
Despite the fact
obtained
if you're
from
using it
certain
as glamour,
content.
there's
So
no
stuff
reason
that,
for it to cost more just because
crafters or
it's HQ.
disciples of the hand cannot create.
で、
Look, you can't put a price on being
HQ
fly
自
as
体は
fuck.
排出は止まるんですけど、削除はその皆さんが手元に持ってるものは
Like if
削
you
除
want to
は
make
しない
glowing
ので、
weapons and like
手
glowing
元には
armor
残るんで
for
すけど、
specific
制
things,
作
sure,
上
whatever.
初期品
If
質
that needs to be
アップと
HQ,
か納品時ボー
by
ナス
all
とかも
means,
なく
go
な
go
っ
ahead
て
with
し
that.
まう
But
の
like
で、
the normal game,
出
really?
品トレードする場合は品質を下げてですね NQ にしていただくようお願いいたします。
So of course, with HQ items no longer being dropped,
Man, they're
then,
taking our belts and they're taking our
that being said,
HQ
whatever you
items.
already had on hand will remain. So let's see, you won't be able to. These items won't. It won't increase the crafting quality, nor will it provide bonuses whenever you deliver these items. On top of that, when you are going to be like selling these items, HQ items will no longer be able to be sold via the market board. So you would need to reduce the quality down to NQ.
Looking at these Confiteor stills again, we deadass got
じゃあ
some shit from
排出
Agrius.
提出されない HQ アイテムは何かというと、
It's
クラ
just
フター
prettier.
の皆さんが制作可能なアイテムっていうのは引き続
Agrius Warrior Light, I
き
guess.
ノーマルクオリティとハイクオリティっていうのが存在します。で中間素材に関しても、 同じです。あとは装備品、完成品で
I
す
just
ね。
wish I
っていう
liked
のが
Paladin enough to
HQL9 と残り
appreciate
ます。
that more.
Now, for items that will still be available as HQ are
But
crafted items.
I'm glad that
So
Paladin
those will
got
be
so
available
much
both
stuff.
MQ and HQ. This also
I would
includes
hope the
intermediary
poster job would get
materials,
flashy stuff.
Gear, the crafted gear.
Like,
of course,
Dark
will be
Knight
available
got,
as normal quality and high quality as well.
Got Stoma
ま
Chrome.
あ、とはいえ、じゃあその
Rework.
どうなんのっていうところ。
Dragoon got
次言ってもらえますか
Blood of the Dragon.
はいはい。こちら、ク
Heaven's
ラフタ
Word.
ーの制作可能なアイテムと中間素
Warrior
材
just got
それから装備
fixes
品
to
っていう
what
の
was
は
already
特典
there
よりも
yet
その
again.
まま変わりません。
But at least it got new stuff this time
So
rather
Monk
than
had-
are still going to be available.
Monk had Brotherhood and Reel of Fire, and Samurai existed.
Yeah.
Even after the release of Endwalker.
Samurai is in the
そ
same
してです
boat as
ね
Warrior.
続い
Like
て
we know what you
これ
want.
によってですね
So we'll just keep making that
HQ が
one
なくなる
thing.
ことで
No,
回収に
what
関
was
わ
great
る
was
ギャ
that
ザーの
Samurai
能
was
力とか
was
どうなん
broken
全部
upon
見直し
release.
をしてます。で、主にこれらは、
Like,
取れ
what do you
る
mean
個数
broken?
に影響を与えるものに
Like, overpowered.
全部変更しています。
Was it? I don't remember.
So
Yeah,
I don't
for the
remember
fir-
it being
activities that
overpowered.
affected
For like
HQ
4
yields when
point
gathering
until like
will be
4.1,
adjusted,
it was just like
primarily
everybody like
changed to
a
affect
Samurai was like the
item
best
yield.
DPS, and then everybody
なの
realized
で、
oh,
装備を
wait,
整えていくと
Monk
一
does
回
around the
取れる
same
個数が
DPS
増え
and
る。
buffs everybody else's DPS. Samurai stinks.
So in other words, before
doesn't
you would
stink, it's just-
some of the abilities and actions would
It's
allow
just
for
greedy,
you to
that's all.
gather HQ
Yeah.
materials, but
Yeah, my only
with this
memory of
update,
like
those
4.1
have
hotfixes
been,
was
those abilities
slightly
have
reducing
been
the amount of
adjusted
MP
so that
Scholar Shields cost,
whenever
because that
you
was a
go in
problem.
with the proper sort of preparation
And Astrologian
gear,
being undertuned.
it will
Like,
affect
That
the
Warrior
number or the quantity you're
4.1.
able to sort of
Summoner
gather.
does.
Was there problems with Astrologian at 4.1? I don't remember.
I mean, isn't there always problems with Astrologian
し
in
ます。
like
はい。
I'm not
And
sure
for
about
switchers,
Stormblood launch though. I
there will be,
don't remember
a
people
different
making a
sort of
big splash about
parameter,
Astrologian.
that's not HQ.
まあやっぱね、釣った魚がね、
うん
大きい小さいっていうところは釣りのね、一つのポイントでも
Except
あったり
people
する
complaining that Earthly Star shat on the size for White
Of
Mage,
course, with fishers, the size of the catch definitely
which I notice people don't say anymore. LOL.
What you gather, so that's definitely being kept in consideration.
oh
で
fuck, it's 3 a.m.
これらによってですね、
Oh boy,
条件達成時に HQ の条件があったりする
はいはい
クエストとか
うん
攻略手帳とかアチーブメントは全て見直しを、
うん
6.0 に合わせてかけております。
So quests, challenge log entries, and achievements requiring HQ items will be adjusted.
なのでもうそのアクションの効果だったり引き具合だったりクラフトも同じですけど、
はい。
もうこれによって影響する全ては再調整を全部に対してかけておりますので、はい。もうこれはやっぱりそのまあさっき言いましたけどちょっとこの先10年っていうことを考えた時にここで一回全部スリム化をしておいて、ということの一環でもございます。
So with anything that involves these HQ items that will become no longer available, so any actions, effects of actions, crafting, anything that is affected will be adjusted. Again, this is in preparation for more longevity and to look into 10 years beyond the release of Endwalker, and we wanted to kind of streamline things at this point.
でこれらはちょっと経済影響もあるので詳細をですね次回のもう一回行月のフィナーレ前にやりますよというプロデュースされたライブの方で細かくどう変わるのか
Confeteer into Swords of Revealing Light into Unlimited Blade Works.
Stop it.
Oh my
No,
god.
no, no, no,
I was thinking
So
that.
this will affect the
I
economy.
was
of,
immediately thinking that.
in-game.
Like,
So,
okay,
we
Archer,
would
I
like
see
to
that.
go
I
into
see
further
you.
detail and
But,
make
like,
sure we are covering
I didn't want to say it.
and explaining what is all involved in detail. So this will be covered.
I'm
in
already
the
sad,
next
Panda, after
letter
learning
from the
that
producer live, which will
Saber
be
was
done,
apparently based off Agrius,
immediately
because I feel like
before
people
the
lose
release of Endwalker.
Agrius and just go receive, 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 receiver, and I'm like, but
こ
Agrius.
ちらに関しては以上
Okay, what's that mean? then?
Teleportation updates.
Like, Saber, I
では
actually
続
don't
い
know
て
this
メ
for
ディ
sure,
アツア
but
ー
she
が始まる
seems
の
to
で
be
その他にもいろいろお伝えしておかなきゃいけない
our
ことを
card from
お伝えしてい
the
きます
other
はい、お願いします。
series that they make,
まずこれはちょっと
who
落ち着
seems
き
to be a
で
reference to something
欲しいんですけど
else as well. So
I don't know. I saw
え
I saw one parody summary of Fate by Giga
アップデート
that
が
told
ご
me
ざいます
I do not need to
まず
jump in
一つ
that
目は
rabbit
ですね
hole.
テレポの消費ギルの
I mean, I
変
could've just
更
told
についてでございます
I enjoy.
Oh, like, I
with
saw
the
people
news
talking about
coming
Fate
up,
here and
are
there, but I was
still,
like, I
some more
don't
information that we would
feel
like
moved
to
enough to go
share.
look into it.
This next update, I would like for you to
Oh boy.
make sure you're seated and just be calm when you hear this. But we would like to make an update and adjust the teleportation fees.
ですね、今回、両月のフィナーレではですね、光の戦士の皆
Are
さん
we
に
gonna
ついに
pay with like
月へ
Olagon
到達
pieces
するという
now?
こ
Like
と
what?
が
Please
発
don't
表
make
され
it
ておりますが、このまま世界が
$9,999.
広がっていくとですね、
We're gonna
ほ
pay
ぼ
with
全ての
belts.
テレポが999になってしまうので、今後の拡張に合わせてですね、消費ギルの計算式をすべて見直しをさせていた
Okay,
だきました。
recalculated how? Explain.
Of course, with Endwalker, we are taking to the moon, and our world is expanding yet even further. So, how we currently have our teleportation fees, our max is at 999 gil. So, sooner or later, all of the locations we need to teleport to will cost 999 gils. So, considering we would like to make sure that we are laying the proper foundations for further expansion. Another one of the elements that we looked at is the guild that is required to teleport to different locations.
まず現状999ギルというキャップがかかってるんですけど、キャップを一回外してます。
Of course, the current cap on the teleportation fees is 999 gil, but we are going to remove that upper limit.
で今までも内部計算的にはそうなってるんですけど、今飛ぼうとしてるところからその、テレポート先
To the
の
point
距
of
離に応じて価
making
格
it
が変わる
cost
っていうの
more.
をやってるんですけど、
Are they gonna
そこは
have
さら
like
にちょっ
boats
と
or something that they
調
want
整
us
し
to
た
use
結果が
instead?
こちらになっております。
Spaceship.
So we
Is
are
Reaper
going
gonna
to,
have a group teleport?
adjust the, or we
Oh
already
my
had
God.
the
Look at all that
calculations
gil we
set
have to
up
spend.
internally.
God damn.
So it is measured
the
by
hell?
the distance from point A to point B, or where you want to
But
get
if they
to,
didn't make a
and
big
the
deal
fees are
about
calculated
teleport
according
fees
to the distance.
when we're going to a literal other
So-
world in Shadowbringers, why would they just now
Right now,
decide to
of
do
course,
something
there's
like this? That doesn't make any sense.
ごめんなさい。
sorry,
ど
there
うぞ
should be another element of the PowerPoint,
Like,
but
why?
it's going to be adjusted as such.
Why?
I'm never going to Kogane again.
まあそのキャップを超えて
Sir, you can teleport to my house for sheep.
安くな
And
って
then
ると
just
ころも
leave the housing
結構ありま
district.
す結果的に。まあそっちにね目がいっちゃうんですけどみんな。
What, do they want us to use like the other taxis
Of
more?
course, with the
I don't
level
know.
cap being, or not
This
level cap,
doesn't
the
make
guild,
sense.
the fee cap being removed, you do see costs that exceeds 1,000 gil. But because we revisited and recalculated the teleportation fees, you may notice also that some of the locations have become cheaper to teleport.
これなので飛ぶ場所から距離が遠ければ遠いほど可変します。だからこれ固定な
I
値
don't
で
know.
は
I
ない
think the
の
way it
で
is right now works just fine.
その言い方で
Keeps
通
it
じる
affordable.
Yeah.
So these fees will fluctuate depending on where you are and then
So
where
maybe
you're
it'll make more
teleporting
sense
to.
with
It's
the
not
whole
a
like
set number, like it's not
lack
going to
of
be
belts
expensive
and
applied to certain regions,
the
regardless of where you're coming from.
the HQ items.
これ今リストが出てるのは
I don't know if the teleport
東
fees have
ラノ
anything
シ
to
ア
do
の
with those
コス
though.
タ・デル・ソルからテレポした場合です。はい。の
Like, is
Listo
people having a certain amount of gil like
these
that much of a
numbers, please don't
problem?
get hung up on the numbers. This is only measured from, we're flying out of Eastern Lanosia from Costa del Sol.
そうなんでコスタでサンプルなんだよって言われるとごめんメディアツアーでここしか開けてないからなんだ旧エリア。
I don't get it. You would think Shadowbringers is where they did something like this because, you know,
the
a whole other ass
well,
world.
that's the place we've opened up for the media tour, so that's why.
なので主要になるところを無料にのにこう置き換えお気に入りとかで安くしておいてそこへ中継してから飛ぶと
Like stuff being cheaper in the relative area you're in is fine, but why like slap on another third of the total cost somewhere far away where you're more likely to use a teleport?
You might want to have like a favorited point or a location where you can teleport to for free, and then use that as like a connection point to get
I don't know,
to
this doesn't seem like something they
whatever
needed to do.
location it is.
例えばですけど今これクリスタリウムが498ギルになってるんですけど、
はい、
クリスタリウムまで飛んでしまうとレイクランドまでは100
Yeah, I don't. Why is this necessary?
はい。
Fatness doesn't affect you, you know it.
近いところはめっちゃ安くなります。
I mean, what are they gonna do? The allocated gil that's being spent on teleportation is gonna be used for something else? Like, what's the
No,
point of this?
teleporting fees have just been like a small gil sink that adds up over time for removing gil from the game.
100 gil. So again,
But,
it
like-
kind of depends on the distance.
クリスタリウムが安い理由はですね、クリスタル
But they already added a couple of massive gil sinks for the people that are like ridiculously filthy rich.
されるっていうことを考えると、
So unless they determine that like these increased fees are gonna help remove enough gil from the player pool to like make a difference before they say release the new housing, I don't know what the logic is.
So the reason why it's cheaper is because, well, it's looking at the Crystal Tower as like the starting off point, and so if you consider the distance, it becomes very cheap. Like you're not teleporting too far.
なのでまあ節約されたい方は
Stockborn
考えてもらえると良いかなと思います。
What?
ちょっと
Someone
4桁インパクト
posted
が
a
でかいん
summoner
で
meme.
すげえ値上がりしたって見えるんですけど、実際この計算式によって安くなってるところも多数あるので、安くなるパターンも多数増えてるって言った方が正しいかな。はい。
Stockmorn.
So again, you might want to consider the route that you're taking in order to save gil when you're teleporting. I know looking at a 4-digit cost for teleporting seems like a lot, but the calculation formula has been adjusted, and so it should properly like calculate out the sometimes the distance, depending on the distance, the cost would be cheaper than it originally was.
Literally confirmed Reaper, very
ちょっ
emo.
とこれ合わせて言っとくと転送チケットあるじゃないですか。
はい。
まあ次回でお伝えしようと思ってたんですけど、転送チケットもちょっとオプションが増えていて、この
Do I look like I know what a server tick is? I just want to press my
これ以
goddamn
下は使わない
buttons.
でくれみたいな。
Right, Fen, I don't think you've seen this yet. I showed Koi.
はい。
But that also kind of affects the teleport tickets. We're going to save this for next PLL, but there's going to be different options for your teleportation tickets. Like,
I guess I better start doing more
some of them
mass
might
carnival
be,
and
like,
stock up
free
on
for use,
teleport tickets.
within any range of,
Or just start taking more public
distance,
transport.
or some of it is like this for a certain other distance. So there's also going to be like in consideration of these fees being recalculated, the teleportation tickets are also going to be affected.
でまあ、せっかくの機会なのでちょっとコメントを見ていると最近始めた方とか、まあ、MMO が初めてっていう方もいらっしゃるのでどのちょっとコメント見ててもそうなんですけどそもそもなんで金飛んだよ
Scholar main since 2.0 Scholar Dead has been a chance for almost
ちょっ
as
と
long.
説明
Fuck
をして
them.
おくとまずシステムこういうそのギルをこういただくのってシステム側がギルを回収するっていう言い方をやっぱりします。これは僕も MMO 他のゲームも遊んでる時にギルっていうかお金回収されてんなみたいなまず一旦そこまでできます。
So looking at the comments, and it might be because there are people who just started playing an MMO, but I do see that people are wondering, so why do we even charge a teleportation fee? So allow me to explain. With this system, of course, there's an element where we're sort of collecting gil.
で、モンスターを倒したりとか何かコンテンツをクリアしたりすると、まあ、ギルがシステムからこう払い出されてると思うんですけど、こういうギルを皆さんから回収させていただく場所を作っていかないと、皆さんの中のギルがただひたすら溜まっていくことになるんですね。で、プレイヤーの皆さんから見たら、いや別にギル溜まっていくことでお前らが何が困るんだよ、なんで減らすんだよってなると思うんですけど、これみんなが超絶お金持ち、ギル持ちになっちゃうと、結果マーケットの流通されるアイテムとかがどんどん値上がりしていくんですよ。高騰、いわゆるインフレーションしていってしまうので、インフレーションを抑えるためにもやっぱりシステム側で回収させていただくギルっていうのはとても重要です。はい。
So, for example, so we need a system where we're collecting gil from our players or from our residents of Eorzea, and then the system kind of collects the money because when you're defeating monsters, your enemies, they would drop some gil and you would collect money, and that's where the system is actually paying back the players. And so there needs to also be a system where the system collects back the gil, and there needs to be that flow of back and forth of currency between the players and the system, because if things just spat out gil and we just became all gillionaires, sure, from a player perspective it's fine, but if you look at the in-game economy, like the market boards, the pricing will become very inflated. And so as part of trying to keeping that inflation down.
DK, World Visit and
a means in which
making crafting more accessible did a lot more for the economy than like increasing teleport fees did.
今更っていうのもちょっとあった
Or
んで
will
すけど、
probably do.
逆なんですよ。これやってきてもなおやっぱりインフレーションしちゃってるので、
I'm sure if it doesn't work out,
やらな
they'll
かったら
adjust
も
it
っともっと
later.
インフレしてるんですね。なのでとても重要なの
Well,
で、
if they're
本当皆さ
gonna
ん
add
に
more
申し訳ないん
types
ですけど、やっ
of
ぱこういうところ
tickets
でシステム回収させてい
for
ただくっていう
teleporting,
の
then
が、
like maybe
なら
it
やっ
just
ぱり
won't be as much of a deal if you put in a little bit of effort, because you can get teleport tickets from the mass carnival.
Possibly.
And of course, I also saw comments that say, well, prices are already inflated. It seems like everything is, the pricing is all inflated. But it's actually, this is despite the fact that we're controlling it with having the system collect gil from our players. So if we didn't implement any sort of system where players are spending gil, it would pricing or the market would be
took a screenshot that points out the red mage job tile was not on the arena.
To collect gil from our players. So again, it might be something that could cause some frustration, but it is a necessary means. So I hope you understand.
最後に、はい、そもそもじゃあこのテレポタどこ行ってんだよというか、なんで金かかるっていうところなんですけど、昔説明したことあるんですよ。ありますね。このエーテル
Yoshi P uses boiled eggs.
まあ皆さんのエーテルをこう転送する高度な技術が詰め込まれておりまして、これが正常に動作しなくなるとですね、皆さんのエーテルが漂って飛躍を漂って帰ってこれなくなってしまったりするんですね。なので欠かさず皆さんのには分かんないところで結構メンテナンスをしてるんですよ、この世界の人たち。でそのメンテナンスにお金がかかるのでいただいてるっていうことになってます。
What?
The healer cast times, right? If they're
People are
faster,
still wondering about, well, why do we even
then what makes
collect a teleportation?
Astrologian special
this
now?
is actually something that,
in terms of that,
we've explained in the past, a long time ago actually. So
I mean, it never was. They shortened Malefic's cast time so you can use the cards without clipping your GCD.
Proper maintenance, the regular maintenance that is being done
okay,
for the network, or else people might end up getting sucked into the ether and drift along the live stream.
Light speed might be changed if they still have light speed into instead of just a faster cast time. You could just cast X amount of spells instantly,
residents of
which I would not be displeased with.
A teleportation.
However, this is just conjecture on my end.
よう言うわみたいな感じに思うでしょ
I think having a certain amount of charges of instant cast spells would make a lot of sense though if everyone's getting sort of faster cast time buff.
ちゃんとゲームに実装されますんで、ご注目ください60。はい。
And some people might be skeptical about this, and they may think that we're just making this up. But I mean, we're traveling to Old Charlian with Endwalker, and those are the people who have created this Ethernet technology. So perhaps we can get more insight into the background and how these ether travel is implemented.
はい。じゃあちょっとテレポはこれぐらいにして、まあ、これは見ていただくしかないかなと思うので、あとメディアの皆さんとかレポートをしてくださると思うので、そうですね、そちらをご確認ください。あともう一個、都市内転送網のアップデートについてお知らせしておきます。
What's this about the Ethernet? Oh, the UI. That'll be nice.
I'm sure
it's okay the way it is now, but like
we'll be picking up on that in their coverage. Next up is teleportation.
I kind of have a bone to pick with the Norvrant ones all just being one long ass list. They could have added some lines to break apart each region.
こんな感じでございます。
this
割
looks
と
neater.
新しいインターフェースになってます。
So the
And it shows you the
UI,
map too.
As you can see, has been updated significantly.
これどうなってるかというと、とにかく今までのリストだとわかんないんですよ。一応カッコでこの辺とか書いてるんですけど、まあ実際どこだよっていう。でちょっとゲーム画面出しちゃってもらえますか。
はい。実機です。
まあただワンクリックっていうか増えはするんですけど、今ウルダ派です。地図が右側に出ます。開けば。
はい。
で、こうどこ？それどこっていうのがクリックするとですね、右の地図が変わります。
As you can see, the UI shows a list of the different locations. Previously, it was just a list of text. And I mean, we did put like parentheses and kind of show where it sort of is, but it is very hard to tell where exactly you're teleporting to within a particular town. And so with this updated UI, when you click on one of the items on the list, you will see that there will be a map displayed to the right of it. So you can see where exactly you will be teleporting it, to. So for example, we are in Ulda right now, and we're clicking on the different locations, and it would kind of pop up on the map on the right-hand side.
まあ、なぜもっと早く作らなかったのか。とかね、最初からこうすれば、まあもちろんおっしゃる通りなんですけど、大変なんですよ、こういうの作るの。まあ本当お待たせしたんですけど。はい。
And I'm sure some of you are saying, well, why didn't you do this sooner? I wish it was like this from the beginning. And apologies for that. It is quite an undertaking to do something like this. So it has been a long time coming, but we will be finally implementing this.
で、これ、まあ選んで押せばもう一回ね、転送されます。
So you're going to have to double click if you want to, where you want to go. But yeah, once you click on it twice, then you are teleported to that particular Aetherite shard.
でこの辺なんだよなっていう場合、こっちだとワンクリックで地図上の
I'm the ultimate weapon now.
はい、エーテライトワンクリックすれば飛べます。
And then you can also teleport directly to a particular location if you go into the map and click on the sort of simplified icon of the Aetheryte shard.
これで、迷うことは
大丈夫そう
なくなるのではないかと。
だいぶいいんじゃないでしょうか。
We're hoping that that would alleviate any people getting lost on which Ethernet location to jump to.
はい。ということで、都市内転送網のアップデートも合わせてお伝えいたしました。
はい。
さて、今日お伝えしておきたいその他のアップデートは2つございまして、
はい、お願いします。
まず1つ目なんですが、今、自動ログアウトが、入ってます、30分。でこれによって、ちょっと一部の主釣りに影響が出ている。で、なんとかしますというお話をさせていただいてたんですが、漁師の直感の発動に必要な魚の釣り上げ数、今何匹釣ってるっていうのがログアウトしても、データとして保持するっていうかなりスペシャルな対応をさせていただいたので、ただすいません、かなりスペシャルな対応だったので 6.0 じゃないとちょっとやっぱり間に合わないというか入れられないので 6.0 からこうなりますので、すいませんがちょっと我慢いただけると助かります。
So there are a couple more updates, miscellaneous updates that we wanted to share with you today. One of which is it affects the fishers out there who attempts to catch the big fish. Now, as of 5.58, we implemented an automatic logout after 30 minutes of inactivity.
People forgetting Fey Union exists?
And I know
a lot of people are losing their shit
fishers out
over
there,
Sage being
wanted
able to heal a designated target while they
Fisher's Intuition.
do DPS.
I wanted to
The only one that
But it's designed as a balance to Scholar having a Fairy because Sage shares a category with Scholar. So if Sage didn't have something like a Fairy,
remain even after logging out.
You know, that's a problem.
The only one that couldn't do that at the time was White Mage, and now they
will
can.
be saved as
well, if White Mage slaps a regen
even
on
if you
somebody,
log out,
that's healing.
It's
ticking while you're doing DPS. It's functionally the same thing, and people are like saying
it won't be
Sage is already leagues better because you can pick what target you want it on, and I'm like,
yes,
Fey Union exists? That's a regen you can put on a designated target, just not right away. Also, Whispering Dawn exists. You can pick who gets the regen by proximity to the Fairy, so like, if you want only the tank to have a regen for a portion and no one else needs a regen, you plop the healer, yeah, the Fairy, the healer. You plop the healer next to the tank and do your Whispering Dawn and just, there you go.
I don't really count just a regen because like that's not flashy. I think what they're trying to go for is like something flashy, something that is noticeable that you're being healed by a thing. And like Sinistry has at least a marker that says you're being healed right now. Fey Union has the giant tether that you can clearly see that's healing you right now. And you get that effect from Sage every time like Sage does a thing.
That,
but at least now with White Mage you see this big gigantic flower they decide to plant in the middle of the battle.
And
like
I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid we're not in a position
what's the name?
to sort of
Animal Crossing guy.
Restriction.
People are freaking out about potency numbers, and I'm like,
record number of logins.
The whole game
and this applies
is gonna change their numbers. Like, I don't think we should be comparing Scholar's potency to our potency right now.
Well, and we're
they told us that multiple times.
Sort of
but some people just don't
breaking
listen.
our record of people who are logging in on a daily basis. So I'm really sorry if there's a way that semiconductors became more readily available even in this situation. Until then, we are unable to add additional
like, I don't think
worlds.
Sage
so
is just better than,
and I think with
than
the
Scholar.
launch of
Like
the
I think they do two very
we
different
anticipate
things
more people coming in
and have
so,
two very different methods of
again,
doing
we really
those
apologize
things.
For
I just prefer the way
that this may cause,
Scholar,
but,
Sage visually looks doing those things compared to Scholar.
To continue continue with this automatic logout and whatnot. So your support is definitely appreciated.
でこれに付随してですね、も
Like
う
if
一個こ
Sage
れは
didn't
もう
really
本
have
当
a
に申し訳
mechanical
ない
aspect to it, it was
のですが、
more
お知ら
classical.
せ
I
があっ
don't
てですね、
I
ちょっ
would
と混雑、その
probably
6.0
would have just
へ
got
向けて
Scholar
のちょ
by
っと混
default.
雑
LMAO, someone says we're still gonna see 0 DPS Sages.
サーバーの性能を上げたりですね、
Yeah!
Yeah, you will.
対策をしたりというので、今サーバー班全員がそっちにかかりきりという状態ででし
You definitely
て、ちょっとやっぱり今のタイミングでデータセンタートラベルを開けてしまう
It's
と、
just going to move the goalpost. The new complaint will be, I'm not a sage, I can't heal in DPS at the same time. White mage is a pure healer? Holy shit, yeah, people will say that, oh my god.
気をすいませんさせてください。
And then another, again, this is very unfortunate, and we're really sorry about this, but in order for us to address the server congestions, we do want to focus on sort of
we memed the game too hard, and now we've got too many
and
people.
also helping with bolstering the performance of our servers so that we won't experience any disconnections or servers going down at the time of the expansion release.
But yeah, healer is the only job role that gets such controversial discourse like
sorry,
this.
but I'm afraid
It's only the healers. It's only ever the healers.
Data center travel until
like this expansion, we got some tank discourse of like people being concerned that tanks are becoming too samey
Yeah, too
with being
homogenous.
able to like but it's not to the point where like you dare to say I still like playing say Dark Knight and then get shit on by everybody in the comments because you said you dare have fun playing this job. You say you like Scholar and people will just dunk on you for liking Scholar and saying why you think Scholar having X or Y is not that big a deal.
まあでもそれが目的で僕ら頑張って作ってきた機能なので、なんとか予定通りにお渡ししたかったのは本当。
They can do a lot of the same things, but I think the only point where any two tanks are too samey is Delirium and Inner Release.
Yeah.
大きなそのものすごい
I was
人
going to
数
say
が移動した
exactly
時に
that.
起こ
Like,
る
what?
場合
That
とかがあ
one
って
thing that they
そこが
do
6.0
for
の場合
about
コン
10
ビった場合
seconds?
何かでサーバーダウンして
Yeah,
All about the
like-
rest of
ダ
their
ウン
kit.
したかがわからない
That's
と
very
か
different.
例えば復帰させるまでの
Like people were also saying, there was one person I remember saying every tank having a gap closer meant they were too homogenous. And I'm like, well, that just means like people won't bring the tank that doesn't have a gap closer.
Yeah.
Because being able to hit the boss when your whole purpose is to take hits from the boss
And so when we first
is kind of not good when everybody else has a gap closer. It's like Paladin finally got one.
Yeah, I think Shadow Bruce is very much like, okay, we're going to have to buff up
we're
Paladin
in different data centers,
to be more like the other tanks, and then this time around,
together and,
okay, Paladin
there's so
now
many people
has
looking forward to
everything
being
it
able
actually
to
needs in
play
order to
with
be
friends that they
a proper
previously were not
tank
able
with
to.
what we're
So
trying to
we
do right
really
now.
wanted to
Let's just have
deliver
fun with it.
on
Let's just do
data center
whatever we
travel
want.
as originally
Like the last time
planned,
tanks
but
had any
I'm
sort of
afraid
division to
with
them was
this current
Heaven's Word.
situation
And you know what happened? People hardly brought
having
Paladin
data
because it
center
couldn't
travel
take
available
damage
at
from
the time
magical
of
attacks, but
expansion
Dark Knight
launch.
could.
And
And what,
thinking
So
Warriors
everybody
didn't
just brought
care?
Dark Knight and
of,
left Paladin at home. Yeah, Warrior
severe
didn't care.
influx of people coming
Okay.
in, not just for the expansion, but people moving around within their regions and visiting each other on the different data centers.
Like, I
within
can't remember if
each
this was the
region.
same comment as the one about the gap closers or a different one, but
say, for
I did also see a
example,
comment at some
there-
point where people were saying,
on
like,
top of it, there's
every
some
tank
kind of
having a
bug that
party-wide
happens
mitigation
at
made
the
them too
launch of the
samey too, and
expansion.
I'm like,
And
but the
it
same
gets
thing would
carried
happen in
over
Heaven's Word. You would just
into,
leave the one that didn't have the thing
the
at home and just
servers,
bring the other one.
and what if the server went down? We would have a very hard
I think
time
each tank being
identifying
able to do
what
some basic things
causes-
to
what
serve the party
caused
is fine.
the bug.
Yeah.
Is it because of an influx of people coming in from the different
Like,
data
every tank
centers,
now
or is
has
it
the bare
because the
essentials
influx,
of what you need.
just the
for
sheer number of
the
players
gap
that are joining
closer,
new.
the
Um,
buff to
and
themselves,
it's going to cause
the
confusion
mitigation that they
and
need.
Say if
And
the
that's
server went
generally
down for
it.
some
And
reason,
then the rest of the stuff that they
it might
do
take us
is
longer than
just fluff.
anticipated to get it back
I
up
do
online.
think that Divine Veil needs
and
to
if
not
was
require
there
a
any
heal to
previous,
execute anymore
like,
because that's
less-
just spending a
was
GCD you
there
don't
the-
need to, whether it's your own or a
impact,
healer.
if,
I agree.
If it had been
When
previous
everyone else can just
expansions, they may
instantly
have
do
been
their
able
party-wide
to
shield.
Like,
take the
it was
risk,
a
but,
nice idea
I think
when
it's
like
just
the
right
the
now it
concept
is
of
a
synergy
bit
between
too
everyone
much of a
doing a
risk
thing
that,
was
apologies
thing.
again, this is a Yoshida decision.
with
But
like
on the
Bard and
flip
such doing all
side,
that stuff. But
don't
now that
want
we're
to
now that we're
endanger
shying away from
us
that
with this
idea
potential
of like
risk.
the
So
old school
apologies,
concept of
we've decided
RPG
to
making
kind of postpone
and a
the
more doing more
opening
modern
up of
stuff
data
and just
center
clean that
development.
out. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a thing anymore.
まあ、オセアニアデータセンターに関しては、
Yeah,
まあ
on the
もう
flip
完
side,
全
we
に
do
オセア
have
ニア
passage
とい
of
うか、
arms.
まあ、物理データセンターで閉じてて、
But like,
機材もそう
Divine Veil is not
ギリギリ
terribly
ギリギリ
strong
そう
party-wide shield, but
以前
like, I
公開し
do
た
wish
スケ
you
ジュー
didn't
ルか
need
ら
to spend an
今
extra
大きくは
global
変わってない
to activate it.
それはもうどちらかというと既存のプレイヤーの皆さんに
what
あんまり
else?
影響を与えるものじゃないので、そこは大丈夫そうです。
Shit.
Does Divine
I have a
Veil
thought in
like
it.
go
It got
away
away
if
from
you
me.
don't use it?
Oceanic, data center.
Yeah, if you
We
don't
are
activate it, it
still,
falls off the Paladin.
pretty
That's
much on track for
unfortunate.
that one.
'Cause
It's a
maybe they
physical
could
data
just do
center
that
we will
instead.
be opening
Just
Oh,
remove
yeah,
the drop off.
It was
I got
a
my thought
struggle
back.
to get, the necessary
Paladin,
equipment
As the supportive
shipped
tank,
over and
being able to use
whatnot.
their own cooldowns
But
to help mitigate
we
somebody
don't
else
have
is
any,
a really neat
significant,
idea that I think could be
impact
expanded
or
on more, maybe not
changes
just for
made to
Paladin, but in
plans.
general.
For the
Yeah, I think-
Oceanic
But
data
on the
center
flip side, you have like Dark
um,
Knight being able to
and
do
that
exactly that
shouldn't
without needing
hopefully
to sacrifice
affect,
any of their
um,
cooldowns.
the existing players anyway. So.
I agree. I think Warrior is
まあ
probably
ちょっ
the
とこれに
worst
関連し
of
て
the
よくこの手
support
の話を
ones.
すると、
はい
Like Dark Knight has really good support
最近ね
options.
クラウドを
Gunbreaker
試
has
せみ
really
たいな
good support
コメ
options.
ントをね、海外で
Paladin
ちらほら
has
見るんです
All
け
the
ど、
support options it ever wants.
And related to that, I've been recently seeing more and more comments, and this is not just
Like, I
Japan,
don't think
but
Paladin
I've
needing to
seen
sacrifice a
comments from the
cooldown
West
is a
as well,
problem per se,
about,
because
well,
if
why
you're
don't you
being the
try a
supportive
cloud?
tank, you're not gonna need
まあ
Sentinel for
我々
anything.
チームが、まあ、当然
So I don't really
いっぱい
think that's much a
やって
much
な
a
いわけが
problem.
なくて、実は2年前ぐらいに、まあ、2年以上前か1年半ぐらいかけて、超でかいところと一緒にやってたんですね、小実験は実は1年ぐらいかけてやってました。
So, of course, as Final Fantasy XIV, we of course we have tried exploring cloud gaming, and we have already been looking at it. I think it's already more than 2 years ago, and we spent a fairly hefty amount of time. A considerable amount of time, a year and a half, to
But yeah,
test,
Dark Knight already has like very
the
good supportive
cloud
mitigation
technology
with
a
the Blackest
fairly
Night. They don't need to sacrifice a
major,
cooldown to use that.
Partner.
実はですね、やっぱり
I guess it matters more to playability and your and your ability to like react when you see a tank buster being passed.
Yeah.
Because for Dark Knight, you just need to target the tank and use the Blackest Night. For Paladin, you need to make sure you have Oath Gauge, which you probably are, honestly, if you're not dumping it on Sheltron. Mash a cooldown, target the tank, and then hit intervention.
There were bottlenecks, but just
which might be a little much for most people to do all at once.
Couldn't really
because tank buster cast times aren't usually don't usually like give you a lot of reaction time.
Assessments that we have done, it will have cost us more in terms of server cost. Stability would not have been like guaranteed.
Yeah, Jeremy accidentally the plate in the microwave.
Factors led us to
like he was making popcorn and the glass plate in the microwave just exploded out of nowhere. I'm like, I have never heard of that happening before.
ゾーンサーバーと呼ばれてるものの処理とかは、いけることが逆に言うと実証できたんですけど、ダメなのが、僕らがものすごいプレイヤーの皆さんの
I do like how Heart of Stone works.
I do too. Those things go for cooldown fairly fast.
あまりにも超高速に
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think
they're not particularly potent, but like
つなぎがもう
but like
どうにも速度が出なくて
they come back really fast.
はもうでも解消しようがないんですね。
I think
オーバ
what
ース
they
ペックなんで
could
す、そういう意味だ
do
と。
is like, what is it? Is Harv like the
But of course,
the
through
single target
the
one?
extensive testing that we did,
Heart of Light is the
we
AoE.
were able
Alright,
to
then
find
Heart of Stone
out
then.
that zone servers
I think what they could do is have
be sort
Heart
of
of
supported
Stone
by cloud technology.
be a little bit
What was-
stronger if you do
What was
continuation
a
combo
bottleneck
instead.
for us was the database server, which is a very
But
high
like,
processing
you see,
speed,
that would require you
and,
to actually set that
high
up a bit more
security, and
compared
because
to if
that
it was
had
just
such
the basic
great
combo.
like speed as well as security. It's just connecting.
I think a more
the zone
doable
server and the database
way to
server
do
and
that is
having enough speed to
have a
connect
stronger
those
Heart of
two
Stone
was not
after you
feasible.
use Blood Fest.
And it was kind of like not overqualified, but like it was an overspec on that.
Maybe.
End, so
なので、
That would be a little bit faster.
やった結果として、僕としては覚悟を決めてですね、物理で
そうですね。
もう作っちまえばいいと。もう早いし、安全だし。
Yeah,
って
I
思ってるんですけど、
still
このコロ
have
ナ禍で
trouble with
半導体不足がすごい出
Lace
て
and Flash
まあ、た
myself.
だ
'Cause it
早く
requires
皆
far
さん
too
に
much
安
setup.
定したものを届けられるっていうところがやっぱ本当
I
に
just
物理
need
の
one
魅力な
additional
ので、
second.
まあそこを当面は続けていくことになるかなと思います。はい。
Because I think you get 4
and
seconds.
so with the testing that we have done,
It's either 4 or
that kind
6,
of
but
solidified my resolve about physical.
But it's
is
really hard to
better.
get a lot of
In
healing
this
out of
case,
Decent
it's
Flash unless you're
fast,
doing Unga Bunga.
Of course, we would love to
The
continue
duration is 6 seconds.
providing
I guess it
stability
needs 7.
and whatnot by growing and expanding on our physical data centers. But with the pandemic,
Because like
going
even though
on
it says,
and
oh yeah,
with the
you got
shortage
6 seconds,
of,
you still have to wait for the
semiconductors,
animation to finish.
The situation could improve. I wish it would improve soon. But I think
Do
for
you?
the time being,
Yeah,
we
you
still
do.
want to stick with physical servers.
はい。僕からのすいません。お知らせは以上となります。
And then if you want to actually empower
はい、
it
ありがと
to
うござ
do
い
the
ま
thing
し
it's
た。
supposed
Thank
to
you very
do,
much. So this is
then
actually
you have to
wrap
go and
of
like
the third and
empower
final part of today's
your
letter
fell
live.
cleave with
こ
like
れ
what is
で
it?
本日のプロデューサーレターライブ
Inner
の
I think it's inner
続きの
Thingamajig.
コンテンツは消化したんじゃないかなと。
Yeah, and like
で
that
きて
takes
きてないことも
that takes
まだまだあるのは
a moment.
もちろん分かってるんですけども、
まあ
そちらは
もう一回やりますか
次回の方で、
はい
はい、yeah, we are gonna have another letter live as Yoshi mentioned
Yeah, it's
earlier.
far too
And
much
then
clicking.
what we could not discuss today was
Like click to
will be
target,
discussed at the next
then do
video.
Lace and Flash.
ということで、ここからはですね、PLL これでおしまいなんですけれども、おしまいの前にいくつもまた新しいお知らせ事項がございますので、そちらをみんなで
And
確
then
認
fell
して、
cleave.
終了し
It's
た
way
いと
too many,
思います。
too many
So
steps.
before closing, as always,
Just to get
You could make a macro for Decent Flash like people do for the Dragoon Eye.
So let's check it.
But like that would remove some of your ability to pick who you want for Decent Flash.
画面お願いします。
Like if you wanted to heal me, for example, but I'm not a
東京ゲーム
melee,
ショウが
that might be a bigger pain in the ass.
が意外と再来週2週間後に迫っております。So the first announcement
Like,
is
so,
the Tokyo Game
sometimes
Show
I would just see
2021
healers res
It's
someone,
in
put
about
a
2
regen, and
weeks,
just
and
like
then we are
ignore
gonna
them for the rest of the
have,
fight.
Same as recent TGF
Even if it was that,
stages,
even if that was just their
FF14 will
first
have
one.
Program
So sometimes I
of,
do use
show
Lace and
with
Flash
Yoshi
just
P
to
Tokyo Game Show
just to help make
2021
sure
online.
they're actually capable.
ヨシ P 散歩
of being in the fight.
2021を
In case,
10月3日日曜日の
Jeez,
case
I'm
it
like,
goes off.
if y'all couldn't even just throw a lily at them, like that's the
No.
minimum that you could do.
大鳥
No,
を飾る
Or Tetragrammaton.
が、まあ、
Or God forbid Essential Dignity.
no, no, Amber, they need those. Remember, they need to save
堂
those.
々とやるという
いいのか
ね。This is the
Look, I know I memed about parsing Orange and Homeminster Switch, but normal content is not that serious.
October 3rd, Sunday, Japan time.
They're
You
saving-
you don't need to fucking optimize like Sophia normal.
で、
It's
今
an
年なんですけ
FGC
ども、
term, Amber, but they're saving it for the PvP
今回はオ
nationals.
タク訪問スペシャルをやろうということなんですよね。So this time we are visiting player estates.
いやこれね
Like I can get only giving them one region and then ignoring them if they keep dying, but if it's only their first or second death, then
超え
like
る力もめっちゃかかっちゃってるし
why you gotta hate?
また大鳥になんかね
Why do you not want to do the thing you signed up for is to keep people alive?
バトルのすげえの見てるなって思ってしかも僕
Yeah, I've seen it happen far too many times with
すげえミスり
Bankman.
そうだし今回は いろんな人が見てくれ
They
る
could,
Like the
they
only
shall
time I
素晴
legit
ら
will
しい
ignore
絵の
dead
数
people
々を
or
作って
dying
いる
people in my
皆さん
party
コン
is
タ
if
クトしてですねこんな
we're in an
すげえハウジ
alliance
ングできるん
raid
だっていうのを
and
渡り歩いて
our
る
success of the raid is going to be contingent on the other party's
This-
healers being
and
alive
we
or
really
tanks.
were torn
Which I
about
did have to
what
do in Thunder
to
God with,
show during this
Lessons Clear
TGS
run.
presentation. This is actually the
Because one of the parties
last
wound up coming up
slot
dead,
in the Square Enix
including
block
their
that were
tank,
allowed by the
which meant that we had two
organizers.
of Thunder God's
I thought
ads
about, well, maybe
um,
we could do the
on a
fourth
single
turn of a
tank
Savage
instead of like
content,
each tank
but,
having an ad.
This is a lot of
So I
like,
had to ignore a couple of
echo
dead
pressure
people in my own
here.
party
This
so
is
I
the
could
last
raise a tank and a
presentation of
healer
Square
from that
Enix, and
alliance.
what if people looked at this like spectacular battle and
We still
just
wiped
not
anyway,
know
but we were
what's
pretty
going
close to
on?
beating it.
And with the skill set, with all of the 6.0 checks that I had to do, like my skill rotations are now like geared towards 6.0, so I'm worried about potentially failing on some of these rotations. And so given that a lot of different people will be watching this show, we thought about, okay, well, why don't we contact those people who have built these wonderful in-game estates and just show off this is the kind of housing and furnishings and decorations that we can do to our viewers.
はい、ということで、ぜひ。
どっちかっていうとコメント前半多かったの吉田ずるいぞ60スキル回しなんてって言われて仕事なんだよ
People were commenting on, Yoshida, you already know the skill rotations for 6.0. No, not fair. And I'm
Fisher to get me spear.
Because I have to work. This is part of my work.
Yeah, it's
LOL, someone made a bingo card for the live letter, and one of the spaces is fans complain. And I'm like, you could have made that the
But to
free
say the
space.
least,
Yeah.
Black Mage is
That's
I've
free.
got that Black Mage.
But the free space is a meme. It's so funny.
OK、そしてですね、今年の TGS はなんとこれだけ
Reaper and Botanist level together.
次のスライドお願いします。
I wish.
はい、なんと
Waste of space joke is made about belts. Unfortunately, no.
We have one more thing.
Scholar gets Feoul Eggy Glam. I don't know why you would expect that because Feoul is expressly not the same thing as Lily.
Also, LOL, Eggy Glam.
Yeah, Eggy Glam still doesn't exist.
There will be a special
They got the gooch.
session
He's back.
with Mr. Hironobu
What?
Sakaguchi.
Oh, Sakaguchi.
Mother of Final Fantasy.
Yes, yes.
I have never heard him called the Gooch. I was like, what
I've
the
also
fuck?
never heard him called the Gooch. I never
Really?
knew that because I looked up.
Really?
久しぶりなんですけどもすごくはい
I've heard him called that.
RPG の魅力と可能性というテーマで
That's an Italian thing. Is he an Italian
Is it really?
Japanese
まあ
man?
ちょっと
I don't know. The
緊
Gooch?
張もしてるんですけど
I've only heard Gooch as like
早めなんですけ
Gucci.
ど
Well,
Yeah. Also, yeah, that.
well, fan, if it's some sort of slur, I apologize.
だとは思うんです
It's not.
ちょっと
No.
早めなんですけどぜひご覧になれる方は見ていただければ
It was. You're
I was
racist.
gonna say, like, it sounds more like a crass word for like a vagina, but like,
It's also that.
The theme
Is it?
The appeal
Yeah,
and
it actually is.
power of RPGs. So I'm a bit nervous, and plus it's quite early in the morning for Japanese audience, but I'm suspecting it's because Mr.
You learn something
Sakaguchi
new every day,
is,
Amber.
Outside of Japan, so it's probably because of the time zones. But if you're interested,
please look forward to it. Could have also made that a free space.
Hi. And the good news is there will be a live interpretation. So, I mean, those who are English speaker players, please look forward to it. So, 同時通訳が行われるということを伺っておりますので、海外の皆さんもぜひご覧いただければと思います。はい、それでは続いてまいりましょう。So, let's check the next updates, next news. どうぞ。はい。It's about next Letter Live number 67. It's scheduled November 6th, Saturday, November 6th, starting 11 a.m. Japan time, or Friday evening, Pacific time. 次回の PLL ですが、67回は11月6日土曜日の、日本時間午前11時、アメリカ西海岸ですと前日金曜の夕方夜7時からということになっております。So, with next PLL, we are going to cover various updates like discipline of hands and lands and system-based updates and a new PvP mode。はい。次回はギャザクラ関連とか、システム関連アップデート、そして新しい PVP についてなどなど、こちらも盛りだくさんで。
そうですね。バイリンガルでお届け。あゆみさんまた頑張っていただきます。はい。
今日と同じセットアップで。
はい。
Yeah, the next PLL should be same setup as today. So we are gonna have あゆみさん。あゆみさんよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you. I'll be joining in again. I'm sorry, European players. It's 2 in the morning.
チームから次回も4時間ですねって言われたんですけど、今日の感じからすると嘘ですよね。多分5、6時間じゃないかと踏んでおりますが、皆さんもまたね、日本時間ですと土曜朝からですけど、ごゆるりとご覧いただければと思います。Yeah. The next one will be again. We are told it's gonna be like 4-hour streaming, but it's gonna take 5 or 6 hours maybe. Yeah, so yeah, please look forward to it. はい、それでは続いていきましょう。続いてのお知らせです。ジョブ専用武器デザインコンテスト、現在すでに行われておりますが、こちらの応募締め切りが10月4日までとなっておりますので、
I haven't done anything for it.
間に合うようにぜひとも応募お待ちしております。
Completely forgot.
So next update is the weapon design contest, which is going now, and then the submission closes on Monday, October 4th. So please don't miss it. So we already have tons of submissions, from all over the countries. すでにものすごい量の応募作品をいただいておりまして、本当楽しみなんですけれども、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。はい。はい。では続いて参りましょう。続いてのお知らせこちらです。こちらも最近ご案内しましたが、コレクターズエディションのデジタルアップグレード 50% オフセールというのが9月30日まで行っておりますので、そういえば C 版持ってなかったわという方がお安くアップグレードできるチャンスですので、ぜひともご利用ください。The next one is the
Yeah, the new Royal looks cool too.
We are now having a 50% sale, Collector's Edition digital upgrades. The sale lasts until the end of this month, September 30th, so please don't miss it. ありがとうございます。
I wonder if the speed skill is going to be called Fey Wind, because it's a speed related skill and it has fairy graphics on it.
So the next update is a new album, new music album, Time and Again to Final Fantasy XIV Raid Dungeon Themes. ということで、こちら。
Reed and Guy are holding hands. I think. I can't see. I think they are.
はい、こちらですね。こちらが9月30日発売予定となっております。This will be released on September 30th. はい。
Is that 2B standing on Eden?
This is actually hold us.
I'm not sure.
I think it's 2P standing on Eden.
なんかあるんですね。はい、ということで、ぜひともご検討ください。
Since this live letter's wrapping up, I'm gonna.
では続いて
LMAO.
続いてはこちら
Night fun.
です。
Good night.
行月のフィナーレメインテーマのレコード発売が決定いたしました。
I don't have a record player.
ということで、こちらも現物ございます。7インチレコードですね。カメラにしてください。はい、こちら。ね、こんなサイズでして。
書き下ろしジャケットで。
You can feel Yahtzee rolling in her grave because she was like, I'll be as cold and uncaring as the moon. And here we are walking on the moon.
こちらも、これ本物。
そうですね。デジタルデータついてくるんで、コレクターズアイテム女子別に買っていただいて、
それでもいいですね。
それでも全然大丈夫。
はい。
And there is a download code for a MP3 version of the tracks that are included. So even if you don't own a record player, you can still have the vinyl as a collector's item, and you can still enjoy the music digitally.
で、メインテーマに関しては、音楽の配信サービスでのリリースも今後予定されているんですけども、
48 Yoshinian.
というお知らせでした。Yeah, so the main theme itself will be available their subscription service, I mean digital online service in a later timing. But at this point, this is the news about the 7-inch final, and then this will be available at the November 17th. はい、こちら11月17日発売で現在予約受付中ということですのでよろしくお願いします。You can make a pre-order today. はい、では続いて、は実機からいくかい？実機ってなんだ？カメラからいく。
Still play Scholar, use my new movement ability during Force March mechanics to kill everyone.
で、大変なことになっているので。大丈夫ですね。
紙類はもう別に売ってもいいんじゃねえか説。
実機じゃない、ごめんなさいね。実機じゃなくて実物。
実機。はい、どうぞ。
はい、カメラお願いします。次はこちら。
I'm sorry, what? You seeing this?
ヤシトラ。
Ew. That looks creepy. Get that away from me.
Look at how tall she is.
でかい。これはですね。
This is just bringing back memories of a creepy doll I used to have and like, take it away. I don't want to look at it anymore.
The music's not helping.
Box and FF14 で、ヤシトラがこちらボークスさん。さまざまなドールの比較製造を手掛けるボークスさんとのコラボレーションで、ドールとフィギュアの魅力を合わせ持つドルフィードリームというラインナップにヤシトラがこのように登場いたしますということでございまして、
これがですね、
はい、
服の素材一つ一つからですね、徹底監修をさせていただきつつ、まあもともとクオリティの高い、ね、会社さんなんですけど、凄まじいクオリティでですね、ドールってね、服だけを欲しいからっていう人たちもいるんですけど、大満足していただけると思っております。
すごいですね。
こちら。はい。
So these Dolphy Dream, the quality of it is just very high, and everything was supervised by Yoshida-san and team, and just even the textures of the different layers on her outfit is just so high. And with these Dolphys, some people just want to collect them for the outfits that these dolls wear, and I feel that this is something that collectors can be very much satisfied with.
はい。ということで、こちらでは商品情報確認お高いとお思いでしょう。こちらなんと10万円を切りまして、99,880円でのお届けとなります。
It's still creepy and I don't want it. You can keep it.
2022年の12月
Especially not for that price. What the fuck?
発送予定なんですけれども、そのために
Almost $1,000 for a creepy doll? No, no, fuck out of here.
はい。予約商品となっておりますので、興味がある方は予約していただいて、そうすると2022年の12月末頃にお届けとなる商品ですので、ぜひともご検討ください。
いいですか？1年。1年です。
1年かかります。
1年作りますんで。はい。はい。
So, as you can see, you have to make pre-order.
LOL, Harvest Moon.
You need to make your pre-order by November 21st. Then you will be the scheduled delivery timing will be late December 2022 next year. So yeah, we needed like 1 year manufacturing time for this. はい、ということで、こちらリンク先にすでに情報ございますので、
Someone ran
いただければと思います。
the screenshots of Reaper's tooltips through Google Translate.
Make a pre-order.
6 seconds to give of a white meat.
ガチオブガチのやつですね。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Someone made a compilation of the Reaper tooltips, and someone ran the image through Google Translate, and one of the sentences is 6 seconds to give of a white meat.
の新しい
6 seconds to give up a what?
ご紹介でまず
Of a white meat.
パーフェクトアレキサンダーです。はい、the new announcement from the 15 team, the new official merchandising item. The first one is a t-shirt. Perfect Alexander ということで、今日はお待ちしておりました。生壁になりますか？よいしょ。はい。いけないか。 こんな感じです。
うんうん
これはね、かっこいいんだ。
Increase
ね
だいぶ苦労し
suck
ましたね。
Rugu by 10.
こだわっ
ね、
The ability to reach the target after the second body is
背
reduced
中
by
がね、コミック
50%,
風の合体
あ、そうそう。
みたいな。
independent of the subject law.
The design is quite elaborate here, as you can see in the artwork. And there's also a backside. Looks like something out of a comic book where Alexander comes together.
Oh my gosh.
symbols.
はい。
はい。ということで、こちらが12月18日発売予定です。すでに現在予約することが可能でございますので、
はい
ご確認ください。So this will be available. The release timing will be November 2021. And then you can make pre-order already on official Square Enix store. はい。それでは続いては、
When the barrier completely damages 0R and 15N give party members in the center crest. High quality crest.
Look
Eat
at
the
your
target
GP right now.
HP.
で、
I'm tabbing.
はい。続いての商品、そちら、
あ、
Let the poor man take a nap.
オフィシャルグッズ、肩たたき棒です。
Great Serpent Aranka can give you a massage.
こちらサンプルなんですけど、ほぼ最終版に近い実際のサンプルを、今日お持ちしておりますが、肩たたき棒が2種類ございまして、今吉田さんが持ってるのが、ロンから
Oh, there's
水
a
ヘビ
fat cat one.
私が持ってる方が、ファットキャットということでございまして、
レーダーやってると肩こるんですよ。
ね、肩叩くマッサージの部分と孫の手がついている。
Oh, it really is a massage stick.
そう。The next item is the
That's funny.
shoulder massage stick. The one is a fat cat, and then the other is the great serpent of Ronka. And this is actually you can, massage, and then also you can.
Maybe I should get one of those to replace my
back.
tennis ball.
Scratch your back. これ
That-
海外
that's nice.
で、さんこれ海外で通じんの？孫の手。
Well, how much is it?
孫の手
We haven't seen it
な
yet,
んだっけ
but
な
I'm sure it's expensive.
This might be like
Back
there was a
$20,
term
$30.
that, なんだっけな、なんかあった。
Like almost 1,000 for that you stole a doll? LOL, no, not even if I wanted it, which I don't because it's creepy.
いや、相当がっちりしてるから取れないと思う。
はい、最終品はまだこれサンプルなんで、
ああ
今我々が無茶すると抜ける可能性があるの
でも結構しっかりしてる
で、吉田さんが持ってる棒の方が最終版の棒です。
あ、こっち。
はい、こちらちょっと今検討中の段階あってちょっと色が違うんです。
へえ。
はい、ということになっております。
かわいい。
はい。こちら12月18日発売予定です。This will be available
Oh, yeah, $30.
in the West.
Okay.
This will be scheduled for February.
Now, I don't know how much this compares to like a regular massage stick, so like, I don't know.
I mean,
Right,
I could probably pick up a regular
this-
massage stick for 10 or 5
はい、アクリルスタンドです。
store.
各ジョブ出しておりますが、新ジョブが増えたということで、リーパーと賢者のアクリルスタンドです。So next item is the acrylic job stands. So we already have
Sage
the other
seems
all
really
other
weirdly
jobs, and
techy
now
for coming
we have
from Charlian.
Ray-Ban Sage,
Yeah.
so we have all of these two.
Like, I wasn't
Right.
expecting
One
the
was
sound
expecting
of
it to be like Olagon, but it's
このぐ
Charlian.
らいのサイズ感。ね。
And I guess we'll just have to
吉田さん
see
持ってる方が
what they say
リーパー
about where Sage comes
のが
from
賢者
with the new lists
で
and
す。
stuff, because it could be repurposed Olagon
こち
technology.
らも、ね、日
Perhaps.
本は12月
I just wasn't
18
expecting
日
it to
海
sound
外の皆
techy.
さんは来年2月の
Pew
予
pew
定とな
pew.
っております。This will be scheduled for release at the February 2022.
Yeah, a lot of what we saw coming from
Hi.
Charlian was very
Hi.
arcane, so
Hi.
this seems like a weird direction.
はい。
Yeah,
ジョブが
I
増え
thought
た
I
の
would
で、
get the
Charlian
usual,
job.
ピン
like
バッジ
wind
です
chime, like shimmery
The
sound
next
that
one
all
is
the rest of the
new
magic
job
has.
pins for Ray-Ban
But this
Sage.
sounds very
はい、で
mechanical.
はこちらも、今日一日中私つけて
Yeah,
おり
it's
ます。
weird because
はい
like
お願いします
the new lids are pieces of
まあ、すでにお持ちの方いるでしょう
pieces
から。
of like magic crystal.
Yeah.
2つ分です、ね。リーパーと、ステージ、賢者ということで、いい感じです。ので、皆様、ぜひともご検討ください。はい、ありがとうございます。こちらも12月18日、海外は来年2月の発売です。So this will be again scheduled to release on February 2022。はい、そして 次、最後だけ、ちょっとこちらが日本だけ
$10 for one pen. That's a little much, isn't it?
画面いいですか？はい、オフィシャルカレンダー、来年2022年のオフィシャルカレンダーです。So unfortunately, this is only available in Japan region, but we are gonna have a new calendar 2022. ということで、こちらが今年の12月24日発売で、実物が一応ございます、吉田さん。
まあサイズは
こんなサイズ感、生紙にしてください。
こんばんは。
はい。ね、いいサイズのカレンダー。
中身はこんな感じ。
上質な紙を。should be good quality of
What am I
paper.
looking at?
はい、現在作業中でございます。
Oh, it's a
Now, walk in
calendar.
Was that not the calendar?
生紙必要だったのかっていう疑問が俺の中にすごいあるんで。
そうで
Did
す
you
ね。
really want to cut the live camera here to show the quote unquote insides?
本当だよね。本当だよね。その通りです。はい、ということで、オフィシャルグッズのご紹介です。さあ、so this is new official merchandise items. So we have couple more things to announce before closing. はい、じゃあ次お願いします。ドン。はい、現在、行っております FF14 と FF15 の、コラボイベントです。The first one is the FF14 and FF15 collaboration, which is happening already. So this ends on October 18th. So please don't miss it. So こちら10月18日まで、まだちょっとあるなと思って油断してるところ意外にすぐ来ますから、しっかり、ゴールドソーサーに通って皆さんレガリアをゲットしてください。はい、ということでよろしくお願いします。そしてもう一つ続いてですが、次のページお願いします。
懐かしいな。
おこれが見えたという
Thank you,
ことは、
Lodestonebot, for bringing us this cursed
とド
doll.
ラクエ10のコラボが再演することが決定いたしました。So the last announcement is about the FF14 and the Dragon Quest X collaboration returns. はい、こちらイベント期間
What do you
が
mean the Lalafell's face
10
is off?
月19日から11月11日のスケジュールで予定しております。So the collaboration period
Looks
will
fine to
be
me.
From October 19th through November 11th. はい、ということで、ドラクエ10コラボがやってまいりますので、ぜひともお見逃しなくよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。新規の人はね、
ね、
やってない人もかなりいると思うので、
そうそう、
はい。忙しいですね、皆さんで。
忙しいです。
はい。
New players, I'm sure, have not had a chance to do some of these collab events, so I'm sure it's going to be quite busy.
はい、ということで、なんかごめんなさいね、カメラを動かしたせいで画角がむちゃくちゃになったんですけど、まあまあいいです。
大丈夫じゃないですか。もうおじさんだし、おじさんの顔は別に斜めだろうが、なんだろうが、
いいですよ。多少引いてじゃないとワイプが入んないでしょ。あゆみさんのワイプが入んないから。いいよし。ということで今日のお知らせコーナーはこれで全部となりました。Okay, this is actually a wrap of today's letter life. ということで吉田さんから最後に一言。
いやもういいんじゃないか。傾いてはいるけど、なんかいじると大惨事になりそうじゃない？
Yeah, so we'd like to take some comments from 吉田さん before closing. お願いします。
はい、まあすいません。まずは長時間お付き合いありがとうございました。
First and foremost, thank you so much for tuning in for such a long broadcast today.
まだまだお伝えしたい新システムとかね、コンテンツとかあるので、ぜひ次回も長時間にはなると思いますけど、そちらも楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思ってます。
But there are still a lot of information that we still have yet to share on new systems and different content. So we expect for the next PLL to be long too, but it would be great if you could come back and tune in again.
まあその DC トラベルの延期っていうちょっと皆様には本当に申し訳のないアナウンスもしなければいけない状態で本当にまずは申し訳ないと思ってます。ただ
it
やっ
might
ぱり
be
僕らに
Cypher's
とって
original
行列のフィ
Bloodfest,
ナーレっていうものを皆さんに楽しんでいただ
but
く
it
こと
might
が最
be
優先
called
で、まあ
Fire
それ
Cross
の
here.
安定性を取ること、それからできるだけ一つでも多くのコンテンツを
Eh.
楽しく
I only
お届け
played
でき
this
るのが
one of
いい
8.
と思ってますんで、もう全員
Yeah,
最後の追い込
Fire
みとしてめ
Fire
ちゃ
Cross
くちゃ頑張って
for
ます
some
んで、
reason
ぜひ行
was
列のフィナー
not
レ
the move
楽
where
しみ
he
にお
did
待ちい
a
ただけたい
giant
と思いま
fire
す。
cross. It was
And so
his,
throughout the
like,
broadcast,
projectile
of course, there were
move,
good news, but there was also unfortunate
which
news,
is
like
like
the postponement
what is
of data center
what is
travel. And so we
Gunbreaker's
apologize for
projectile called
that
again?
once again.
Like Magnum
But
shot or
it
something?
is our utmost priority
No.
to deliver
Um,
Endwalker to everyone
it's lightning
and
sh-
for
something.
everyone to enjoy
Oh,
the
lightning
new
shot.
expansion
I
pack
think.
and make
It's
sure
been a while.
that everything is stable and
he does
we
that
are providing
animation
as much content
for
as we
Firecross.
can to our players. So right now we are pushing as hard as we can, and so I hope that everybody is excited for the launch of Endwalker.
はい。まあもう本当ちょっとね喋りすぎて言葉が出なくなってきてますけ
Yeah, lightning
ど、
Okay.
まあとにかくよう作ったなっていうぐらい
Yeah, for the life of me, I want to call it
でかい
Thunderbear, but
拡張
Thunderbear is the
に
other thing.
なってます。
And with such a long broadcast, we are starting.
Someone
to run
ran
out
a
of vocabulary
Sage
at
tooltip
this
through
point.
Google Translate,
But
and it
again,
says,
we've been working
inflict
really
sexual
hard on
continuous damage on the target.
I'm hoping that people will look at it and be very impressed by.
That's a
what
heal,
the team
right?
has done. That's just how large of an expansion pack we're trying to get.
It
this
says
to be.
damage, so it
damage.
might be the
On the boss?
recast time is 1.5 seconds, so it's probably like their filler spell.
I'm good. I don't want to do it to Xenos.
させてもらってるんですけど
And of
This
course,
is
with the
Van
title
Daniel.
like Endwalker, and we're talking about how we're bringing the Heidelin Zodiac saga to a close.
どちらかというと
I guess I'm
実は
Scholar the Hedgehog now.
この10年に向かってかなりいろんなことを今始め
I'm
ている
disappointed
の
with the
で
lack of drill
その
sergeant
新
memes.
たなスタ
Most
ー
of
ト
the
で
memes
も
are just shitting on Scholar,
そこはちょっ
because
と
like
まだ
people
一
don't
体
always
僕は楽しんでもら
overreact
い
to
たいの
anything
で
that happens to
あの
Scholar
詳しくは
every
言わないん
expansion
ですけど
anyway.
この後
That's okay, we
さらに
gave, like, a
次の
good
放送とか
seven of
また話
them
せる機会作ろうと思ってますの
here
で
ourselves,
ぜひ
just
ですね
joking
この
about.
未来
Like,
に
I
向かっ
see
て
a
の
ton of
工程に
people
もぜひ
saying
期待
that,
をし
like,
つつプレイしていただけると
it being the
大変
DPS
嬉
healer
しいです
was its identity, and I'm like, no.
But that
It
being
and
said,
Summoner just had a
we're
lot of the
also
same
looking at
abilities.
this as
I think it's
a
pretty clear they didn't intend for Scholar
look
to
into
just
the future
do
and
DPS and just let the fairy
how we're
auto
going
heal
to
everybody
take
without
this
you doing
next
anything
10
as a
years
healer.
ahead of
Yeah,
us.
I always took it
And
as the
there's a
smart
lot of
healer.
new things that we're trying
Yeah.
for
Because,
the
like,
future
its
of
whole
Final
thing
Fantasy
was like,
14, and
it's bred
we
for
do feel
warfare.
that it's a new start at the same time. So of course we would love for
So,
players
like,
to enjoy
while-
Endwalker when it comes out, but there are
While White Mage's
um,
whole stick
new
of
things
like
on the
these
horizon.
archaic arts
I
that are
whenever the
incredibly
time
powerful,
comes, I would love to share
aren't
some of the
necessarily
ideas
meant
that
for
we want to
warfare.
bring in to the future.
but you bring it
So,
along because it's so useful.
Again, while it does feel like one arc is concluding, we are
I
looking
like-
to the future, and
I
we
like Scholar
are
because
looking
it's
to
meant for
continue,
that.
this adventure.
Yeah, and I think
さあでは
I
長
think
時
the
間本当
Lost
に皆さんお
Swift
疲れ
plays
様
into
でした。
that
ハイミさん
pretty
も本当に
well,
お疲れ様でした。
but my concerns are more like with
But yeah,
the
thank
ether
you again,
flow
everybody, for watching.
not
Thank you to
interacting
all
with
the
its with
speakers.
other
It's been
abilities it
a very long
has.
show.
Yeah.
Half your fairy
はい、それで
skills
は以上
actively
をもちま
working
して、
against the other
第
half, like
66回ファイ
dissipation.
ナルファンタジー14プロデュースされたライブを
I get they don't
終
really
了
want
さ
to
せていただ
change
きたいと思
capstone
います。So
skills
this is actually a
if
wrap
at
of
all,
the
but like
letter from the producer live
if we're getting if we have more
So thank you
fairy
very much
stuff
for
that
watching
like we
until
got in
the
Shadowbringers,
end.
then like
はい、
why do we
最後
have
までご覧いただき
dissipation, the
あり
thing
がとう
that
ございま
just
した。
takes
それで
away
は
all
ま
our
た次
fairy
回
shit?
お会いしましょう。さような
I
ら。
would
See you
like
next
at least
time.
for
ありがとうございました。
live
Thank
war to spread
you.
your dots. Because that was like a simple thing we spoke about once.
I don't know if they would though, because White Mage had something similar, albeit it was an AoE dot, and they just took it away and never gave it back. So I don't think they're really thinking all that hard about healer dots, since they don't want healers to be so complex that people can't play them.
Proceeds to
Is
make
like
Sage
what
and
they've
says
said
it's
before.
complex.
It doesn't look all that complex to me.
Neither to me, but they said it was complex.
Well, I mean, when your bar for complex was like a 4-button healer. Granted, I don't think having more buttons to press is necessarily better.
Like simple stuff. I think they could make. I don't know. Maybe make it have a small rotation for attacking. Bring back the stuff that Celine could do.
Yeah, that really couldn't hurt Scholar at this point.
Yeah. Like, for me personally, I just think, well, why not just give you both Celine and Eos out at the same time, and it doesn't do anything outside of a visual thing. And, like, Celine is always at your side, but Eos is the one that you move around.
I'm not sure how much that would work, because lore-wise they're the same fairy.
This is true.
But I don't... IDK, because, like, it's clear they're not 100% thinking of, like, the job lore as game mechanics go. But I kind of don't think they would do something like that that directly contradicts the job lore.
So they're both the same fairy, and then what Seraph is the true form of them?
Actually, sure. There's a blurb about it in one of my lore books that talks about the healer limit breaks. It might be
Or is Seraph like
something
your
like that.
fairy?
Well, Lily turns into Seraph, so like...
They could have,
I think.
if that's the case, they could have probably just replaced Eos with Seraph entirely.
Hang on, I need to look at my table of contents.
I know that they mentioned something about not being able to just replace moves over and over because they ran out of space for that.
Isn't there a thing about limit breaks? Maybe it's in the first book, because this one has like the weapons and stuff. Okay, disciplines, scholar, 236. Soul crystals providing an anchor for their existence, these otherworldly servants are made manifest through the accumulated ether of past Nemean mages. Fairies are known to adopt at least 2 different forms: Eos, whose domain is sunlight and restoration, and Selene, whose domain is moonlight and invigoration. So it's a different flavored lily. Because our jobstone was Sarita Corito's fairy. Now, Seraph, though. Angel feathers. The fairy spread her angelic wings and a shimmering light exploded over the battlefield. As it washed over me, I felt my pain subside, blah 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 blah. That's all it says about the healer, LB3 for Scholar.
That's it?
That's it. Just anonymous adventure describing the healing power of a Scholar's fairy companion. But I think your fairy does vanish for the LB3. I would need to like go in the explorer mode and look at it again. But since like your Seraph level 80 skill, just you change your fairy to Seraph, it just looks like you power her up a little bit more. But yeah, at this point, I don't think giving Scholar Celine's old skills would be a bad thing, because one of them was an AoE cleanse, which can be useful.
I do think they should give you that back.
And
if anything, that's one that should definitely come back.
Fey Wind Like, it wasn't a huge DPS increase, but a 3% haste was not bad, per se. But I don't know if they think that would be redundant because we have chain strat. But I think at least we should get the AoE cleanse back because, like, it's not mandatory, but I can think of more than a few pieces of content where it would be useful instead of doing a Suna for, like, 3 or 4 GCDs, depending on how many people stood in the bad or didn't look away.
They could make an upgrade to change strat.
I don't know, because Fey Wind does something different than chain strat.
Okay.
Chain strat increases crit rate. Fey Wind was 3% haste. But Fey Wind itself, as far as the healers are concerned, might just be redundant because healer cast times are now reduced. So I think I'm alright with.
Is it all casting?
I don't think they specified. It just said on the slide that cast time would be reduced to 1.5 seconds.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's only on the filler DPS spells. I don't know if that counts for the regular cast heals. But if they didn't bother to make a distinction, I see no reason why it wouldn't apply to everything that could have a cast time. But yeah, it looks like from the trailer they made the fairy more responsive, which is good, especially for people with like higher latency. But I need all my various parts of things to like work together instead of against one another is my biggest complaint.
I agree.
A lot of people will say that a lot of people have been saying for years that like give Scholar its dots back, you gutted Scholar, and I'm like, putting down a bunch of dots is not compelling gameplay by itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want the dots to do something when you do something else. Not just throw them on just to throw them on. But that's why I'm like suggesting other things than just that. Like an AoE rotation for Scholar could be fun, just to have. I do think like more stuff to do with the shields would be nice. Like, since this whole magic stuff is being brought back, like magical and physical damage, they could make it so that you can adjust the shield's type to be more effective against magic or more effective against physical.
I'm still extremely puzzled why they showcased deploying shields, unless that was to demonstrate AO's doing fairy shit faster.
Probably that.
Because I'm like, we've had this. What's different about this? And then we put something on the tank, but like I'm like, I don't know what that is either, so I can't make any comments on it. It looks like some kind of shield, but like it could be a steroid. I don't know. But like they also didn't do any ether flow actions I've noticed. So I'm like, question mark? I just don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I felt the same way last time, just like this time too. Didn't quite understand what was going on. Like, I don't know if there maybe should be a distinction between what your book does and what your fairy does.
What the fairy does?
Like, do your books heal, or do they adjust the heals, or do they do specifically damage? Do they affect the way you do damage?
Your books.
Aeos anything that's attack based?
Your books do heals and damage.
Right. But I'm wondering, like, just the hypotheticals, like, what can we do with the books to make them more distinct compared to what your fairy does.
We could literally throw the book at somebody. We could smack them with the book.
I
Buff.
mean, what does Summoner do that for the Ifrit move?
I don't know if they punched them with the book.
I thought they
actually
dunked the
wasn't
book on
looking
them.
that closely. The book could just disappear. Because, like, when Dancer throws the weapons themselves disappear into the spell graphic. And, like, how, like, your warrior axe just vanishes for the punch.
Mm-hmm.
So the book could just vanish for the Ifrit move. But, like, I feel like they just like, phoned it in, because they had some stuff to say about Astrologian, they had some stuff to say about White Mage, but all they had to say about Scholar was, you get Lost Swift with the defensive buff. So I'm like, it kind of feels like they phoned it in. But maybe they'll make some adjustments and some hotfixes. I wouldn't expect like new abilities or anything. But I don't know. I understand with the delays and everything, they couldn't like do everything they might have been aiming for.
Yeah, you slammed the book.
LOL.
You actually slammed the book.
That's funny.
Yeah, you slammed the book pages first, even.
But like, there's other stuff I felt like they could have done that would have been easy, like deploying a weaker XCOG.
Yeah, because like the stuff we want, we just want everything to work together with itself. Because they're supposed to be these incredible tacticians, but you don't really feel like that when you're playing them. More so, I would say, as of recent than before.
Yeah, I want to say that's mostly a flaw with Shadowbringer's fight design, not relying on a lot of mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
Together with like they nerfed crit lows, which I don't deny was necessary, and you can still get a pretty alright party-wide shield, but the mitigation is not like as present of an element as it was before. Maybe that'll change now that we have barriers and non-barrier healers.
Maybe. No, because that's just Adel. Because I was thinking maybe they could do stuff with like breaking defense. So it's like the whole shtick is putting shields on. Why don't they take like shields off of enemies? Like strip their shields.
Well, we used to have that with Virus, but that's Adel now.
Right. That's what I was like, oh, that's just Adel. That's all I'm talking about.
Well, part of the issue is that a lot of stuff we have is already pretty good, even if it doesn't seem like it. Like Recitation, lets you automatically crit on a shield, which is useful for either the shield itself or emergency tactics. Get a really beefy heal, XCOG, and Indom, and it also lets you use Indom and XCOG without using up an Etherflow charge.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big deal for Scholar. You just don't really see anyone talking about it much because they might just dump Recitation on like Adlo, and that's it. So there's that. I still like have like Fairy Gauge feeling like it's just sitting there. I thought that like the Phase Swift might use Fairy Gauge, but someone said they saw that it didn't use Fairy Gauge. And actually the job trailer is right there, so I'm gonna take another look at that.
Yeah.
Alright, Scholar, where are you at?
Well,
Machinist. That's Bard. That's Astrologian. Did I pass Scholar?
you did. It's 3 bits.
Mash that rewind.
Alright, so I guess I'll put this up as well while I'm talking about this.
Okay, so we have 50 healer gauge.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they use it
That's
at all.
a blessing. Wait a tick. What the hell? If that was Fey Blessing, why, what? If Fey Blessing doesn't use Gauge anymore, then what the fuck is Fairy Gauge even for now?
Maybe specifically the tether?
It might be.
So what do you use the ether flow for? Because that didn't move either.
Well, Ether Flow, you still use the same stuff you used it before. Just Lustrate, Indom, Excog, Energy Drain,
Okay.
Sacred Soil. So we have plenty of uses for Ether Flow still. I think that's the top issue, is that they already had a bunch of other jobs they had to like change. So Monk, Astrologian, insofar as like how they worked.
Yeah.
But like Scholar does what it does well enough that maybe they just felt like now was not the time to fuck with it because like they were doing Summoner too.
Yeah, we were told specifically Monk, Ninja,
Summoner.
and Summoner. Wait for the next expansion because we got some stuff in the works for them. And they really changed those jobs. Like the stuff that
Scholar
Monk
this
and...
time
Go
might
ahead.
be more of a Machinist situation where like Machinist DPS wasn't bad in Stormblood, but like a lot of its kit wasn't jiving with itself very well.
They fixed the
But
one issue that only needed to be fixed and completely stripped everything else for no reason.
But I would argue that Scholar is in a better place than Machinist was insofar as like heal functionality goes.
Yeah.
Because like losing your fairy is not like as huge a deal as like missing your wildfire on Machinist was back then. Because
I hate wildfire.
I forget how long dissipation lasts. It's like 20 seconds or something like that. But it refreshes all your ether flow. So if your ether flow just wasn't coming back off cooldown, you lose your fairy, but you get 3 fresh charges of ether flow for lustrates or what have you, and you have buffed healing spell potency, which doesn't seem like a lot, but you have emergency tactics, whose cooldown has been reduced since like the last couple of times emergency tactics was touched, by the way. The original cooldown was like 30 seconds, which was kind of a long ass time if you need AoE heals like right now. And don't need to be using Physic for dissipation, but like giving everyone slightly beefier shields between emergency tactics, being off cooldown, coming back off cooldown is like should tide you over enough that like by the time you get the fairy back, you shouldn't really be in a worse off shape than before. But like dissipation made more sense back in Heavensward when the fairy heals were stronger. The fairy heals are less strong now because they shifted more of healing power into the Scholar itself because people are memeing about like the fairy being a heal bot. But like it doesn't make much sense now because now you have some stronger heals gated behind having the fairy out, like Fey Union and Seraph. So it doesn't make much sense to me to keep dissipation in its current form.
Yeah, in a way, your fairy is just as much of a bot that helps you heal as it is a stance for you to get your own personal better heals.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll talk about Scholar at some point because I just think the more pressing concerns were Astrologian and Monk and Scholar and Ninja. Not Scholar, Summoner.
Yeah.
They're the fucking same thing to me at this point.
Even though they've changed them so much that they're really not anymore.
I mean, but it doesn't sound like they've like separated them yet. Like, I'm not sure how hard it would be to like separate them now. I don't know how hard that would be. Because like I'm sure they could just build a new job from the ground up that would basically be Scholar, but on its own. But what about the people who still have Scholar in the game?
It sounds like they've kind of figured out how to cheat their own system. Because, like, it's clear that, like, Summoner is in a good place right now, from what we've seen, in its own uniqueness and its tools and such. So maybe they can do a little bit of that with Scholar later down the line.
Yeah, I expect it later, because if it's not severely undertuned or whatever, it must be doing what it's doing well enough that like they haven't really changed much.
Yeah, I have a feeling it will be fine at what it does. People just won't be happy with that.
No one's ever happy with Scholar though. They've been screaming Scholar is dead since 2.0.
Again, it's still here helping people out. Job's just happy to be here.
Like, I was a little sad about losing Energy Drain at first, because I was more concerned with, okay, but if I have nothing to dump Ether Flow on, like if no one needs an Ether Flow heal, then I'm just gonna like overcap on stacks every, like, for no reason. And then a lot of people were saying that like, oh, Sacred Soil is meant to be your Ether Flow dump, and I'm like, it could be, but like, I don't know, because like it was useful. Sacred Soil is useful for trash packs, but like for big boss fights, like I don't feel like Sacred Soil should be the thing I use as a dump. You know, I want to be able to use Sacred Soil when I need to use it, and not just because I have too many of X.
Right.
So I was like happy with getting Energy Drain back, but like I just don't think they've thought too hard about like all of the stuff interacting with each other. They just kind of made it lopsided in this direction or that direction and just left it at that. Like, I don't know, maybe they just didn't have the resources to like commit to changing Scholar a lot beyond like cutting fairy response time. Because 2 new jobs, one of which being a healer, changing the way healing works in general, is kind of a lot. It's kind of a tall order. And that's before you factor in ninja, monk, summoner, and the fact that whatever they do to summoner also affects Scholar to some extent. So I feel like people are forgetting considerations like that when they bitch and moan about Scholar.
It's such a weird thing. This whole issue with Scholar and Summoner.
Yeah, it's the only 2 jobs that have this issue.
You would figure there'd be like a check mark or something in the game that like gives you a condition where, okay, you have now earned the ability to unlock these 2 jobs, and that should be the end of it. And really, that like it should be another condition that, okay, if this job is this level, that means this job is also this level. I don't
might be more an issue with how like they've already gone so far with it. It might just be like a fuck ton more elbow grease than we can see from our side.
Oh, of course.
To,
like, I'm not
to build up a new one and then try to migrate everybody over to the new job through all their code and data and whatever.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know what I'm talking about, because I clearly don't. And they've mentioned more than once that the code is spaghetti. They can only do so much, and they learn a little day by day with what they can do. Because we're getting a bunch of stuff that shouldn't have been possible by the standards of the game at the time. But here we are, years later, and we're getting stuff like having Susanoo's sword being thrown at us. And only getting crazier from there.
One thing I'm not understanding is besides the people crying for dots back on Scholar, a lot of people are also saying, give us the ability to micro the fairy again. And I'm like, no, why would you want that?
Just
the extent of quote-unquote microing the fairy was making a macro for Embrace, which wasn't even optimal anyway, because of the delay. And the fairy has her own cooldown, so, you would need to catch when she does an Embrace, and then tell her to embrace somebody else, but Embrace was never that potent even when the heal was stronger to, fucking justify it. I never did it. It never hampered my ability to play Scholar. I don't get it. They also reduced the cast time for Embrace since they nerfed it. She heals more often now. And she heals on people whose HP is below a certain threshold. So I'm like, if you were gonna pick that anyway, what would be the point in you acting like the middleman? She has a thing that she does on her own, and then she has a couple of abilities that you order her to do, and then she does it, which plays into the pet fantasy. So I don't get it.
We have, because of the nature of the internet itself, we have found the kind of people that optimize everything, even if it takes out the challenge or the fun of a thing. To them, the process of optimizing something and doing the math for it is the fun part for them. So when people say they want to macro this, macro that, I think that's just the thought process.
Macros are not even optimal because of the queuing delay.
It might just be for them because it's one less thing for them to focus about. And just let the system do its thing.
I don't know, I feel like I need to see Scholar's tooltips to even see what all is different, if anything, with how it actually heals. But, I don't know, there's been a lot of jobs where, the dev team has actually talked about that people have complained about, and Scholar so far is the only one they have not said much on, so I find that kind of weird. I don't know. I'm sure with the amount of fucking belly aching that's going on, they'll talk about it at some point.
I think so too.
People were butthurt enough that Ninja got an adjustment in the middle of an expansion, which doesn't really happen. And Monk also got an adjustment also in the middle of an expansion, which is not something they want to do regularly.
Yeah, but those jobs kind of needed it, and those jobs were all the better for it, even though they didn't really change much, visually. But just controlling them felt incredibly different.
Summoner also got a hotfix adjustment in early Shadowbringers, but all that was adding like a cooldown to Eggy Assault, so you're not like playing a piano.
Yeah. And then there's
You're getting a ruin 4 charges.
There's also the fixin' for Astrologian as well. And that greatly helped it.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to get. Well, maybe we might get some adjustments to Scholar, but I don't think we're going to get like a visual rework until much later. If that's
like, I don't think it needs a visual. I don't think it needs a visual rework per se. I just want my shit to work together. Like some more DPS options would be like alright too. Like if I could dump the fairy gauge for some kind of damage resource like a Flatus Misery, that'd be neat. What if I could flip the switch on Fey Union and make it into a dot? For as long as I have fairy gauge.
Yeah, like make it something that drains health from the target instead of giving health to the target.
Yeah, that'd be neat. And maybe like whatever you get siphoned off could be used for something else, like IDK, reduce cooldown on your ether flow or recitation or something.
Yeah.
There's stuff they can do. They just haven't really thought about it.
Maybe drain it from the target, like lowers the cooldown on energy drain so that you can use it more, while also simultaneously giving you ether flow.
I don't know. I just mostly think they just didn't have time to think about messing with Scholar too much with everything else they had to do.
Yeah.
Because it still functions as a healer just fine. How fun it is depends on who you ask and what they want out of it. Like, I think it's perfectly fun for what it does. As being like a tactical minded healer. A lot of people cited stuff like Seraph making your fairy forget where she was plopped. And I'm like, well, that makes sense, but on the flip side, wouldn't that be because, like, your fairy technically despawns when Seraph shows up? I cannot remember at this moment whether or not you can place Seraph, though, so that's something I can check, but,
Maybe allow you to put down, like a Passage of Arms barricade.
Oh, that'd be neat. It might also be a little too similar to,
actual Passage
Sacred
of Arms?
Soil. Sacred Soil is what I was thinking of, but yeah. But, they did say the Swift had a damage mitigation component. So, like, even if they can't get out of the AoE, if they do get hit, it's not going to be as hard. What else? Oh, yeah. When I got Fey Blessing, I thought it was going to be the AoE version of Fey Union, where, like, it was a pulsing AoE heal coming from the fairy. But it's you hit it once, and then she does a short AoE instant heal for, like, 10 fairy gauge on a minute cooldown. And I'm like, well, that's fine, but that's still a lot of fairy gauge just leaving on the table. So I thought having a pulsing AoE Fey Union was also something easy they could have done, especially since on-demand AoE healing is one of Scholar's weaker points. Unless they just straight up want to make emergency tactics a stance instead of a cooldown.
They could make the dot that they give it, like, I guess maybe like a grenade?
Yeah, that like blows up after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, like, be it something that you just target the enemy or you put something on the ground and you throw it, and it just explodes. Like, it all depends on the simplicity of the thing. You want to be
Well, in Stormblood, Miasma 2 applied a dot, so they could just have the new Art of War apply a dot. I don't know whether or not it applies a dot because we don't really see the UI for these job trailers.
Yeah. You would have to
But
just
that could be like
full
an
attention
easy
to the
thing.
You would just have to pay full
They
attention to
could do.
the trade dummy to see if it does a dot or not. Like, I don't want it to be just stocked up on dots and call it there. But like, if they were to add one,
It does
at least let it
twitch.
be kind of tactical.
The enemy does twitch, but I can't tell if that's from the AoE skill or if it's because Violise is on from earlier.
Could be. Like, we know these things saw warfare years ago, and like, it was incredible on the battlefield for them. But
I think that's just the dot from Violise's.
probably.
Unless it, like, just does another tick that we can't see because it cuts off right after that. I don't know. I do think a lot of players complaining about Scholar are overreacting because they're the same people that complain every expansion about Scholar. But I do think there's some easy things they could have done for Scholar that they just didn't do. I'm not sure why, because they demonstrate they've already thought about these kinds of ideas in Astrologian and White Mage and Sage now. So I'm really curious as to why they think they couldn't change a lot with Scholar, unless it's coming from the angle of we're already doing all this for Summoner.
Yeah, we can't afford the time to continue doing that sort of stuff and make it all in the necessary time. Because there's another thing people just aren't considering, and that like the whole pandemic thing, it is bad over there. It's real bad over there. And like,
working from home was not a thing before the pandemic even started.
no, that was frowned upon to do something like that.
Yeah, no, like in Japan, like workaholicism is like a real thing. Like young people have stress heart attacks over there because of the heavy emphasis on work culture. So like when everyone was adjusting on working from home, it wasn't like here where all you would have to do is like put in a desk and put up a computer or something. They had a lot more stuff to do, and like living spaces in Japan are also a lot smaller because like they don't have as much land over there, so they build up instead of out. So there's just a lot of things that like they had to adjust for the pandemic. That was a huge like cultural like shift, and like people don't realize that. But like it's gotten to the point where since we've been in the pandemic for so long, everyone just assumes that everybody has just gotten good with it. I've seen so many people say they can't keep using COVID as an excuse to not deliver anymore. I've seen a lot of people say this about a lot of gaming teams, and I'm like, I really don't think that's fair on any developer to say.
Right. Like, we weren't supposed to even get movies, but once the vaccine started to hit, movie production started getting back together. Now we get a bunch of like little mini series here and there.
Yeah, game development is a little bit different though when it comes to like, because like there's a lot of things that you would need like other people physically there to like look at, so you know how this looks and what to adjust. because a lot of video gaming is like visual programming, and that's not something you can easily do when everybody's like not physically in the same space.
Yeah, then if you just so much as adjust one thing, want to see how it runs, you have to get the A-OK from everyone else, I assume, compile the thing, and see if it works or not. And that, I'm sure that's a headache just to do that with...
Like regular software?
Yeah, with regular software. I can only assume that's a difficult process when you are doing this over the internet and trying to keep privacy, no less.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that like there was some kind of machine issue too, because like people obviously didn't have the kind of rigs they would need to do game deving at home. Mm-hmm. I do remember for the 14 team specifically, they were saying they had to move a lot of work machines to keep doing the work they were doing.
I know for Smash Bros, as an example, Sakurai had gotten a whole bunch of equipment sent to him by Nintendo, and he had to figure out how to use all of it, rather than having a team for that sort of thing. So I can only imagine how difficult this sort of stuff must be for these people.
Maybe that's not Faye Blessing in the beginning.
Maybe. But we could
There's
continue to talk about this for forever. So I'm just going to cut the stream off here. Thank you everyone that did show up to the stream. Do appreciate that. I don't know if I'm going to be doing anything tomorrow. I apologize. I don't really have a plan for the week. And I have unexpected visitors. So on that part, I definitely don't know what I'm going to be doing for Saturday as well as the rest of next week. But next week I'll probably try to either get in, let's see, either an RPG, because there's a couple I still need to finish, or one of my fighting games, because I keep saying I'm going to play one, and every time it's that day, there's always some excuse, so I'm trying to not make an excuse about it anymore. I'll have to cut down the reaction though. Alright, take care everyone, be safe as always, have fun with your games, I'm out. I'll talk to you guys later, alright?